Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
How are you, Baoni Kilonchele? So there it is. So how are you? Kedu Baoni Kilonchele, Odima, Nakwana, and all of that. So I wonder if we should be starting the sessions with sort of a Wazobia greeting. So Kedu for our brothers in the East, Nakwana for our sisters in the North, and Bawone to our people in the Southwest. So there it is. The whole of the Nigeria just covered in those three short words. Kedu, Odema, and Bawone. So how are you? I hope you've had a wonderful day. The weekend comes to an end, but never mind. In another 5 days' time, another weekend starts. So let's round off the weekend together. One man went to mow. So you sit back, relax, just take a chill pill and surrender yourself to the session, however it lasts. So you are with your paddy man, one man. So what better place would you be? Babati is already causing trouble. We've not even started yet. Nigeria is a Wazobia nation. I know we have an abundance of different dialects of subsect languages, but essentially a Wazobia nation. But there it is, your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow. What better place to be than with your paddy man, one man, reaching out to you from Kent. So how are you? Where are you reaching out to me from? You know, a lot of people do that they invite people to comment where they're tuning in from. So if you want to do that, you can, just to see how wide the spread is. But I already know the spread, by the way. You know, and the reason why I don't even ask, I have a guy called Adozier, who is a regular listener to this platform. He joins us from Afghanistan. So if you can beat that, then say, if you are just calling from some mundane place like America or Europe, then you don't win the prize. Adozier is joining us from Afghanistan. So if you can beat that. Unless you are joining us from Outer Mongolia, then you cannot beat that. So a good day, good to see you. How are you? Another day, another half kobo. I wonder what a kobo. I wonder if they still produce the kobo in Nigeria. I suspect that they don't, because the value of the production of that kobo is greater than the intrinsic value that it carries. So if they are producing the kobo, it's only for people to go and buy it en masse and just melt it, isn't it, really? So you go and get a kobo for a kobo and go and sell it for 10 naira. So I wonder if they're still producing a kobo, the Nigerian mint or whoever mints our currency. So all that. So like I said, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, you already know the routine. So just click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. Actually, Fabian clicked on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and he got a cold shoulder and ran away. So Fabian, you can come back. You can be our new voice of the day because I don't think you've been here before. So Fabian, if you want to come back, you can. Just so that we can document your voice. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, the usual 9 yards. Just ignore the buy your host cups of coffee thing, but it's there for anybody who's interested in all that. So let's go immediately to it and straight to it. Tinubu orders probe of CBN, names special investigator. So of all of the things that I was looking forward to hearing, and this is the first serious thing personally that I have yet heard from this Tinubu administration. So the removing of the arbitrage from the foreign exchange, that was nice. The removing of the subsidy, he doesn't really get any flowers for that because that was a function of necessity. So he cannot but do that. But this move right here is the first impressive move that I've yet seen Tinubu make. Tinubu orders probe of CBN and names special investigator. So now we have now started the serious business of it all. So we'll find out who we already know who the special investigator is, by the way. So the name is no great mystery. It's a character called what's it called again? Is a character called Jim Obaze. So it's a character called Jim Obaze. So we'll probably check his CV out as well. It was apparently of the FRCN or something, Federal Mortgage Bank, etc. So he's of that stock. But I've been looking at the CV, an international accountant, a real financier, but more importantly, a real outsider. So we want to audit the Emefiele years, because intrinsic in those years is a good $500 billion naira that disappeared from the Nigerian coffers. So we want to audit the Emefiele years to try and see how much of the $500 billion that he facilitated the looting of. So hopefully a lot resting on this guy. So that excites me. So that excites me as this dampens my spirit. So this is so this next headline is a consequence of the times that we find ourselves. This next headline, and I'm surprised we are not even seeing more of it, by the way. But this next headline is a consequence of the times that we find ourselves. Governor Fintiri declares 24 hours curfew in Adamawa after private warehouses were looted. And it wasn't only private warehouses, by the way, government warehouses were looted too. So now, consequences of the times that we find ourselves, and I am surprised that we're not hearing more of this. So I'm surprised that we're not hearing more of this. But then where is the blame actually? If there are foods in warehouses that government own, then that's a sacrilegious thing, given the circumstances of the country. Tinubu has already told them to release some grains. So those grains now, you either release it, or the boys will bust through your warehouse and help themselves. We saw that under the ENSA space. So still matters financial. CBN lacks experience to manage Naira float. So this is an European space speaking to the financial moves being made by the Nigerian state. So they have no confidence that you have the capacity to manage these changes, that you're applying. CBN lacks experience to manage Naira float. EIU predicts reversal of FX unification policy. So it'd be a real travesty if they reverse that, and a lot of people will, a lot of people are actually making some financial decisions, maybe to buy Naira and stockpile it now to hold for when that to hold it for when the government intervenes or Naira finds its natural value. There's anybody that can read this market as it is now, the heavy fluctuation in the Naira space, that person will end up richer than Dangote. CBN lacks experience to manage Naira float. EIU predicts reversal of FX unification policy. So hopefully that's not reversed. They might as well stay the course on that. So it seems as though, try hard as we may, we cannot avoid the NNAMDI Kanu type narrative. So we're back there again. Breaking, DSS released IPOB's NNAMDI Kanu for medical examination after court order. Lawyer shares details. So lawyer shares details. So maybe that then is an opportunity to play somewhat of a microphone or some sort of a gadget in front of NNAMDI Kanu to document his thoughts, especially the goings on within his sub-region. So, all right, somebody is already raging and riling at the Tinubu space, but we'll get there quickly. Right, there is a headline missing here. We're going to be speaking to Tinubu's move as well regarding the Niger Republic space. So he recently, as you know, convened an emergency meeting of the ECOWAS space, and they have given them the they've given them the new now military administration in Niger Republic a 7-day notice. So that 7-day notice necessitates then that military actions might be imminent. But is that the move? Is that the expectation? And is that even an inevitability? Is it inevitable? Because the whole of the world is backing the stance that Nigeria is taking. We saw a notice put out by Anthony Blinken on his Twitter space, acknowledging and applauding Tinubu's stance. We've seen the French president aligning himself with Tinubu's stance. We've seen the African sub-region converging to stand behind Tinubu's stance, and we have seen the United Nations endorsing his stance. So everybody endorses that stance, and they've given notice then that these people should step down within 7 days. So now, is it now a case of moving troops to the borders of Niger Republic to signal intent? And if the Americans are endorsing Tinubu's stance, are they going to open the window for us to use the Kanu jets in Niger Republic? So, however and whatever, this is the big test now for Tinubu. If he's able to step these people down, he will ratchet up in the hierarchy of world leadership. So the first real test, let's see what he does with it. So a lot of it, a lot of that. So yeah, so this one as well, I think this one's somewhat repetitive of the one already. Tinubu begins fight against corruption, appoints special investigator to probe CBN. So a lot of that to digest. But before I take that traditional musical intermission with the Kegites, let me play you this clip of Peter Obi that has gone viral all over social media. So this, I think about 7 people have sent this to me on Instagram. I've lost count. Everybody's just sending it in, so we might as well share it. So Nigeria had a golden opportunity to elect Peter Obi as our president, but we rejected that opportunity. We had a golden opportunity to elect Peter Obi as our president, but we passed on that opportunity. So now this is what we could have had, and this is what we missed out on. Watch this.
My work is distribution, which is what Walmart is doing. Walmart has gone now to go into retail and this before they used to be market to market. And that is a critical component of overall commerce. When I used to do that, 60 to 70% of what I sell are goods produced in Nigeria. You can go and look at Coca-Cola, who are the biggest distributors in Nigeria. Other companies, Nestle, everybody, who are distributing their goods. On the back on this, we're also distributing imported products. And most of the companies that used to represent importing their products are today manufacturers in Nigeria. One of them is International Breweries that is now doing Budweiser and everything. I started importing South African brewery products in Nigeria as far back as 1993. Today they are manufacturing locally. And I can show you other companies. They are the second biggest brewer now. Because any company that wants to come to your market has to start by bringing in the goods and looking for the market share. As they get the market share, they come and start manufacturing. That's how it works. So, but let me tell you about the value of your currency. The value of your currency is determined by your reserve, your foreign exchange reserve. And that is propelled by your exports.
And there it is right there. So that was the opportunity we missed out on. I think that was more I think that was more Bula Balu than Bulaba. You have to tell me, but I think that was more Bula Balu than Bulaba. So it's just it's like a parallel universe, isn't it? But one other headline, we have to document this because it looks as though Simon Ekpa is now about to break away from the NNAMDI Kanu narrative. Because he has somewhat acknowledged now that that letter did come from NNAMDI Kanu. He cannot now deny that anymore, but he cannot step down. So it looks as though now he wants to move away from the NNAMDI Kanu narrative and go out as a breakout sort of a faction by himself. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. It says, NNAMDI Kanu not responsible for Biafran agitators' actions. So NNAMDI Kanu not responsible for Biafran agitators' actions. This is Simon Ekpa. So now, what does this mean? If he's saying NNAMDI Kanu is not responsible for the Biafran agitators' actions, and he, of course, the arrowhead of the Biafran agitators, then he's then excluding then NNAMDI Kanu from the journey that he's embarked upon. So he can no longer be saying, we're doing this in the name of NNAMDI Kanu, I am NNAMDI Kanu's disciple, etc. So all of that has to come out of his lexicon. Otherwise, by association, NNAMDI Kanu is still tied in. So NNAMDI Kanu not responsible for Biafran agitators' actions. So I understood that to mean that he feels he has served his apprenticeship in full, and it now wants his independence. So this is now the independence speech by Simon Ekpa. I have a clip of him speaking to that space, by the way. So just dial in, stay tuned in for that. So a lot to go through, and we will also be watching Tinubu's performance at the emergency meeting of the African at the ECOWAS space that he called to address the Niger matter. So all of that to come. So plenty to come. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us. And so at least do those three. I'm not going to mention anything about the coffee anymore, but click on the like, click on the subscribe, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us, especially if you're a new voice. But let's first go to the cake, guys.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Waila Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosona ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosoduke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Death have nothing to do with us. So let's go straight to this one. Amen to that, as I always say, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Nnamdi Kanu not responsible for Biafran agitators' actions. So this is Simon Ekpa, Finland-based member of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB. Simon Ekpa has said the agitators of sovereign nation of Biafra will take actions best known to them without attaching them to their leader, Nnamdi Kanu. So that statement already tells us all that we need to know. So they will be taking actions outside of Nnamdi Kanu. So that is to then say that Nnamdi Kanu would not be directing their actions anymore, if he did in the first instance. Ekpa disclosed this in a video shared on his Twitter handle on Sunday, adding that the agitators want the safety of Kanu. The self-acclaimed disciple of Kanu said this barely 24 hours that the IPOB leader ordered him to stop calling for a sit-at-home in the southeast. In a press conference in Enugu on Friday, Kanu Special Counsel Aloy Ejimako said the detained IPOB helmsman sent him to Ekpa through a handwritten letter to stop enforcing the sit-at-home. He also asked him to stop antagonizing the governors, as he did not know what they were doing on his behalf. But in the video on Sunday, Ekpa said, the reason for us not taking orders anymore from the DSS dungeon is to safeguard our leader. So that statement right there is a tacit acknowledgement. You know, he first told us that the letter was fake. So that statement right here, this one that I'm highlighting here, is an acknowledgement that the letter is real, because there's no denying anymore that the letter is real. Everybody has confirmed that it is real. So he said now, the reason for us not taking orders anymore from the DSS dungeon is to safeguard our leader. We want our leader to be safe. We want to exonerate our leader from anything that Biafrans will be doing for his own best interest. So there it is. That sounds like a breakaway statement to me. So any action that Biafra people will be taking in Biafra land, you don't attach Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to it. Any actions that Biafrans will be taking in Biafra land for the freedom of Biafra, freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and freedom of all prisoners of conscience, you do not bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to it. So does it go on still? Yes, so that's the sum total of it. I think I've actually got a clip of him saying it. So let's play that clip.
Order. No order from DSS dungeon. The reason for us not taking order anymore from the DSS dungeon is to safeguard our leader. We want our leader to be safe. We want to exonerate our leader from anything that Biafrans will be doing for his own best interest. So any actions that Biafra people will be taking in Biafra land, you don't attach Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to it. Any action that Biafrans will be taking in Biafra land for the freedom of Biafra, the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and freedom of all prisoners of conscience, you don't bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to it.
So there it is. That is the Ominira speech of Simon Ekpa. So that's his freedom speech right there. He has served his apprenticeship and now he breaks out to be a standalone agitator. So a standalone agitator, Tinubu begins fight against corruption, appoints special investigator to probe CBN. President Bola Tinubu has started his anti-corruption. President Bola Tinubu, let's do that one more time. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has started his anti-corruption as he appointed Jim Obazie as a special investigator to probe the activities of the Central Bank of Nigeria and other related entities. This was contained in a letter signed by the president and addressed to Obaze, the Chief Executive Officer of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. So I thought it was the Federal Mortgage Bank or something. So that tells you what I know. So that's what that acronym stands for. FRCN, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. In accordance with the fundamental objectives set forth in Section 15, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, this administration today continuing the fight against corruption by appointing you as a special investigator to investigate the CBN and related entities. This appointment shall be with immediate effect, and you will report directly to my office. Tinubu's letter reads. So there it is. This is something that I endorse. Not that my endorsement means anything. Tinubu's letter reads. I think it breaks off here somewhat. Tinubu's letter reads, something requires that you immediately take steps to ensuring the strengthening and probity of key government business entities, further block leakages in CBN and related GBEs, so that's government business entities, and provide a comprehensive report on public wealth currently in the hands of corrupt individuals and establishments, whether private or public. You are to investigate the CBN and related entities using a substantial experience, competence, and capable team, and work with relevant security and anti-corruption agencies to deliver on this assignment. I shall expect a weekly briefing on the progress being made. So, yes, let's carry on. Tinubu also sent Obaze a copy of his order suspending Emefiele as the Apex Bank chief. The development is coming just as the suspended Apex Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele is undergoing trial. Whilst Emefiele has since his suspension, been in the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS, a court last week granted him bail. The secret police, however, rearrested him. Emefiele is facing charges bordering on illegal possession of firearms and ammunition filed against him by the federal government. He has, however, pleaded not guilty to the charges. So, the direction, you know, the devil is always in the detail. This paragraph right here, where is the paragraph? This paragraph right here is what really excites me. So this paragraph right here, actually these two paragraphs is where the excitement is. It says, requires that you take immediate steps to ensure the strengthening and probity of key government business entities. So that is very, very important. That is very, very important, because we've said so many times on this platform that Nigeria doesn't need strong men, they need strong institutions. You know, they need strong institutions. And when you're talking about government business entities, you're talking about the Customs Service, which Ahmed, Ali Ahmed or something, he was in charge of. Endless amounts of money never remitted into the national coffers. Just all of the agencies, the federal inland revenue, the guy that was there was pocketing the money. They recently just caught him, only really because the institutions are not strong enough. So that's key right there. Require that you immediately take steps to ensure the strengthening and probity of key government business entities. So business entities are the customs, the federal inland revenues, also those sort of especially income generating agencies within the government. So that is where he's sending him to. and then it goes on. So this is the mission statement that we have been looking for. Further block leakages in CBN. So removing Emefiele does not in one fell swoop stop the corruption that is in the CBN, because that space is rotten to the core. Is rotten from the cleaner to Emefiele. They're all looters. So getting rid of Emefiele is putting a band-aid on a gaping wound, but you still need to have surgery on that wound. And it is the surgeon now that Tinubu is sending in. So further block leakages in CBN and related GBEs and provide a comprehensive report. So now, this is really where the fight, if they can pull this off, then they would have done something. Provide a comprehensive report on public wealth currently in hands of corrupt individuals and establishments, whether private or public. So go and find where the money is and who's holding it is the thing. You are to investigate the CBN and related entities using a suitable, experienced, competent, and capable team, and work with relevant security and anti-corruption agencies to deliver on this assignment. I shall expect a weekly briefing on progress being made. So this is a here on business sort of that excites me. I have to say that it may not excite you, but it excites me. So that's the direction of travel that we have been looking to see. So the direction of travel that we have been looking to see, and the destination now, the location that we're looking to move very quickly away from. Governor Fintiri declares 24 hours curfew in Adamawa after private warehouses were looted. An hungry man, they say, is an angry man. I'm not going to play you this clip, but I think you suspect what the content will be. Governor Ahmadu Fintiri, actually, I'm going to check. Let me check the CV of that guy, actually. Let me check the CV of God. Let's go. Let's see. Is it James Obazie? We have to find out who this character is. Is it fit for purpose? All right, let's see who he is. I beg your pardon. I will get to the Fintiri one in a moment, but I want to know who this man is. Let's see. Let's see. Does this tell us anything? All right. Let's look at business. Let's see what business day makes of him. So this is just a random Google search. It says, meet Jim Obazie, the man appointed to probe CBN. Who does it strike you? Who does it strike you as looking similar to? Have a guess. Does it not strike you as looking somewhat similar to Prince Adewale, who joins us sometimes? It looks very much like the Prince, doesn't he? Jim Obazie is the former executive secretary / chief executive officer of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Jim Osayande Obazie. So I'm sure World Peace will be happy with this, because this sounds like somebody from his region. He will come in very quickly now to tell us he's a prince from some royal household next to his family's estate. Jim Osayande Obazie is saddled with the responsibility of overseeing the setting, monitoring, and enforcing financial reporting standards and corporate governance practices in both public and private sectors of the Nigerian economy. That is a Herculean task, by the way. Obazie, who was also linked with the implementation of the controversial Corporate Governance Code 2016 that made Enoch Adeboye the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, to relinquish his position and announce Joseph Obayemi as his successor. The code limits the tenure for heads of religious groups and civil rights organizations to 20 years. Obazie pushed for the implementation, despite former President Buhari's objections. So it looks as though he's a reformist. The financial standards expert is also responsible for harmonizing the activities of relevant professional and regulatory bodies in Nigeria. So he is vastly experienced. In his earlier role, he has been on attachments to Financial Accounting Standards Board, USA, and ASB, Canada. He was the chairman of the 29th session of UNCTAD, whatever that means, and chairman of the committee of the roadmap to the adaptation of international financial reporting standards in Nigeria. Obazie holds an MSc in accounting, is also a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and a member of American Accounting Association. So it's both a chartered accountant here and in the in Nigeria and in the United States. Business Day checks shows that Obazie had previously conducted investigations on the central bank. He also investigated the Bank of Industry, Zenith Bank of Nigeria PLC, Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, and Access Bank PLC. The financial standards expert served in several technical committees, including those on accounting in the petroleum industry, upstream activities, technical committee on accounting for insurance business, technical committee on accounting for statement of cash flow, committee on implementation guide to accounting for leases, and technical committee on accounting in the petroleum industry, downstream activities, amongst others. So yes, so you are rest assured then that in terms of qualifications, he's qualified. So let's go back to the rascality going on in Adamawa State. Governor Fintiri declared 24 hours curfew in Adamawa after private warehouses were looted. Governor Amadu Fintiri of Adamawa State has declared a 24-hour curfew shortly after some private warehouses in the state were looted. A video shared online showed some persons carting away grains from warehouses they broke into. So it's unbelievable. Humwashi Wonosi Cow, the governor's chief press secretary who announced the curfew, said there will be no movement throughout the state during the curfew, and anybody found not complying will be arrested. He noted that the curfew was necessary due to the activities of hoodlums in Adamawa, the statement reads. Pardon me. The governor of Adamawa State, the Right Honorable Ahmed Umaru Fintiri, has declared a 24-hour curfew on the state, effective immediately Sunday, the 30th July 2023. Governor Fintiri said the curfew followed the dangerous dimension the activities of hoodlum had assumed across the state capital as they attack people with machetes and break into business premises and homes, cutting away properties. With the curfew imposed, there will be no movement throughout the state. Right Honorable Fintiri said only those on essential duties with valid identification will be permitted to move around during the period of the curfew. The governor is appealing to citizens and residents of the state to comply with the directive, adding that any persons found contravening the order would be arrested and made to face the wrath of the law. They like that phrase in Nigeria, the wrath of the law. So let's have a peep through. I hope it's not too violent. If it's too violent, then I'll stop it. But let's see what's going on in Adamawa State. All right. So if that was a government warehouse, I'm not sure how much of an objection I would have to that, seeing what the government is making us go through. But if that was a private warehouse, then you have to feel for whoever owns that space. Whoever owns that space is not responsible for what Tinubu is doing to the people, but there it is. But still with what Tinubu is doing to the people, let's go on to this one. So let's go to this. CBN lacks experience to manage Naira float. EIU predicts reversal of FX unification policy. So let's see what this has to offer. The Economic Intelligence Unit, an arm of the Economist of London, has predicted that the Nigerian government will go back to a system where they have more control over the exchange rate. According to Business Day, EIU made the let's take that from the top again. The Economic Intelligence Unit, an arm of the Economist of London, has predicted that the Nigerian government will go back to a system where they have more control over the exchange rate. According to Business Day, EIU made the prediction in its latest report about the Nigerian currency, the Naira. Last month, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, complying with the federal government's directive, announced the unification of all segments of the foreign exchange market, signaling the end of its control of the foreign exchange market. Since then, the exchange rate of the local currency has been determined by market forces. The Apex Bank later clarified that the new exchange rate regime is a managed float and not a free floating system. So let's actually see that, because I'm not aware of this clarification. So let's just see that. Oh God, I'm not clicking on. I'm not accepting anything else, so no cookies for me. Thank you. So let's see what this means. Let's just take a pit stop here to see what this means. No, this does not really tell us that. So let's just leave that. So yes. The Apex Bank later clarified. I want to see that clarification. Because I'm not aware that they've added an addendum to the Naira float. So let's see. Let me see. All right. I may not be able to tell you that because the article is a Bloomberg article and it's behind a paywall. So let's carry on. The Apex Bank later clarified that the new exchange rate regime is a managed float and not a free floating system. The United Kingdom-based platform in the report said the move would be taken to the United Kingdom-based platform in the report said the move would be taken to try and stop the Naira from losing its value much further. The IEU said the CBN, which manages the country's money, doesn't have much experience handling a flexible exchange rate system. So I'm not quite sure what that means. The CBN lacks experience in conducting monetary policies under a float, and the need to control rapidly increasing inflation will become more acute over time, EIU said. Our forecast is finely balanced, but we expect a return to heavier exchange rate management from the second half of 2023 as the Naira slides beyond 800 to the dollar from 770 to the dollar in early July. The research firm said that there is currently a shortage of foreign currency in the country, especially when it comes to fulfilling the demand for foreign exchange through Form A and E. So from A and M, from A and M, so that would be some sort of a central bank instrumentality. This scarcity, the firm said, combined with speculators taking advantage of the situation, might push the CBN to step in more and intervene in the market, especially since about 98% of their foreign reserves are in cash. The EIU, however, said that Nigeria's foreign reserves is still relatively liquid, which means they can pay for import for at least another 6 to 8 months. The report also projected that because of the unstable exchange rate and how it affects people's lives, the naira will lose its value more slowly than expected in the medium to long term. The report estimated that the average rate will be 815 to the dollar in 2024 and will further decline to 1,018 to the dollar by the end of 2027. Meanwhile, the naira depreciated by 0.93% at the investors and export forex window to close at 775 naira to the dollar. So there it is, another gloom and doom merchant for the. So that's that. But that, I'm sure that went over a lot of your heads, you know. But it didn't go over mine because I'm a clever man, just like Desmond. I'm a clever man. So from that space to this, breaking DSS releases IPOB's NNAMDI Kanu for medical examination after court order. Lawyer shares details. Barrister Ifeanyi Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, detained founder of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, has said the separatist leader has finally undergone his medical examination at his choice facility. Ejiofor, in a statement this weekend, said Kanu went through the medical examination in an unnamed hospital in Abuja on Friday, July the 28th. Correspondence report. Ejiofor revealed that the meeting between his client and his personal doctors took place outside of the facilities of the DSS. The legal practitioner added that he witnessed the medical examination of the IPOB leader and it was seamless. According to him, the assessment will be progressing to the next stage soon. He said, "We are pleased to inform you that Oyedumazi Nnamdi Kanu met with his choice personal physician yesterday, Friday, in a hospital in Abuja, outside the facility of the State Security Service, SSS. As part of the protocol, I witnessed the consultation. The medical examination was seamless and productive, and he, Kanu, will be progressing to the next stage soon." This development comes on the back of a court directive some days ago. Recall that a federal high court in Abuja recently ordered the DSS to allow Kanu access medical doctor of his choice whilst in custody. Justice Binta Nyako on Thursday, July the 20th, held that Kanu is entitled to medical doctor of his choice as guaranteed under the fundamental human rights provision of the Constitution. So is this now a case of Nigeria now starting to abide by the rule of law? I wonder if that's now a case of Nigeria now starting to abide by the rule of law. So let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. Nnamdi Kanu not responsible for Biafran agitator actions. This is Simon Ekpa. I think we already heard the words. Did I read this out already? I think I may have. So I think I may have. Let's go on from that to this. I think we've done the CBN guy. Do we want to? Yes. Hold on. Let me let me see. Let me see if I should. I could either give you a readout of the. I could either give you a readout of the. I could either give you a readout of the Tinubu's warning to the J Republic, or I could just play you a clip of him. So let me just play you the clip. I'll just fast it forward to where he actually says something.
Would you like to know how ChatGPT found me a £94,020?
No.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, let me just greet you and extend my courtesies based upon the protocol Liz just enumerated and go straight to this point. It is indeed a great honor for me to have you here because you accepted my invitation to be here despite the short notice I was given to you. Some people were far off in the east, and especially those who travel 8-9 hours to be here. I thank all of you for honoring this emergency. It shouldn't have been so. If not for extraordinary summit that is necessary to address the situation that we have in the J Republic, threatening our authority, and a very devoted member of this union. Great thanks to African Union and other international observers. We can't pretend that we didn't have the knowledge of what had happened and what is still happening. We have an hostage situation, an interruption to properly elected government of Niger Republic. Your presence here reflects your commitment to democracy, principle, and value. I appreciate that. It is a very challenging time for us, and it is time that we must demonstrate our commitment to a sustainable fact clearly open to us, that without freedom and democracy, there can be no development. There can be no end to poverty.
Last week, I made £608.
This is Summer, and she is now able to generate money online through her phone.
The danger to us right now is the fact that one of us, His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, is in hostage by his own army. The presidential God. What a calamity. It's an assault on every one of us. And we must take a very strong action. We want to protect the life of Bazoum, President Bazoum. Disrupting the democratic order has left the people of Niger in a state of uncertainty and vulnerability. But we have to face the challenge that we have right now. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, during the 63rd Ordinary Summit, the authorities set up a troika, comprising some of us to deepen reflections on security matters in the region and to accompany ECOWAS mediators. We'll be discussing other details. But just let's cast our mind back.
Last week, I made £608.
This is Summer, and she is now able to generate money online through her phone.
On this assault, I've briefed some of you about the actions that I've taken. I'm prepared to abide by all resolutions necessary to respond to this assault and to make sure that our colleague, the President Bazoum, is safe, and that democracy is restored in Niger Republic. Whether we call it constructive dialogue or otherwise, whatever you and I resolve, we make or mar our democratic credentials. I want us to be strong, forceful, and resolute about survivor of Bazoum, as well as the freedom and restoration of the constitutionally elected body in the Niger Republic. I want to say welcome and thank you very much. But no more time for us to sign a warning signals. It's time for action, and we should walk our talks. Thank you very much. Wait.
So there it is. We should walk our talk, and that walking of that talk is the drum beats of war. So the drum beats of war. So joining us, the majestic Atiande Koko, as you know, the erudite bishop. Welcome. Kumi joins us. Thank you. Solomon from Abuja, he's here. Adewale from inside his fridge is here. Rational Mind is here to tell us what do you mean, and to give the military perspective. Vin joins us. So good to have you, gentlemen. So still plenty of space on the still plenty of space for at least a couple more spaces for whoever wants to hop on. But shall we kick it off then? I'm really excited by this special investigator that Tinubu has appointed. Let's kick it off then first with this space now. Reinstate President Bazoum within 7 days of face war. ECOWAS warns Niger coup plotters. So it looks as though this stance by Tinubu is backed globally. United States government hails Tinubu on bold decisions on Niger Republic. So this space fast developing, and it might well be the solidifying or failure of Tinubu as an international figure. So let's do a quick whip round just to document everybody's voices. This headline, this communique, emergency meeting by ECOWAS, how are you stood on this? Ajanle Koko, kick it off for us. Good to see you, Ajanle Koko. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, Tinubu's leadership of the ECOWAS, particularly in that video that he showed us. He showed a courageous leader. It was very engaging. He was firm and was directing the affairs of that meeting well. And it was in total control of the whole it was in total control of that meeting. So it really lived up to expectation as a leader, as a Nigerian leader and a leader of ECOWAS. But the communique they roll out as a measure they're going to take against that country, I think it's too harsh.
You think it's too harsh?
Yeah, I think it's too harsh against a neighboring state. And they have to be very, very careful because according to their communique, the military action might be the last resort if all the measures they're rolling out in terms of economic sanction against Niger, if it doesn't work, they are giving that government 7 days to give up, reinstate the president that have been toppled, reinstate government institution that have been terminated, and the constitution. So if after 7 days this guy did not
Do you think there should be a military build-up in the interim, a military build-up to send a signal, to a show of strength, sort of military build-up?
I don't think so. I don't think there should be military build-up.
Is that not the language that all these jackboots understand?
Military solution will not work. Military solution might...
It's a carrot and stick, isn't it? If they build up towards the border of that space and they fight some sort of sortie over the presidential palace, we have superior weaponry and that was what they did, by the way, to get rid of Yahya Jammeh in Gambia. It was just a show of strength, isn't it? So do you not think it shows strength?
Let me tell you, you show strength in this situation is not going to work. And why it's not going to work is because we have the entire military structure in control in that country today. The head of the presidential guard took over government, and the military of that country declared support for taking over government. And according to them, they said they don't want to divide the military. They want to keep the military of that country intact. So the military of that country is still intact. So if the ECOWAS want to carry out military action, nobody have that capacity to do that except Nigeria. So that's to say Nigeria is going to war against Niger. It's long-term a neighbor. And we don't have enough military officers to put on the ground to go and fight this war. So we have our own problem, security challenges at home. We're being ravaged by insurgency, by banditry, and criminality in our country.
Yeah, but it's sort of like an ECOMOG thing. Now we're not. It's not.
There's no ECOMOG. Where is the ECOMOG? Where is the military of the ECOWAS states? They don't have it. It's not the way it used to be during the Abacha or Babangida time. They don't have it. So how are they going to fight this war now? It's Nigeria. How Nigeria is going to wage this war against that country and defeat that country, I don't know. They could do it, but
let me show you. Let me show you this. I'm not sure. The military strength of that country is not anything that they have about 13,000 at the most in terms of military personnel.
Okay. They have 13,000 military.
Yes.
How many?
They can be intimidated very quickly. That is a greater point.
They can be intimidated, but they could fight. We might underrate them. You might look at, oh, these people don't have any military strength compared to Nigeria. But we saw what happened in Libya. The NATO, Gaddafi military strength is nothing to match the NATO. But what was the outcome? The country was destabilized. Gaddafi was toppled. And then we are still suffering the aftermath of that.
No, they are not Gaddafi. Let me show you this. This is from Firepower. So this tells you a snapshot of where they are. So their population about 24 million. Total military personnel about 13,000. Active personnel about 10,000. No reserves. Paramilitary 3,000. Air Force 350. Army personnel 850. Ojo cantonment can go and take over that country. Ojo cantonment.
One man, can I say something real quick?
Yes.
All right. No. So you also have to factor in the Wagner group. They have the support. I don't know if you've seen a picture of a guy, a black guy. I think he's a Nigerian. I don't know. I'm yet to confirm it. He took a picture with the Wagner head of the Wagner group. So you need to understand that military force will not resolve this as long as Russians are involved. So they need to tread with caution. Already right now, they're slamming them with sanctions already. They've frozen the assets of some of their military and some of their politicians that are involved in that coup. But the fact that the Russians are involved in this whole thing, in the whole onslaught, the whole coup, especially the Wagner group, tells you a lot. And you need to factor in the reason why they said they're overthrowing, because of the Islamist situation over there in the Sahel. That the toppled president was just retreating with levity, was just not being serious about it. So they too have their own reasons. And if Nigeria did, I mean, from what I'm seeing, that it's like they send Tinubu might want to send in troops. That would be an act of aggression against the neighboring states, and they can resolve to. And that would be like Angelico was saying. Might end up having a situation like
it's not an act of aggression against a neighboring state. It's an act to support the democratically elected. So it's an act of addressing international illegality.
Okay, so
one man. I think the issue is
hold on. Let Rational Mind land this stuff.
One man. Maybe when it gets to my own turn, I'll be able to.
No. Land that thought, and then let. Yes, I'm taking it round anyway.
Let me yield floor to other people.
Rational Mind.
No, hold on, Dewale. Let Ajanle Koko land this thought, and then I'll take it round. Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So one man, what I'm saying here is that if Nigeria should send troops to attack this military constituted authority, it will be considered as a declaration of war against their country, and they will fight.
No, it would not be considered a declaration of war unless Bozum was in government and Nigeria acted aggressively.
Let me tell you, one man, nobody, no institution in any world can tell any other country how to govern themselves. It's an act of aggression. They will fight back. The president that is in captivity will be eliminated. The country will be put in a state of anarchy. Do you want to impose leader on them? You think they're going to take it?
No, if the president is eliminated, they can put the country under the temporary authority of ECOWAS and run a very rapid election to take them back to democracy. But they cannot allow these people to hold
what you are
that
saying,
country.
ECOWAS is going to impose their own leader on
ECOWAS will run an election.
And you think that election will be peaceful? You think people will not fight back? Look, let me tell you.
Who will fight back? They don't have the military strength, and they don't have the popular will of the people.
Who told you they don't have the popular will of the people?
They don't.
People
from
jubilated on the street.
No, those are orchestrated jubilations. Those are orchestrated.
What do you mean by orchestrated? Do you think that if coup should happen in Nigeria today, you think people will not jubilate? Look, let me tell you this. It is better to find a peaceful solution to this problem. ECOWAS should engage with this man. Let us find a peaceful solution to this problem, because the Sahel is not even safe at the moment. Do you know how many terrorists that war will attract to come and fight in Niger? And Chad is there. Chad is governed by military government too. So what are we talking about? Look, it is not military solution that is the problem. They have rolled out.
But the Americans are endorsing it, so it'll be a quick kill.
Just forget about America and all those foreign interests. All the
Tucano jets. You know there are restrictions on the Tucano jet, but if they say that it can be used in Niger, then it'll be a quick kill.
Well, look, whether they use Tucano jet or they don't use Tucano.
Well, why are you arguing like this? I mean, you're just arguing like that. What is what we're talking about? How can you use a Tucano jet on a sovereign country? One man, you're so funny.
No, not on a sovereign country, on a bunch of renegades that are trying to seize hold over. No, they're not a sovereign. Is it an extension of Russia?
Listen, okay. I'm just itching to want to comment, but I just don't want to go. Let it go like yesterday. Just go on, please. Go on with please.
So
don't worry, I saw Mike bullying you yesterday, but don't worry, I've been having words with Mike. But carry on.
So one man, this situation is not as that of Gambia. The Gambia situation is different from this. This one, you have the military government, military authority in place here. And all of them didn't want their country to become like, they don't want that situation that is happening in Sudan to happen in their country. That's why they pull their resources and put their weight behind the new leader. And they are ready. Military is military. Military are trained with the same mindset, ethics of profession, and what ethics of that profession carry most is to fight against the enemy that is trying to invade their country. So you will have a situation when you wage war against them, then you want to destabilize the military of the country.
No, shock and awe. They should use shock and awe.
Shock and awe. Destabilize Iraq. What do you call it? Saddam military. Do you know how many years it takes them to build their military back to where they are today? And today, the military of Iraq, as strong as they used to be in the Middle East, are not as strong as they were. Iran military was not as strong as Saddam Hussein military. But where is Saddam Hussein military? Where is Iraq military today? They are nowhere to be found because of this invasion by the Western world. And the reason was to destabilize, destroy that military, make sure there's no, they don't constitute threat to Israel and their interest in that region, Saudi Arabia and other interests they have in that region, and they succeeded in destabilizing. So that is the same thing that Nigeria is trying to do. And it's going to blow back on our face. If that country become ungovernable, because the strength of every country behind their economy is their military. This is a country that maybe does not even have economy in the first place. Their economy is a mess. Then the military, according to what you said,
you keep saying military. They have 10,000 active. This on your screen now. This is from Global Firepower. 10,000 active army. No reserves. No reserves.
Listen to me, one man.
Ojo cantonment will go into that. They will stroll into that country and take it over. Ojo cantonment.
You don't understand. What I'm saying is that they have 13,000 or maybe 10,000, as you are saying, 10,000 standing army at the moment. So if Nigeria wage war against them, then that means Nigeria will destabilize, must have to destabilize.
It's not a war, though. You're saying
it's going to be. They're going to fight back.
They don't have the capacity or the personnel.
Okay, how you so Nigeria military will just walk in and you think they will just
exactly. They will put up a bit of a. And by the way, they don't have universal acceptability even amongst the army. They will just throw in and take
they don't have universal. What do you mean they don't have universal?
Because when the elite guards took over that country, the army asked them to take it to step down. So it looks as though there's some uncomfortable balance between the army and the elite guard, which has now facilitated that coup, but it was not universally accepted. It is still in its nascent stage. So before they really fully settle in, this is when to strike them. I'll be surprised if they are not struck sometime this week.
They're already settling. The military has declared support to the leader of the presidential guard, who is the president today. They declare support. They're giving him all the necessary.
No, they didn't. They didn't. We should be guided.
What are you talking about? Why are you guys talking like this?
They didn't.
They didn't, and they couldn't take over. They couldn't overrun them. What they already declare. I don't know if you guys are following this situation in Iraq. In Niger. The military already declare support
are you supporting the coup? Are you supporting the coup? Are you supporting
it is not a matter of supporting the coup. Look,
if you don't support it, well, you are defending them because they removed elected president, and you are supporting them that what they are doing is okay.
All right. Let Ajande Koko land and I'll bring it round. Ajande Koko land, and then I'll come to you next, Kumi.
Okay, so what I'm telling you, one man, is that if Nigeria should carry out military incursion into that country in order to take out this military junta who are in control now, it will be regarded as declaration of war. They will fight back, and Nigeria will have to destroy their military. And that's going to be very, very dangerous for us as a country, because that means that country will not have military no more. There's not going to be
sorry, Ajande Koko. As much as I want to go on to Kumi, I think you are painting the most extreme of scenarios. If Nigeria goes in and takes out the leadership of the coup, then the military will go back to their barracks. The military will go back to their barracks, and then they pay off the middle cadre and settle the country in. And we're not talking about not more than 300 people thereabout that they need to address. If even that, maybe even 50 people. If about 50 people are addressed, then the country will settle back.
One man.
It's not anything protracted or long-winded. It's a 10,000 army force. A lot of them just jack boots.
Whether it is 10,000 army force or 5,000 army force, they are trained to defend the territorial integrity of their nation.
They are trained to obey orders. They are trained to obey orders.
From
yes.
Who? From who?
That's what hold on, Ajande Koko.
Obey order from who?
Sorry, Ajande Koko, this is what I'm saying. If the hierarchy is either negotiated out or removed forcefully, then the army will take order from the whatever reasonable level of leadership there is left that wants to navigate back to democracy. So it's not the entirety of the army, it's the echelons that has to be addressed. And once they have been addressed, then the next level of echelons will then redirect the army back to the barracks.
You have to look at the way you are describing as it is easy to just separate the leadership from the lower cadre of the military. Look at the way you are describing it, as if it is easy. Oh, and your guy, let's eliminate the leadership or scrape off the leadership, and the followers, or that means the lower cadre can follow our command. Is that the way it is done? They will fight. So what I'm saying,
do you think if America is fighting Nigeria, do you think Nigeria army is going to fight back? What are we saying? Nobody really wants to die.
Hold on.
Military might. You don't step back.
Hold on. So are you telling me that if America want to carry out military incursion of into Nigeria, so Nigerian military should just hands off? Is that what you're saying?
Which Nigerian military wants to fight American military? Do you think the Nigerian soldiers are idiots too?
Why are you guys
won't do that?
Hold on. Then what is their job as a military?
Their job is not to waste their life.
Why you guys talking like this? As if such a thing can happen to America and the American military will just hands off. I mean, why are you guys talking like this? Then why do we have military? I don't know the integrity of the country and against any form of incursion against the country. Is that not what they are doing?
All right, Ajande Koko, 4 times. Let me bring Kumi in and then take it round and then we open it up. So Kumi.
So let me conclude one more. So my conclusion is this: President Tinubu should be very diplomatic in handling this situation. He should not allow himself to be pushed into what is not good for our neighboring country and our country as well. Niger have a stretch of over 1,000 miles border with Nigeria that are very, very porous. So that country have some region that are under the control of terrorists already as it is today. So President Tinubu should use wisdom to handle this. And I believe if he take on diplomatic mission with the military junta there, maybe they can have some kind of agreement with him to quickly return that country into civilian administration. That is the best way I think they can do. But to say that guy, to bring that guy back when he's in captivity, no, it's gonna be very difficult. We could overrun that country, but we're going to destabilize the military, and we're going to destabilize that country the more at the end of the day. So, and destabilization, the further destabilization of that country will constitute threat to the security of Nigerian state as well. So that's my take. Tinubu should take it, should go more diplomatic and not take a military solution as the lasting solution to that problem. That's what they have done now. The economic sanction they roll out is okay, and see how they can reach out to him, to engage with him, and try to lure him into returning that country to civilian administration as quick as possible, and not to take up military incursion and action against a neighboring state. That will not good for the entirety of West Africa. It's not good for us as Black people as well. That's my take, Mama. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajani Koko. So you're up next, Kumi. So Tinubu now, via the mandate of the ECOWAS space, has given a 7-day notice to this rascally Tuaregs with AK-47 to step down. But is that 7-day notice, is it even too much? Should they not just go in straight away? Because we have their data here. They have a total number of military personnel of about 13,000. 10,000 of them active, no reserves, 3,000 paramilitary, 350 Air Force personnel, probably even just one plane between them. Army personnel, 8,500. They have no navy because they are landlocked. Why are we giving these people 7-day notice? Why doesn't Tinubu just go in straight away, slap down these Tuaregs, put Bazoum back, and go and take his flowers from Washington? The 7-day notice, is it even too much time for these people to settle in?
It's not too much, Mama. So far, so good. All the action is very okay for me. Normal. As a giant of Africa, as a Nigerian, as the best number one economy in Africa, as everything we have. Normal, we're supposed to be controlling all this country. You understand? I don't see anything difficult for us to resolve the crisis in Niger. There is nothing. I don't believe we need foreign. So my own, with all the instruments, the criteria we have, no, we can do it, and I believe this man will resolve it. See, let me tell you, the country is already threat to Nigeria. They are already threat to Nigeria. Buhari spent a lot of money during his 8 years period to Niger. The same way America to do it. They say they are spending a lot of money on the soldier for supporting democracy in that country. And let us see it in another way. this thing is go beyond all what we are talking here. Nigeria, we want to pass our pipeline to Europe, right? It's going to go through Niger. Everything is just like economy crisis. And this thing is looking like they want to attack Nigeria. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm talking about my own view on this. And Tinubu is very right to use force to take that guy out of that place. You understand me? And we have the ability. If they say we open war against our neighbor, okay, a neighbor is already open war against us because they want to kill our economy. If you see the first statement the guy did, he's using Nigerian intelligence that all the stolen money they stole from Nigeria because he thought he can be able to manipulate Asiwaju. They know what they are doing. And
that they stole from Nigeria. Hold on, that they stole from where?
Some from Nigeria. The guy, that's the first statement the guy uttered.
Yeah, they stole from Nigeria or Niger, yeah.
No, from Nigeria. I said they stole some money from Nigeria to Niger. If you go and if you check, it's on TikTok. All those videos on TikTok. I can send it to you.
Send it to me, yeah.
Yeah, I will send it. I'm done.
Is it the one where he was holding the guy down and the guy was crying that if he doesn't release the money within 24 hours, he will shoot him or something? I saw. Anyway, send it in. Yeah. Yeah, send it in.
I will send it to you. You understand? See, it's already beyond what we are talking about here. Economy is go beyond what we are just thinking. But Tinubu should take a good action. There is nothing we cannot regret. Our neighbor is already our enemy. If all Nigerians too, we protect the poorer border. Then Nigeria will protect it because they're already our enemy. Even right now, the guy is already threat to Nigeria. This one they're saying they want to cause a neighbor to be threat to Nigeria. Do you know something like that want to happen last year in Benin Republic too? Buhari sent some DSA to protecting Benin president. This thing is a plan, and I believe the target is Nigeria. I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe it's from Russia or France or whatever. But I know it's a plan work because they know the pipeline gas is going to Europe, is going to pass through Niger. Now, if we install this one on, how do we want to move forward on our economy target too? All this thing we need to look beyond what we are saying, and we want to okay. Do you want to tell me that the president don't have supporter? He's 100% have supporter because they did election and he won election. You want to tell me some citizens don't vote for him? This one, some people are saying, the people want him to. No, it's totally wrong. That's my opinion on that. Woman.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on from you to Dewale then. So Dewale. So now these wayward Tuaregs that are parading themselves as now the new governance of Niger Republic. We cannot just feel that they're just this bunch of ragtags, because of course we already know that they have international backing. But that international backing is not yet in troop form, because I don't yet see movement of troops by the Wagner Group into Niger Republic. So the window of opportunity for Tinubu to move quickly is now. So that 7 days might well be too much time, because having given that 7-day notice, they would then mobilize to shore up their position. So is it a surprise, shock, and awe strike? And are they also then to concede that they're going to sacrifice President Bazoum, who is in the custody of these people, and if they move militarily against them, and they will strike him first? But if they make all of that calculation to make that decision, and they strike and take those people out, should Nigeria then own that country permanently so that this doesn't repeat? So all of that, Dewale.
Thank you, woman. I had a very strong opposition to what Babajale Koko was talking about earlier. I was talking about Nigeria moving in, militarily to, turn the country back to civilian ruling. To me, This is going to be the test of President Tinubu's foreign policies and diplomacies tax, and I hope he get it right. For those who are against military application to what is happening in Niger, I think they're getting it wrong. First and foremost, Niger hold a strategic position in West Africa, and the entire West Africa cannot sit back and fold their hands and let that country go into the hands of idiots. So why do I say this? We are talking about the Russia backing. It's just an insinuation. They have not categorical about their support for the junta until they make a statement. And when Kashim Shettima and the other African countries went to Russia, there was no discussion towards that. Yes, it is possible that the Wagner group already in Mali right now could also come to the head of the junta if the other West Africa countries are coming with their troop. But Tinubu Nigeria military is not the only military is going to go to Niger. If at all, they will be sending their troop. Other West African countries, just as we did currently right now in Guinea-Bissau. If Nigeria military personnel withdraw from Guinea-Bissau, that country will be overrun by the military officers. It's a known fact. As a matter of fact, the commanding officer currently in Guinea-Bissau confirmed that when Tinubu visited that country. And I think the ECOWAS community also did the right thing, knowing fully well that this is going to happen by appointing Tinubu as the current chairman of the body. So, having said that, I don't know if we are familiar with the ECOWAS charter or chapter, I believe, Article 56 talked about the political affair. For those who are saying that, going into Niger with the military was going to be, as a sovereign country, we are going to be committing a crime. No, because it talks about the integration, political, and economic affair of that region, of the Western region. So, the rest of the West African country also, because whether they like it or not, whatever happens in Niger, it will spill over to the rest of the West African countries. Yes, I don't think sending military there is to, impose the President Bosom on the country, but to establish democracy, because the military can't just take over. But by whose mandate? Whose mandate? And holding the country hostage, to me, is just not something that, at this 23 century, I don't think that is the way to govern. So the economic embargo being placed on the country is not going to be enough, because they are going to have their support from the Western country. I think, just like they did in Liberia, just like they're currently doing in Guinea-Bissau, they can also put the troop on the ground. So, Babangida Koko said something.
Do you think putting the troops in, that would necessarily mean sacrificing President Bazoum?
Well, it could also be a negotiating factor. You let him go, we let you go free too. Because whether they like it or not, we can override them. If the entire Nigerian troop can override them. But we wouldn't want to do that. We want to go with other countries, other West African countries' mandate. Go together.
Is this not a window of opportunity for Nigeria to assert its dominion over that sub-region?
We don't have to, have dominion over another sovereign country. We are partners. We are brothers. We are partners. It's not about being domineering or dominating the affair of another country. We have not even solved our own political problem. We are now going to be putting our own on our head. But we could also go in partnership by ensuring that there's a political stability. Yes, I think as much as they put troops on the floor, on the ground, they could also have a political, engagement with the juntas. by putting some proposals forward, and part of it could also be releasing the ex-president or any other political prisoners, and then start negotiating just like they did in Gambia. Baba Jale Koko was making reference to Gambia as being different. What is the difference between what was? I mean, Jammeh was a military officer when he transitioned to military to civilian. So what was the difference between what he was imposing himself on the nation and what is happening in the jail? There was no difference. So while that was ongoing, you can also start, making some incursion into the country, because what I would like you to know, it is they are playing the interest of certain people, and until the Russian, yeah.
Sorry, can I brought in? Yeah, you said you were.
I've not even landed on my point. Anyway, go ahead. Okay, until the Russia or whoever we are suspecting categorically about their interest, that the Wagner Group in Mali doesn't mean that they also will be interested, except if the interest that be is going to be sending them and footing the bill. But I think the entire West African nation or countries are up to the task. Now, when the support comes, will they be able to give it 100%? If not, for those who are saying we should not bother about them, to me, that is not the way, because they are our closest neighboring country up in the north, and we know what is happening about the infiltration and also provocation of weapons and all that coming from that part of the world. So we need to ensure that that part of the world is secure, so that our country also, we can go to bed, with the two eyes closed.
All right, brilliant. Come in, Rational Mind. You couldn't contain yourself, but is this not the window of opportunity for Tinubu to earn his international flowers? The Americans are back his position, the French back his position, the ECOWAS back his position. So all he now needs to do is to take action, and if he takes action and succeeds, then that then earns him his international flowers, and then it goes up the hierarchy in the international space. So a window of opportunity for prestige for Nigeria. Should Tinubu even wait that 1 week to strike? Rational Mind.
We all know where this whole narrative is going. This is the propaganda of the APC and Badurians. I understand. I don't know why we just blew up this thing like, Tinubu has come there, he has become president, when he himself is hanging, if he has having the legitimacy on his neck, hanging on his neck. And now you want to go to another country and go and reinstall the deposed democratically removed president, democratically elected president. We know all these things, just cloud chasing people. The Badurians are just chickens chasing, just trying to legitimize Tinubu in any way. But let me go to the topic. Let me go to the topic. First of all, I just want to address Adewale. Whatever stupid ECOWAS article, whatever they have. Where was it when the other guy toppled, what's his name, in Guinea? Where was he? Where was the ECOWAS charter? Where was the ECOWAS charter when Mali also went down? Where was the ECOWAS charter when, what's it called? Burkina Faso also went down. Come on, you people just talk. ECOWAS is another toothless bulldog like UN, United Nations. Just that same, toothless bulldog. Just talk and we don't see any action. So now, because Tinubu is there now, everybody they are now blowing up just to make him oh yeah, if he can put the insurrection down, or put the rebellion, the military guys in Niger, put them down and reinstall it's going to make him look good. Oh, come on, dude, guys. Politics is not.
It's going to make us look good.
No. It's going to make dude, come on. You see, this is what we do a lot here. We just want to promote this Tinubu narrative. It makes us
this is
sit back and fold their hands, right?
Yeah.
And don't do anything, at all. Yeah. Is that what you're suggesting?
That what we should not what?
That Nigerians should just fold his hands and not do anything.
No. You see, let's just keep quiet about this whole thing. Let him just do his job. Whatever he wants to do, let him do it. But
what would you recommend that he do?
He said,
what would you recommend that he do at this time?
Let us know your stand.
Yeah, I'll come to that. I just want to say this Tinubu narrative around this whole thing. Let us put it down. let's talk about Nigeria.
Okay, leave Tinubu out of the equation. But what would you? Okay, so we have a situation in Niger Republic. Nigeria is the most powerful country in that sub-region. ECOWAS is against what is going on in Niger Republic, as is the rest of the world, are barring a few vested interests. So, what would you suggest that Nigeria, as the power base of that sub-region, do?
Yeah, we need to factor in so many things. If I were to advise Tinubu, I just want to just tread with caution. Like we were talking about yesterday here. You see, what is going on is a proxy war that the Russians are fighting with the West, which is the United States and European nations on the other hand. This military group, they have the support of the Russian mercenary group, Wagner. They are all over Sahel there, helping Mali, also helping Burkina Faso. Now they're also operating in Niger. They're helping them to stem those tide of the Islamists in the Sahel. And we saw what happened in Burkina Faso too. The same thing, the same template was playing out in Niger, because when they toppled the democratically elected president, they even had a counter coup again. The initial coup was that they was not handling the issue of the Islamists killing there. So the same thing was what we're seeing in Niger. So for me, I would just advise people to tread with caution. You don't want to anger the Russians. You don't want to anger.
What does tread with caution mean? Do nothing. Try mediation. Or just let it ride, or what does tread with caution?
Well, like some other people have already said, like Agadekoko said, I see that being the case if it happens. But don't forget too that Chad is also there. Chad has never won at some point. There's never really been an ally of Nigeria, even though sometimes they cooperate in some reasons. Chad too, they also watching, and Chad has one of the strongest army in Africa. Even not in the Sahel.
Yeah, but Chad, but we're not talking about Chad. We're talking about Niger. Just a handful of Tuaregs.
Yeah, well, you can say they have 10,000 army, whatever it could be. I've seen. There was some years ago. I was in Benin Republic, and they brought in some military hardware. I don't know where they got it from the seaport there. I saw it when they moved it out. It was going to Niger. Don't mess with the Nigerians. They have some military hardware too. But I don't know how well they're well trained. But I know they have very, very disciplined military personnel too. Why is it that the Boko Haram is not really active in their own side there? They limit them to that Lake Chad area. You don't really hear of the bomb explosion that we had, or the killing here and there, and then the way they spread among us here and among in Nigeria. And then you don't really see.
Who killed the former president? Who killed the former president?
Kumi, settle down. Yeah. Who killed the former president is what he's asking. But
you mean Chad? Idris Deby. Is that what you're talking about?
Which former president, Kumi?
Yes. Le Chad.
Yeah, that's
the father of the
Idris Deby is not the Boko Haram. It's some terrorists that they are fighting.
But it was an Islamic group affiliated.
You see that too. There is a lot of controversy around it. There was a palace coup. I think there was some bodyguards of Idris Deby. That was the people that killed him. So they just masked it to mean that he was killed by the Sahel terrorists. No, I don't think so. Idris Deby has a lot of. He has very strong bodyguards. I don't know how they were able to get to him, but it must have been.
He has the habit of going to the war front.
Exactly, yeah. But then I don't think they could not come near where he is. No, forget it. He has a very strong. Chadians, they have a very strong military force. Forget it. They know how to map their area. Those area. They are designed. That's why you see them. They go to some international peacekeeping forces mission, like I think in Sudan. I think in Somalia and some other parts of the world. They're very good, very good. But what I'm trying to say is that Idris Deby's death, it's an inside job, it's not. I don't think it's any of those terrorists. Well, that's what they say. But anyway, let me just go. So we need to factor in all of so many things.
But his son become president. His son become president,
He wasn't
right?
now. His son was not with him when he was.
Kumi, let her talk now. It will get to your turn.
Let me. I'll address him. His son, what's his name? I forgot his name, but his son was home. I mean, he was back. He was holding on the palace when his father was going and with the military to go on. I mean, they slaughtered a lot of the Boko Harams, and they were asking Nigerians, "What are you people doing on your own side?" I mean, he did it. So after 1 week or a week or two after they did that mass.
All right. The international dimension of this.
So we need to factor in. What I'm saying is, we need to factor in so many things, the neighbors, everything, and for me, with Mali and Burkina Faso and Chad, as I see, being part of the support Niger. But what I don't know is, but I know Burkina Faso and Mali, they support their military takeover in. So Nigeria should contend with that too. They should need to factor that in too. That if Nigeria decides to move in, if Mali also join and Burkina Faso also send a military to go and help them out, then Nigeria has a lot of things. So we need to weigh our options very well before doing it. But I think what they should do, like what they did to Abacha, would be, well, which I don't think really was effective. But the Nigeria case would not be effective because Nigeria has a coastal. We have a coast. We are bordered to the Atlantic Ocean, so we can have access to whatever. Even though they were military blockade or whatever blockade they give to Abacha, then there were things that were still coming in. I mean, there were stuff that was still coming in from some countries. So if they strangle them with sanctions, like they're already doing, that could stifle them. It could really squeeze them to want to, like, maybe even the people might want to rebel against the military and say, look, we are being.
But that's a longer term. That's a longer term strategy.
For me, that's the only route than to go and start doing all this crap.
You know, sanctions rarely ever work because
it will work on Niger. It will work.
Name one country that sanctions has ever worked.
Let me tell you how to work on Niger. Because Niger depends on Togo, depends on Benin, depends on Ghana for the importation of their stuff, and Nigeria as well, and maybe some few maybe from Cameroon, but Nigeria, Benin, Togo mostly, especially, they get stuff. So and all these countries on the coast, they are French and US allies. So if they block them from getting stuff into that place, then and Nigeria also blocking them from getting aid into their country, they will stifle them, they will squeeze them. I mean, it might not work on Nigeria, maybe other countries on the coast of West Africa, but also inland states like countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, it can work on them. So for me, I'll believe they should tread with caution, let him negotiate with them, and if that doesn't work, slam them with sanctions, squeeze them, deprive them of funds, aids, don't let anything go in there. Maybe the people will just start the rebellion on their own.
What's the time scale for that? However
it takes, it's better than having to go in there, use a military force, because you don't want to cause instability that will spill over. We've seen that happen in the one that happened in we've seen that in Libya. We've seen that in other Arab countries that it happened, and the US did, and how it turned out. So we don't want a repeat of such. When I say, well, it's easy for us to go in there. I mean, it was easy when they went in and to topple Saddam, and maybe possibly it wasn't easy as such when they toppled Libya. But look at the after effects. So we should weigh his option very well. I know he has very strong diplomats around him that we should be working with him. Tinubu should have them around him, and some intelligence people who are in the military intelligence. They should be looking at all these factors. But for me, from a layman perspective, from the way I'm looking at it right here, I see it as something like...
Are you following over on your seat, rational mind?
No, it's my phone. I was just gesturing here, and my hand just hit my phone. And
look at this guy.
Yeah, so anyway, it dropped. I don't know if that's what I said. I'll pick up later. But anyway, yeah. So for me, I just think it just needs to tread with caution. Same advice I will advise anybody. From my own, the way I'm looking at it from an outsider, because they have military and all of that around them, that gives them all the military intelligence as to what is the capability of Niger. If we strike this way, what could be the after effect, what could be the whatever. They have all this information at their disposal that me, I don't have. But from the way we look at it from our own perspective, from just looking at it, I see a lot of fallout from that. He doesn't want to deal with that because right now he has his own issue to deal with in Nigeria. Our local terrorists, the Boko Haram, the Eastern.
But is that not part of the solution to Boko Haram though? Because Niger Republic is very much part of the Boko Haram narrative.
Oh, hold on. It's not because if it were, why didn't Bubu solve the issue of Boko Haram, eliminate them totally?
But did they have the political will? Was it really interested in solving that?
That's debatable. So does Tinubu also have the political will? We shall see as time goes on. If he's still there, we shall find out if he has the political will. All this cloud chasing that the APC propaganda machine always turn out and put online and try to promote Tinubu like he's some kind of Superman. I mean, we shall see how that pans out. So
well,
for me,
he's not acting alone.
He said what?
Tinubu is not acting alone. He has the support and the mandate of other West African presidents. So why are you saying this?
As well as the international community.
Dude, I'm not saying he doesn't have support. I mean, the question is, one should. What's going on? Somebody wants to say something.
Please. Can I interject Rational Mind?
Please go on, please, if you want to interject.
Okay. Now, Rational Mind. I was watching Al Jazeera this evening. And some people in Niger are already rioting against the coup plotters. They are calling for their president back. So, in this situation, I don't see why Tinubu's name keeps coming into this discussion. Tinubu is acting under the umbrella of ECOWAS.
Okay.
And I think most times we undermine the power of Nigeria in West Africa. The West African economy as a whole, Nigeria alone takes 63% of the West African economy. In terms of population, the whole of West Africa is around 400 and something million. Nigeria is 200 and something million. So if you say Mali is joining Niger, I want to tell you that if they put their armies together, if Nigeria wants to go into a battle with them, with the support of other ECOWAS nations, they cannot stand it. Because when you talk about armory, talk about everything, Nigeria has it a lot. But the problem is this, the external influence that is in this discussion, the proxy war that Russia and US are fighting. That is the major issue on ground. So if ECOWAS have given them 7 days, and after 7 days, they do not respond with all the sanctions, they have sanctioned them now. No flight, no closing of borders and all those things. They've already sanctioned them already. If no changes, if they go in by force, it is not about, it won't be, even it will not be seen as Nigeria fighting Russia. It will be seen as ECOWAS
defending democracy.
The actors, all the actors yes. So that is the way it should be. So, but we just pray that it doesn't go to that. We pray that it doesn't go to that because a lot of lives will be lost, even innocent lives.
Are we really praying that? Jide, are we really praying that it doesn't really go to that? Because this now presents a window of opportunity for Nigeria to show strength. You know, so if we want, I don't object to us going in there militarily, just to assert to the West African region who the boss is.
Woman, see, in terms of
we keep saying Nigeria has
if we want to show strength in this matter.
Okay, go on. Are you done?
Okay, if we want to say we want to show strength in this matter, we need to also understand that we have an unstable situation back home, so that we don't put all our strength out there, and at the end of the day, something happens back home and we cannot defend ourselves. This is just where it will be. If we remember very well, during the Liberian crisis and when they were to take out Charles Taylor from Liberia, Obasanjo said, I'm going to send a battalion. And the whole of the press, even the government of Liberia, they were begging that no, a battalion of Nigerian soldiers is going to destroy the whole of Liberia, and he sent 500. So see, we only underestimate Nigerian army.
Do this comparison.
It's because they don't want to work. It is not true. If they don't want to work, I'm coming. Please let me land my point. Yeah, you can correct me, please. Let me land my point.
Nigerians are just a ragtag bunch. It's just a ragtag.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You sit down there, woman, in your England, you don't even know what Nigeria. I mean, you need to go and see Niger. They have one of the most disciplined military. They might be small. Military is not. Listen, military is not about. It's not about size. It's about
It's about kits. It's about kits and firepower. It's about kits and firepower.
How much is Israel?
Rational mind.
How much is Israel?
Rational mind. Please, you mentioned Niger and Chad. You mentioned Niger and Chad the other time. In the ranking of African military, those two countries are not in the top 10. And you are talking of Nigeria as the third, or probably third or fourth in Africa. Please. There's nothing those guys have in terms of army. They don't have it.
Hold on. You just raised a point, a very valid. When I say certain things, you need to maybe question me and ask me why I say that. The point is this: I'm trying to make is this: when you're talking about those military ranking, you're talking about you're going to factor so many things like arm and weaponry, the training, what kind of international courses they've done, all of that kind of thing. You factor in the size of their army. That's what you have to factor in. Yeah. Hold on. Chad does not have those kind of, maybe the weaponry, like the size, the amount of weaponry we have. But when it comes to discipline that, we are going into that, this Sahel, whereby we're in the middle of nowhere, there's no water, there's nothing. They are rugged. These guys are rugged. But Nigerian army cannot go the kind of places, those kind of hostile.
Rational mind, please. Rational mind, please. You are talking to somebody that
their terrain is not alien or foreign to Nigeria.
The
northern part of Nigeria is the same terrain.
So why are we not doing very well?
One man.
In fighting encountering the Boko Haram.
What do you mean? When was the last time you heard of Boko Haram?
Oh, okay. That's to tell you that there's a lot. Well, I don't want to start.
No, when was the last time you heard of Boko Haram?
In the news, some few days ago, they bombed someplace in there. Yeah,
carry on, Jide. I'll land it quickly and then let Rational Mind bring it home, and then we're going to
One man, don't go anywhere.
Please, I want to land something.
Don't go anywhere.
See,
I'm not going anywhere. Let Jide land the point. Rational Mind round off, and then we follow the order. Yeah.
Okay. So our military is what we see with Boko Haram and our military is a case of what we see with our police and crime. When they are not willing to work, you see them in that manner. When some people are benefiting from that crime, you see them in that manner. I can tell you, my mom is an Air Force personnel. I lived in the barracks, in the Kanu barracks for several years. I know that Nigeria has they have some division that don't just release those divisions. They are specially trained machineries. They don't just release those guys to go to war. All those ones that Boko Haram are doing, I'm telling you the truth. Listen.
Isn't it so funny that we have all these things that you're talking about, and we see
brother, see,
I'm not saying they don't have it, don't get me wrong.
Please. It will only
all right, land it quickly. You were interjecting.
Let me land. See, when you go into battles, discipline alone does not win battles. Nigerian army, they are also disciplined. But when you talk of armory in the whole of Africa, West Africa, even the whole of Africa, there are only 3 nations that are better than Nigeria in terms of armory. So I'm telling you that 3 helicopters, 1 MiG-21, super jet, or Donia jet flies over Niger or Chad, and they will be in soup. Do you know what it means to have those weapons? You can easily, they don't fight battles the way you think they fight battles. They will isolate crucial points.
Rational mind thinks they are still fighting it with bayonets and
No. They will isolate the critical points that would affect that country. If they go for your power, they bring it down. They go for your headquarters, army headquarters, they go for your armory, they bring it down. When you don't have anything to even come to fight with, then they come in, footmen come in, and they neutralize you. So what are we saying? See, let's not deceive ourselves. I have noticed one thing with rational mind. Anything Nigeria is always the other way around. Nigeria is not
Thank you, Jide. Leave rational mind alone.
Hello, rational mind, please.
Can you hold on? Let rational mind finish and I'll take it round. Rational mind, if it takes Nigeria more than 3 days to overrun that country, I'll be surprised. But bring it home and then we go to Vin to give us a military perspective.
So, one man, for me, we should tread with caution. You should look at superpowers that have tried it in the history. And when America invaded Iraq, they never envisioned what was going to happen, the fallout. They felt that it was going to be an easy overrun. When they went into Libya and Afghanistan, they all left there with their tails between their legs, like some sort of shame. They did not realize. So this we need to factor in all of that, because Nigeria right now is unstable itself. Economically, we're not stable, and security-wise, it needs to deal with its own homegrown terrorists and people that are fomenting trouble within its own space. Our farmers can go into farms to go farm and not be violently either harmed or even have their lives snuffed and all of that. So he needs to deal with all of this first in his own. But I understand the politics that's playing around him, but then he needs to try to be caution, because these are people fighting their proxy wars. It's about the titanium, or is it the lithium in Niger?
Maybe the uranium, yes.
And uranium too, because if Niger slips out of the hands of France, it's a big issue, because they are a nuclear power state. They power most of their energy with nuclear power. So with that out of their hand, uranium, which they would definitely need to power the electricity, because I don't think they use more of gas like other European nations. This is all about proxy war because Russia is losing that war in Ukraine. So they felt, where can we drag these countries that are supporting Ukraine and US allies, NATO allies? Maybe we start.
Yes,
I just want to drop something.
No, let him land, please.
So
let
maybe
him
we
land.
start a proxy war where we bust them down, get them distracted from Ukraine, and like that. I mean, Tinubu really needs to look, because I understand. I think he himself understands the nature of this whole thing going on. That was when I had to send Shetima to Russia to meet with Putin during this summit, or whatever summit they said they had in over there. So, and he's dealing with the US when he spoke to Kamala Harris. So he knows, I think he understands. I mean, he has experts around him. I trust him for that, because since the people say he knows how to fish for. He just brought out one, but maybe we'll discuss about that later. So my point is this. Tinubu should tread with caution. He has a lot of things on his plate, even within his own territorial space. Now meddling in other people's affairs. Leave Niger alone. That's if I were to tell him. Leave them alone. Let them fight their issue. Let America and Robert do that. But I know he cannot do that, because he has to take sides. Maybe a little bit of side with United States, a little bit of side with Russians supporting the
if he's able to resolve this Nigerian situation, it puts him in a strong negotiation position with our Western powers for the future.
Yeah, possibly, very possibly, very likely. Because, he would make himself a force to reckon with. But for me, Umalain, as Yoruba people say, or Umalain, it's going to be an aftermath of it. So the aftermath is what we can't really say. But like Adelikoko said, and some other people have already said, I fear that could be it, because there could be instability. There could be instability there as a result of that, and the end of it, we might not be able to handle it at the end of the day. So that's what let me allow that people speak.
All right, let's bring Vin in to take a military perspective on this. So Vin, it looks as though the saber rattling has already begun. And as you can see, the United States government hailed Tinubu on bold decision on Niger crisis, which is to say that they are endorsing how Nigeria is positioning. So Tinubu has his feathers unfurled and is rattling the sabers of war. It's almost inevitable that they will have to take a strike against these people, because I don't think they'll be negotiated down, or at least they should threaten them visually, militarily, by moving troops and flying over that country. So I think a direct action has to be taken. But for them to take this action, do they necessarily have to make the decision that the president might be sacrificable? Will Bozum have to go if they take a military stance, Vin?
Thank you so much, woman.
Here in Ghana?
Yes, I am talking to you from the beautiful city of Bolkatanga in the upper eastern part of Ghana. Woman, please protect me. I tried to interject when people were speaking and none allowed me to interject. Please protect me. I wouldn't want anybody to interject me when I'm done with my submission, then they can come in, please. Am I assured of that? Woman.
I think you can go on. I'm sure one man would
go on, Vin.
Thank you so much. I want to rally with Ajali Kuku and the rational mind. From my own point of view, a man who his house is on fire has no need to run after us. ECOWAS, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was speaking as the chairman, otherwise known as the president of ECOWAS. I will refer you to what happened in 1989 to 1990 when the same problem started in Liberia. My late president, J.J. Rawlings, was the ECOWAS chairman at the time. And the brain behind sending troops or creating ECOMOG was IBB. We went into Liberia and we suffered casualties, especially from the side of Nigeria, because when I was there, Nigeria deployed over 7,000 troops in Liberia. I will tell you authoritatively, irrespective of how the Nigerian army, hid the statistics of KIAs, MIAs, and casualties. For those of you that doesn't know the military terms, KIAs means kill in action, bite in action, missing in action, and casualties. Most of them you can see them in Ikeja Military Hospital. Even to today, you can see them there. Nigeria wasted over $6 billion. Mark my word, $6 billion. That was what we wasted. Apart from the troops that died, that were buried in Liberia, we did not gain anything from it. If America goes into war interventions, they benefit from it. The reconstruction of that particular country they invaded will be for the American government. Most of you that are researchers can tell me what Nigeria benefited from spending over $6 billion in Liberia. From 1989 to the time I left there, 1998, I spent 3 years, 8 months in Liberia, fighting there. Nigeria was paying the Gambian contingents. Nigeria was paying the Sierra Leonean contingent in ECOMOG in Liberia. And I will tell you, they were also paying their own troops. We wasted a lot. Nigeria wasted a lot in that war. When you people that speak about America, take Somalia as a typical example. There was a United Nations military action in Somalia called. I was there.
Vin, you are breaking up a bit, but carry on. Try and position so we can hear you more lucidly. And I think we lost him now. So there it is. So let's go on then as we wait for Vin to read, because I was especially wanting to hear from Vin because he has a military backdrop. But as we wait for Vin, let's go to Bishop to hear from him. So Bishop, you're up next. Tinubu rattling the sabers of war.
Okay. Let me try and see if I can make it quick. Good evening, fellow compatriots Nigerians. Please click on the like button as you come in. Do like, and if you have not subscribed, please do so. On this issue, I think the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has taken absolutely the right and the necessary step. It might not be easy. We want to crack a cane, what they call this, cane on your kneecap. You must be ready for some level of discomfort. Are we really very much interested in going into a kind of confrontation now?
All right, sorry, Bishop. Vin, let Bishop land, and then you carry on with your thoughts. Bishop, carry on.
Okay, we maybe not if we have an option, but to the extent that if you look at the region, if you look at the map, the kind of occupation that is going on in that zone, we are to make a decision either to intervene now or to wait for the fallout. The fallout of a civil war in Niger will be very catastrophic for Nigeria. That's one. Anybody thinking that Nigeria does not have the capability or what it takes to overrun and remove that army from place is really does not know the worth of the Nigerian army. And I want to say, for me to continue, I want to end it here. Nigerian army or Nigerian armed forces is the most improved, note my word, the most improved armed forces in Africa past 5 years, back to back. And there are some that are still a little bit ahead, but in everything, in armament, the most, I'm not saying the best, I'm not saying the strongest now, I'm not saying the largest, but the most improved, considering where we were coming from and the capabilities that we have now. So it will be nothing, it will be next to nothing to take those folks out, either in armament, in boots on ground, in superior firepower. Anybody that is thinking that whatever.
So why don't we just do it now? Why are we giving them 7 days?
No, 7 days. No, we will really want to. If we remember what happened in Gambia when Nigeria deployed those fighter jets, just a show of power. They knew they cannot stand the fury of the Nigerian armed forces, and they backed down. And we have given them that. ECOWAS, as led by Tinubu, had given them 7 days to be able to say, okay, let's look for a soft landing and negotiate our way out. And that warning is enough. It is 10, and they sent an emissary. That warning is enough, and I think that is the way to go. But people thinking that maybe Nigeria does not have what it takes, come on. Where do we even begin to start that one from? And before I hand over, to Vin, I had everything that Vin has said about Liberia. We took on a major task. We did achieve a lot. Unfortunately, lack of some level of continuity. We suffered those casualties. When I say we suffered casualties, I know there are some that are very personal. And one of the reasons that we had that much casualty, like he said, was that when we, with our boots on ground in Liberia, in the first 1.5 or 2 years, we did not even know what we were there to do. It was a directional. There was no clear cut. Some people thought, oh, we were there to protect the president. Though, oh, we were there to maintain the peace among the rebel leaders and this. So the fact that we did not even know why we were there in Liberia compounded the challenges we have. And that was what prolonged, make the battle and our presence in Liberia to be prolonged to the extent of, suffering that much casualty. Because, sometimes you will be deployed, sometimes halfway they will ask our troops to come back, you don't even know on whose side you are fighting. So side A is attacking you, side B is attacking you. They were laying ambush for our armed forces here and there, so it was a very difficult task we went to that. And our casualty number got that high because there were no really clear or definite task or mandate or order on what we were there to accomplish. I'll come back after having complete his submission.
All right, back to you, Vin. So yes, I'm glad that we have two military sort of but rather than all this time deliberating, I just thought, and by the way, don't be surprised if you start to see troop movement by midweek. Carry on as you were, Vin.
Thank you, one man. I was just interrupted by a particular call because I'm using the same phone I'm using, the same phone, the calls are coming in. I hope they will not call me
with all of the millions you are making from how many heads of cattle do you have now?
One man, Ghana had
Ghana had no be for people like you now. You are a big time farmer. Yes.
Ghana had, bro.
No be for people like you. Ghana had. No be for people like you.
I wanted to ask my comrade Bishop if he was in Liberia and what year.
No, Bishop was never in the military. But he was.
I'll give me a woman.
Because he said some time ago. Yeah.
Okay, bro. I was, stating what happened in Somalia. America influenced the United Nations to send troops, the United Nations peacekeeping operation called AKA UNISOM in Somalia. Tell me today, we ran away. United Nations ran away from Somalia. One man. We ran away from Somalia. Up to now, Al-Shabaab is still waxing strong in Somalia. When Farah Aidid died, the son was in the United States Marine. When he died, they released him to go and handle Somalia. Automatically, Hussein Aidid was supported by the United States. Till today, did you see any peace coming there? I don't. Even when we pull out, United Nations pull out of Somalia. This is what I'm telling you. If superpowers will pull out in such situations, what makes you think that they are going to find it easy in Niger Republic? Look, what is going on in Francophone countries is this. One man. The Francophone countries are paying heavily to French reserve. If you can browse it, you will see it. How much Francophone African countries are paying to the French reserve is in excess. I don't want to exaggerate. It's more than $40 to $50 billion to French government. These monies are supposed to lift the Francophone citizens out of poverty. That is what is going on. They are trying to remove the influence and dominance of French government in their area. and I support that.
Hold on. If that was what was going on, I don't think you'll get any argument from anyone. But I suspect what the Nigerians are going to end up doing is to replace one colonial, one Western overlord with another. So what is actually in play in the proxy space is Russia trying to steal Niger Republic from France. So it's not as though the Russians will treat them any better. They are also after their resources, and they are not trying to liberate them. Why would Russia go to the vast expense of deploying in a foreign distant land just to liberate them from people? So they are just going to substitute one Western interloper for another, and their exploitation will still carry on.
One man, Finland liberated Namibia, not Chad, I think from Belgium. Is Finland exploiting their resources in Namibia today?
I don't know the details of I suspect they might well be.
Okay. These are some of the things you see. I want to just give you references. Russia has never colonized any African country. And the reason why Russia is inadvertently doing what they are doing today is because of the role France is playing in NATO and the war against Russia, by proxy.
So it's nothing to do with the uranium there. Is it not? Is it nothing to do with the uranium there?
You see, maybe those things will come after, because Russia is trying to hit back at France. Now, going into this war, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the ECOWAS chairman. Whatever he did in that summit they had in Abuja was his responsibility to do as the ECOWAS chairman. Remember, when J.J. Rawlings was the ECOWAS chairman when ECOMOG was formed, J.J. Rawlings told Babangida that he has no soldiers to go to that war in Liberia to support Samuel Kanyado. But do you know that is why I love people that Christian IBB Maradona too? He told him, let's go in there. It can happen to you. It can happen to Nigeria. But what you should bear in mind is this. If it happens and things, a force, that is ECOMOG, was not put in place to go and support Samuel Kanyado, it is going to be disastrous. And they provide the force commander, which is Arnold Queno. That was the force commander, not a Nigerian force commander. Arnold Queno was the force commander of ECOMOG in Liberia. And you cannot send a force commander without troops following him. And if you look at the troops Ghana provided, it was not up to 4 battalions, a brigade and 1 battalion. But Nigeria provided over. I said we were 10, more than 6,000, more than 7 or 10,000 troops on the ground. So this is what is going to play out now in Niger.
All right. All right. Thank you, Vin. Yeah. Land it. Yeah.
Okay. Nigeria, the only thing Nigeria should do now, if you look at the Nigerian military strength, about 250 million people, you have 223 military strength. If you are going to attack, I believe Nigeria cannot even make the mistake of taking a unilateral decision to invade the Niger Republic. It must be a consensus of the African government.
Yeah, they already have a mandate. They already have a mandate from ECOWAS, and the international community endorses it.
Who is going to fund it? Nigeria.
Well, the Americans, the Americans can fund it, or the French.
They didn't fund us in Sierra Leone. They didn't fund ECOMOG in Liberia.
Yeah, because they didn't have they have vested interest in this instance. They don't have vested interest in that instance.
My brother, do you know what America controls in Liberia? They control their limestone. They control gold. They control diamond. They control they had a military base in a place they call Camp Johnson Street in Monrovia. They were chased out. They were chased out. Even Chancellor himself was funded in America. They had interest in Liberia because even the highest rubber plantation in Liberia, what they call what do they call it? Firestone. Firestone. Where they
talking about Dunlop?
No, Firestone. Where they get the raw materials, rubber to produce Firestone tires was in a place they call Riverside County in Liberia. They were milking these people in Liberia and giving them what they call short grain and long grain pusawa and perfumed rice. That's what they're giving them in exchange of all the resources that they were taking from Liberia.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so you see, Niger is going to boomerang on Nigeria if Nigeria happens to go in there. It is going to boomerang. What I will advise Nigerians to advise the president is this: before you go into that,
should he send actually round off, and then I'll use that question to open up with the next person.
Before he sends troops, soldiers fight on terrain. Even if you bomb them in the air, you must put boots on the ground. And these Nigerians, they know the desert very well. And they have their bunkers. Remember that they were trained by France. All of them were trained by France. They know what to know, irrespective of their strength and their military capabilities. Okay? Or the armaments they have in their stock. What I would advise Nigeria to do in this case is, before you go into that, please find a way, if it is possible, to protect your borders, to prevent influx of rebels and refugees, which is going to impact in the economy of Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, when you send boats into that place, there are bound to be casualties. You cannot go free on that. I am a witness. I am a living witness. I am a living testimony of what I'm telling you today. I will suggest diplomacy 1, diplomacy 2, diplomacy 3. And I do not know how that is going to happen, because if you are going to remove Niger military juntas, I will expect Africa and the chairman of ECOWAS to remove the Burkina Faso military junta, remove the Chad, remove Mali and Guinea. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, brilliant. So I'm going to take in a couple more commentaries on that on this subject matter, because I think we've somewhat overlabored it. But let me go to the prime dot and then land it on our Bishop. So the prime. I was just searching through the comment section. I noticed that in the comments going on, some people actually suggesting that the best emissary to send into that space will be Buhari, who had been funding that country for 8 solid years, and he has the language to unravel that space. So, as part of the diplomatic mix, do you think they should send the man from Daura in to go and take the guns of these wayward Tuaregs?
Okay, yeah, good evening, everybody, or probably good morning, wherever we are, and like and subscribe if you're hearing this. This issue, I think, is a multi-dimensional issue, but I think most of us are focusing on one dimension of it. Let me start with the emissary Buhari, sending Buhari as an emissary. He has done well for the people of Niger, so he might be a good voice to go represent them, to go talk to them. Probably they might fall on the line of reasoning. That is one. However, let us ask some basic questions. Why is Russia interested in Niger? One, the obvious point is probably they want to get back at the Western world so that, like, if you're funding Ukraine, you will also create kind of destabilization for you. The second point is this. A few weeks ago, a large quantity of gas was discovered in Niger State. Transporting gas is
in Niger State or Niger Republic? Niger State.
Niger, Nasarawa, in the middle belt of Nigeria. The best economic way to transport gas is through pipeline. One of the cash cow of Russia is gas, and that is the biggest leverage Russia has over the entire EU. The entire EU always bow to the pressure of Russia because when it's winter, everybody needs Russian gas to get the place warm. If Russia now sees that EU, courtesy of Nigeria, will get alternative to their energy issue, they are willing to destabilize Nigeria as much as possible. So we should probably know our enemies and know the motivation for their actions. If Nigeria can get into the gas markets, our life is never going to remain the same. So, do we really want to do this? Also, from the point of economic cost, it's in our best interest for Niger to be stable because ordinary Boko Haram has bleeded us over $25 billion in the last 15 years. So, for economic reasons and for future purpose, can we look away from this issue? So those are the factors the president, I believe, will be considering before he makes his action like, okay, we must have Niger within our corridors. It's supposed to be a proxy battle, but now we have more interest also in this fight. So that is the way I see it. It's not
a very fast question, woman, to this guy regarding the advantage of we having gas or export. Please, sir, just for 5 seconds.
I'm listening, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, sir. Good evening, everybody. So, my brother, opening up the gas market for exportation that will benefit us at the end of the day is a pure lie. It's a propaganda. It's zero because we have been exporting oil and look at where we have. It has landed us. So right on. I wait for my time. For my turn.
And so sorry, where has it landed us? Where has the oil? Exporting oil has landed us as the top 30 economies in the world.
Yeah, but to the benefit of the elites, to the elites, you know what I'm saying. The people are hungry.
What do you mean to the benefit of the elites?
Oh, my brother,
our standard of living is better than Ghana's.
Woman.
No, not at all, woman. Please, sir.
My brother, please, how often do you watch documentary? I guess probably you're in an overseas country, and you
I'm in Germany, sir. Germany. That's why I'm so hard.
Okay, yeah. How many times have you watched TV and they show African countries, and you want to peel off your skin color because you see them living like what we used to be 30 years ago?
Thank you very much. That's a very nice point. That's a very nice point. What did we got it all wrong then? That was the third term of Obasanjo regime because we don't need a 100% democratic system. So that's all, you know. You see, so since 1999, nothing else. I mean, everything we are just going backward. That is why that we're even welcoming the military.
How are we going backward? Nobody is welcoming the military apart from the obedient space, which are sore losers. But how are we going? How are we going backwards?
Okay, how we are going backward is this, you know, Wama, I'm very glad that that at least you went to high school in Nigeria. You know, I myself, you know, I went to high school in Nigeria and then to the Polytechnic. You know, I was using a luncheon voucher. You know, the family was doing well. If you go to this uncle, they will give you some booklet of luncheon vouchers, so that once you're in school, you can always feel good. You know, but today, you know, the country is dead. No single road in the in the southern Nigeria. Nothing is happening. People are dying. Look at the houses where our people are dwelling in. You know, I mean, my brother,
what do you mean? Look at the houses. The houses in Nigeria that they are building now are vastly superior to the houses that we have ever had. They are almost international.
You are talking about Lekki Peninsula.
No, I'm talking about everywhere. Anybody that is building now, they are building international standard properties. Bungalows everywhere. People, the whole of the real estate industry is booming right across the country. What are you talking about?
Who can afford them?
I think we are deviating from the main topic on ground. Leave the house.
It's Tony now. You know, Tony always just
but I don't have much time. Sorry, Tony. Sorry, I don't have much time. I only have like a few seconds to you. That's why I just jump out. Sorry, my friend. There was I don't know his name. I was speaking right now. Please, I'll take that a little bit. I didn't hear everybody speaking. I didn't hear Ajaleko speaking, but I had people making reference to Ajaleko, and I had a little bit of rational mind and vein. But let me add my own little contribution. I think a lot of people are so fascinated with international media. I won't blame them watching CNN and all that. But people should try and watch other different news media that is not related to the CNN. Then you will have some glimpse of what's really happening. We should not be caught in these people's war. If France wants to take the country back, they go their boots on ground and take the country back. They should not use Nigeria. We don't have the, I don't say on papers we have the capability, but we don't have the capability. On reality, we are underfunded for military. We are short of men. They want to go to Niger to go and restore the presidency. Do we ask what led to that? The presidency that wants to change the constitution to make him run for another 5 years. After 10 years, they are run for 10 years. When the constitution allow only 2 terms. We should not be caught in all these people's war. America have interest there. France is getting uranium. Russia wants to cut off uranium. That is their problem. We have so many problems going on right now in Nigeria. What needs to be in Nigeria?
So you don't think Niger imploding is a problem for Nigeria?
See, it's 2 ways. If Nigeria going there with boots, we're gonna get influx of refugee. If we don't go there, there's still gonna be a refugee. Either way, it's not good for us. Diplomacy will end this matter.
Diplomacy will not end this matter.
Rather, war.
So. Yeah.
See, war will not give. You don't win war by the mouth of gun.
We're not talking about a war, by the way. We're talking about a military strike because we can overwhelm them easily. So you're not talking about
Mama, we cannot overwhelm them. Mama, we cannot overwhelm them militarily. Ask how many military personnel do we have in Nigeria as today? That's the question you have to ask.
No, we know how many they have in Nigeria. 10,000.
Yes, 10,000, fine. And yes, 10,000.
223,000.
You said how many?
223,000, my brother.
So thank you. Thank you. 23,000 who has the value of 20,000. When they were fighting Boko Haram, when they brought the Cubans and the hold on. I want to say something. I want to make one point. It's not Boko Haram. It's not about Boko Haram. It's not about Boko Haram, but they just listen, please. When they brought the South African mercenary, what was the statement? They were surprised at the level of our military training for guerrilla warfare. They were shocked because we were far behind.
But it's not guerrilla warfare in Nigeria.
This is what you're going to look, one man. It's the sectarian war after you bomb that place. It's the main problem. Not just go there and throw bombs. Like we were saying. If you go there and throw bombs, then this will go under. After the bombs drop, then you generate the sectarian war. Who is going to fight? You are fighting the war close to the bed, who are you going to be fighting? You'll be fighting yourself.
You'll be fighting with, look, guy, look at your screen. Look at your screen. Their army personnel is 8,500. 8,500.
One man.
Yes.
What this army personnel will do, they will take off their uniform and become civilian. That is a sectarian war, and that's the biggest war you cannot fight.
Forget all of that. Their army personnel is 8,500.
It's not about army personnel. You know them as 8,000. When they take off their uniform, they become civilian. They have none, and you have none to fight with. It happened in Iraq, Syria, Libya. We are seeing it.
I don't know what you're doing. It's just an anonymous.
No, you don't just send army into the country and bomb people to extinction. You're gonna cause more problem.
Let me address this man a little. See, my brother, this mission is not to upturn the whole country. The mission is to get at those leaders of the coup, get them to stand down. Immediately they stand down and they can get them to say, okay, they surrendered. Once they round them up, they install the new president. A new
so they will not fight at all. They will just have
they would fight.
Come and take power.
See, my brother, I don't understand what you are saying.
Come and take power. We are hands up. Come and take power.
I can leave my point.
Woman, can I?
Let one voice speak. Yeah, one voice. Yeah.
Please, let me land my point. There is always going to be a battle when they are coming in. Now, and when they are coming in, the people coming in will know where they are going to. It's that simple. By the time they round up the leaders of this coup, they round them up, they install the president back. It is now going to be a matter of monitoring. It is not to go into battle and turn the whole place upside down, like he's saying they will off their, even if 8,000 people off their shirts and they are fighting a battle, how long will do you think it take to destroy, to bring them down?
My brother, let me reply you before I jump out now. Sorry, let me reply you. We saw it happen in Iraq. They took off their uniform. And it took America 20 years before they could admit that they failed.
No, you are using the wrong example to make the
My
point.
brother,
You hold on, please. You are using the wrong example to make the point. Iraq was one of the most armed, in fact, it was the most armed African country there is, and some of the arms is still what we're contending with now. In terms of rifles, especially,
That's Libya.
You know, well, so even in Iraq is still a strong nation. It was intimidating and overwhelming. I think they went into one of the other Arab countries and took them over. So that's a strong military country right there. So forget Iraq. Iraq is not the example for the example for Niger.
Okay.
Hold on. Niger is just a bunch of 8,000 ragtag Tuaregs that barely even have boots. So we're not talking about this is just some little, you just go in the outdoor cantonment, we just go in and just wipe them out.
Okay, fine. But Mama, don't forget Niger have allies too.
What ally?
France is, so you don't know, it's a country, it's sovereignty, they have allies. Since France...
Their biggest ally is Nigeria.
Wait now, hold on. Since you say France and Russia is one fighting, so you think Russia will not back protect their investment? If they can push to this far to hold on to the matter of power, then they'll just leave it to go like that. We should not call for war. They should find a way to find peace. I think Buhari go there. I think it would make a lot of sense. We should not pray for war. With war, you don't win war.
No, we're not praying for war, but it's an opportunity just to put some manners on these wayward people.
Thank you. That's my section. Let me jump out from the panelists, and somebody can replace me. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Warp. So I'm not quite sure that was the fullness of the diet deprived. Because when people are drawing parallels that, look at what happened in Libya, it was a protracted war that lasted XYZ. Look at what, we're not talking about Libya, we're not talking about Iraq. We're just talking about a bunch of kumbayas, you know.
But we're also drawing a parallel between what happened in the Gambia with what
yeah, but the Gambia is more the parallel than Iraq now.
No, it's not a parallel.
The Gambia is
No.
just a bunch of kumbayas, you know.
The Gambia is a very small country. In fact, the whole of Niamey is even bigger than the Gambia. The whole of Niamey, if you just say Agadez alone, is bigger than the Gambia as a whole. So what are you talking about? Even though you to look at Niger, it's bigger than in landmass. It's bigger than Nigeria in landmass. Forget that most part of it is desert and Sahel. It's bigger than Nigeria. But we know they don't have the population, and maybe they don't have the military strength. But what I'm trying to say, you are talking about drawing a parallel. The same parallel you were drawing with the Gambia is a very small, like Lagos State. That's not even up to the population of Abia State. And you're telling us that we should not draw a parallel between what happened in Libya and what happened in Iraq.
I'm pretty sure Gambia had more than 8,000 military personnel. Yeah, you don't back in Vin.
Yes, I just want to correct what he said. I did not suggest the military, any kind of military intervention in Libya, because it is going to be disastrous. Even if their military strength is 1,000, my brother, it will take you militarily, a military principle, one man. Mark what I'm going to tell you, or investigate from any military man. Even if it is 1,000 strength of military personnel that a country has, it will take you more than 9 months or even more to subdue them. Thank you.
I don't agree with you, Vin. All we have to do is to take over the presidential palace, which is the heart of the government, and take over their 2 or 3 main military bases, which is where the fight will be, and that will be the end of it.
One man, do you know what it takes a soldier to die? One man, do you know what it takes for a soldier to die in the war front? Less than 1 second, 0.001 second. And for you to capture a presidential house that the soldiers, well equipped, are there, trained by the same professionals, the same world powers, my brother, you are going to suffer. You will suffer. Look, we are talking right now, but let's see what will happen.
Don't forget that we have superior air power, and then Ghana will be sending in their air force as well.
I know. You know? See, don't bet woman, don't bet on Ghana. We don't have the resources to send troops to Niger.
Don't worry, we will underwrite the money, but you just send you
will underwrite the money with the economic situation that you are borrowing $800 million.
We're a wealthy country. Don't worry, we're a wealthy country. We're a wealthy country.
No. And one man, listen. See, let's be pragmatic here. Nigerian government is borrowing $800 million to pay 8,000 to less privileged in Ghana. Or
what has that got to do with? What has that got to do with?
Yes, that's what
if you are going to go into war with a nation, master, you are going to fund it.
Vin, hold on. The whole economy of West Africa, all the economy, Nigeria economy is 60% or more than 60, about 63 or thereabout percent of the economy of the whole of West Africa. So if you are saying we're going to send a contingent, 2 battalions, we're not going to send a div to Niger if there is a need to. And there's not going to be boots on the ground at the very initial stage. Now we have enough superior firepower to create panic in the heart of the Nigerian army. Remember, it is not 100% of the Nigerian armed forces that are in support of the coupists. Remember that. Have that at the back of your mind. So there are some that are, you are saying that they were trained by France, but France is definitely, from what has been playing out in this past couple of days, is definitely against this mutiny or this coup as it is now. It's already a successful coup. So what do we have on our hands now? What do we have on our plate? It's okay to try and undermine Nigeria at every opportunity. We have our challenges. But there is a saying, the part of the world I come from, usual Akataban Lewo, Kishenwa de Lumati Katigbo. Now, if we're talking of how challenged we are as a nation, whether militarily, whether financially, whether anything you want to do, it is not in the class of the Nigerian armed forces that we are talking about here. Absolutely not. And if we are going to mobilize, which you know, from Reiki to everything, we are not going to go with boots on the ground first. What did we do in Gambia? We did not fire a shot. We only sell 2 Alphas, and we have a backup, and we dispatch.
And we sent a frigate. We sent a frigate.
That's what I said. And we just said we have dispatched a ship. You know, what's the name of that NNS? What's the name? So if you know, with your experience,
if you go and drop a couple of nukes on their presidential villa, they will settle down.
Not even nukes. We are not even talking nukes here. We are not talking nukes here. Vin, let me finish, please. Vin, now you know these capabilities of the Nigerian armed forces in the past 8 years. I mean, I'm not giving any credit to anybody, but you know how improved we have become. And I can assure you, Nigerian Air Force will take out the Nigerian presidential palace in 1 hour without even a foot there. In Africa today, our drone capability is only second to. Who is asking me the household? Who is asking me the household? We even have armed drones. No, we are not even talking to Kanu. We are even talking of UAVs.
So how are you going to do that? A presidential palace. You're going to use drone for what?
What are you talking about? Hold on. Let's take it one after the other.
Okay.
Let's take it one after the other.
I wanted to respond to my brother.
If there is a reason, so he has not allowed me to land anyway. But if you want to respond, you respond, and I will continue.
Hold on, go on and land so that we have just one trajectory. So you land, and then you add to it.
There are 2 or 3 things, and I wanted to clear. I did say, let me go back to where I was. Are we undermining our capability to mobilize and dispatch the required men and material because we are poor, we don't have the money? Even if we don't have the money, or are we undermining the capability, or are we undermining the mandate that because of one reason, or because it's a sovereign country? Because if we of ECOWAS as it was freely given today, which is number one thing that we need. We have the capability, that is the military capability, whether air power, whether manned, superior air power, or unmanned. Now, somebody is saying that, do we want to take it out? If the warning expire, it's just like you are telling a hostage, like you are occupying that government house illegally, and we give you so number of days to vacate that place. If you don't vacate that place, we are coming. Now, if you are going to fire, I'm coming. If you are going to release the ammunition, so what I want to understand is, where are these objections coming from? Is it from the point of view of that we don't have what it takes, or we are too weak, or it's going to be expensive, we don't have the money?
Brother Bishop.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Vin, let me play you this 1 minute clip before you come in, just so we have perspective.
Concerns. Yes, I've known the Nigerian army for the last 25 years. They're very professional, they're very serious, and they do good work. They intervened in Liberia to settle the civil war there in 1990. They intervened in Guinea-Bissau to stop the drug trade there. They're really good people. Boko Haram is their biggest challenge because these Islamic terrorists, they mix with the population. They're in the refugee camps, they're in the villages. And when you see teenage girls as suicide bombers, that's very, very difficult to cope.
What would you say, sir, to critics who say they've also made some pretty catastrophic mistakes? Civilians have paid the price.
That's right, but look at U.S. bombing of the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq. they've made mistakes too. They've bombed refugee
Or have
camps.
a domino effect. Can we have Chad, Cameroon, and Niger coming to the United States and saying, you know what, we need those planes as well to fight Boko Haram?
I don't think they'll do that because they don't have the capability of operating these aircraft. They have good armies on the ground, but only Nigeria in that region really has a decent air force.
And do you foresee any kind of hurdles?
That was a security expert telling you that these people, they don't have capacity. They're just jackboots. They're just a bunch of Taureg jackboots.
You know, one man, please. You see, when you go by what you read on the papers and the journalists, you will make a very big. If you follow these people, you are going to buy your troops if you are a commander. If you follow these people, you are going to buy all your troops. It happened to me in Liberia. A particular place where I was stationed, it called Big Joe Town in Grand Bassa County, Buchanan. BBC was reporting that Big Joe Town is under heavy attack for the past 4 hours, but we were there. Nothing was going on. Nothing was going on in Big Joe Town, Grand Bassa County, but they were reporting on Focus on Africa, 3:30 p.m., that we were being attacked. I was led. We were commanded by a man. I think he retired as he was the Brigadier General Boro. Brigadier General Boro, a very fair, complexion man, who was the director or of the NDDC. General Boro, he was my lieutenant. He was my commander at that time. A lieutenant colonel. He was commanding my battalion at that particular place. These same news people, journalists, were saying that Big Joe Town was under serious attack for 4 hours. But I was there. Nothing was going on. If you follow these people, go on the ground, eyewitness, and you will see what was going on. I saying, you see, only time will tell. Let's take what I'm telling you today to the bank. Only time will tell. Let the 7 days finish and let's see if the world, after their threat, one man cannot remove Malian military junta, Burkina Faso military, they will not remove this, irrespective of what. Where is Burkina Faso? Is it not very close to Nigeria? Have they removed him? You see, these are politics and propaganda these people peddle. You cannot remove it. Even when they issued a warrant of arrest, Interpol, against Charles Taylor when he was the president, did they go to Liberia? He came to Ghana here on AU assignment or ECOWAS summit. But they put him in a private jet and sent him to Monrovia, telling them, Interpol, to go there and arrest them if they have the capacity. Did they go there? They cannot go there. It was Obasanjo that negotiated and talked Charles Taylor to leave Liberia and come and reside in Calabar. These people cannot do anything. We'll just wait and see.
All right, thank you. Yes, Oza.
Can I say something shortly, please?
Yeah, you can say something, but I'm keen to move on from that space now because I think we've been there for too long. But
all right, let me just say something. If the argument is that Nigeria is not buoyant presently, yes, it's understandable. But the poor Nigeria that we say is poor and not buoyant is still richer than half of the whole of West Africa, as it were. So if we are saying we don't have the capability, I doubt that. Because Nigeria has moved away from the era, because when I watched some of the documentaries of these eras that we were discussing, the Liberia era, these were eras when they were using cargo planes to go and drop bombs. It's no longer that era.
No, bro, don't make that.
No, hold on. Let him land. Let him land. Hold on, Vin. Hold on, Vin. Let him land.
Please, I'm coming. I am very close to the Air Force and I know some things. See, Nigeria has the capability. In fact, Ghana, that comes second to us in West Africa, is not in any way close when you are talking of the Air Force. Nigeria has fighter jets, attack jets. They have helicopters that can create assault. They have drones. They have everything. Now, it's only if they choose not to deploy. But what I'm saying is, and what my argument, and I think what Bishop is also saying, is that should Nigeria choose to deploy these things, Niger or whoever it is would not stand a chance. That is just our point. So we should not undermine the power or the capability of our country and talk down ourselves as a country because we feel or we feel somehow about it. And what the man that one man played, what he just explained is just the right information. That is just the right information.
All right.
Even in France, there was a bombing in France.
Hello, Frank. You said something that you keep saying that, and you printed the second time when you targeted me. You see, you keep saying this. I mean, are we living in the past glory of Nigeria? Is that what you're living on? Is that what
Sorry, rational mind. I'm not talking to you. I'm only stating my facts.
Hold on. You will counter me. Let me just land this point. You keep saying these things, and I keep asking myself, where are all these? Yeah, I've heard about this so-called weaponry that Nigeria once had. But where were all this weaponry when Buhari was there trying to? Where was it when what's his name? Jonathan was there, and they were bringing in mercenaries from South Africa, and these guys have to come with their own weaponry, and they have to live with their weaponry. So you're talking about.
All right, let me answer.
Hold on. You will land. You will land. I just want to put this to you. Can we just stop this? I don't know where. I mean, we do hear of many weaponry Nigeria has, but the point is, where are these weaponry? Why are they not deployed for the against the Boko Haram? Why do they have to go out?
No, because it's guerrilla warfare. It's not conventional war now. It's guerrilla warfare.
Can you answer him, please? Can I answer him, please?
Yeah, go on, answer him, and then
Rational mind. If you pick your phone and Google the ranking in terms of the military prowess of Nigeria in the times of Jonathan, you would be sorry for Nigeria. Even Sudan was ahead of Nigeria. It was this same Buhari that everybody is talking about that came in.
So where were they bought?
I'm coming, please. Let me land. Nigeria, it was the same Buhari that came in and brought in simulating machines for training. It was the one that bought all the new aircraft. It was the one that bought all the new helicopters, even the one they went and tried in which Niger Delta area was that when those guys were starting there, they just tested it. See, the man bought a lot. He invested a lot in the military. Go to our Navy. Go and see the kind of ships our Navy has. He even instructed them to make their tugboats, their speedboats by themselves. If you don't know these things, you don't know. And that is just a fact. So I know, I'm close to this circle. I know very well. I lived there.
Remember, Jonathan was not allowed to buy weapons. Remember when he was taking money to South Africa and all those nonsense. Yeah,
it was the same Jonathan regime that they were buying refurbished guns. So when Buhari came in, Buhari bought a lot of. See, our military now, if they are going for gun testing, we have simulating machines where they train these young officers.
Years ago. Is that what you are telling us?
I'm saying now that we might not have seen the.
Hold on for Jide. Yeah,
what I'm saying is that we might not have seen the direct impact because this man was buying it along during his 8 years. But what I'm saying is what we have now in our domain is not what we have 8 years ago. And what I'm saying is now, those guys, those young military guys now, if they are going to train you on guns, it's different from the era of they carry them, go and push them in the jungle, then they start shooting. They first do simulation. Simulation tests, training, even for those shooting guns.
I don't even know why you're coming up with all this thing. One man, can you go to
Just watch it on YouTube. You will find it on YouTube. Nigeria Air Force on YouTube.
I hear you. It's on YouTube. There is
It
this
is
YouTube channel.
obtainable, brother. I know that cycle very well. I can argue it with anybody.
There's a YouTube channel for Nigerian military. Go there, you see how they train Nigerian military guys.
One man, I'm waiting for my turn.
They are still using gun. This normal training that this their archaic way of training. I don't even know the simulation you're talking about.
My brother, I'm watching it on YouTube right away. You can watch it on YouTube.
If you want to watch it, you can watch it anywhere.
I'm not saying
it right away. Nigerian military.
Can I land the point?
One voice.
Can I land the point, please? You see, the point I'm trying to make is this. I'll give you an example of Nigerian police. The Nigerian police, even under Tafa Balogun, the Baba Yabo gave them money. They bought some hardware for them to be using. Tafa Balogun went to store it in even the uniforms. They were supposed to give them new uniforms. But Tafa Balogun went to store it somewhere and collected small money. That was where he led into this corruption and all of that. That led into what led to his downfall. And it's the same thing they do over not just Tafa Balogun, just because he was so stupid in his own kind of fraud. So what I'm trying to tell you is this: they buy this military hardware, they will keep it somewhere, they will never use it, and they will be telling the government that they need more money for this and that. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: that this simulation you're talking about, of course they might have it, maybe they have one or two of it, but how many of them is being deployed to use to train these guys? Go to those military channels I'm talking about. You will see them; they're still using this archaic way. So what happened to that military simulation machine that they should be using for aircraft? Fighter jets or how to fight normal warfare through that simulation. What happened to it? They only buy those.
You don't know how this.
Them for show. They don't use it.
You don't know how this thing works. Once they first go to the classroom, they learn with simulations because this training, these craft trainers. All these aircraft that they use for training, they are very expensive, and you don't just put it in the hands of a new trainee and ask him to fly it. They first go through classroom simulation test. When this guy pass through the test and they are sure they can carry it, then they take them to the physical realm to do it. That is what is obtainable now. And I'm telling you, I know it for a fact. Please, the rational mind. I know this for a fact.
No, I'm saying, is it for the Air Force only or for all the military?
Or even the military. That is the way they are trained now. I tell you for a fact.
I can't still believe what you're saying. Don't get me. I'm not saying they don't have it, but do they use it for them? That's the question. But that's
why would they have it and not use it? What's
one man? Go and see our police officer. Some of them will be wearing the same clothes they've been wearing for how many years? Whereby they have budgets given to them for them to be changing their clothes. But some of these, they are wicked, but even in the military, they do that too. Allowances are supposed to be going to them.
One man, a quick interjection, if you don't mind.
Karen.
Okay, I want to answer Janli Akko. He has a direct question. Are we saying our military is better today than it was 8 years ago? A very big yes. And if you want us to run through, it will take us some time. If you want us to run through what we were, our military capability 8 years ago.
What make them better when they have not defeated the insurgency, when the banditry has operated?
We were here. One day. We were here. Hold on now.
What make them better?
Hold on now. We were here a couple of months ago. Hold on now, Janli Koko. We were here a couple of months ago when one man brought an interview. Oh my God.
Neighboring country, and criminals are moving in there, killing Nigerians, and you are saying that you have military. Which military do you have that are better off?
Don't be ridiculing Nigeria the way you used to.
No,
sometimes you just talk down. Sometimes you just talk down on the Nigerian armed forces, and it bleeds some people's heart. I'm telling you. Okay, let me answer. I'm answering the question. Let me answer you. You asked a question. I was answering that question. Would you not let me finish, please?
You are
You asked a
defending
question.
indefensible.
Are
We
you
don't see
saying
all these
you
things.
asked
There's
a
all these things
question
happening.
now?
We can't
Look,
see.
the problem is that when you
Baba, just let him talk, please.
anybody, but let the whatever flow. You ask the question. I've not even finished answering. You are, because you have already made up your mind that irrespective of whatever I say, that one that you made up your mind that you want to believe that our military is useless, they are hopeless, they are ineffective, that's what you want to hold on to. But let me put the information out there for people that are willing. Okay, there is something they call global firepower. Where we were, I can assure you, in the past 8 years, we have acquired more than brand new ship. We are taking one of our largest ship that was before Buhari came. How many seaworthy vessels do we have? When we are still talking of NNS Aradu, we used to know the days of NNS Emefiele'S, NNS Pathfinder. What else do we have? But I can tell you now, we have 8. One of them is a frigate, NNS Kada. It used to be like that before. Our waterway.
With your NNS, they are still looting your oil every day.
Hold on now.
Hold on. There
will always be challenges. Why are you always looking at the negative and the downside? Let me finish. When I finish, you can. When I finish answering you, you can come back at me. When I finish, you can come back. When I finish, you can come back. Ajanle Koko. Stop this negative minded. It is not everything about Nigeria that is worse. Because every time you enter, it's about the negative. I disagree with you entirely. Look, the fact of the matter is that there is a lot of improvement that still needed. But we were not where we were 8 years ago. I can tell you we have acquired more than 50 brand new air assets. 50. In the Navy before, they don't have an air wing. It's only naval wing. But today, we have an air wing in the Navy. In the Nigeria Air Force, we don't have a drone department. Now, apart from acquiring about 40 new air assets, we are very strong when it comes to unmanned air drones. Unmanned. When you use the issue of Boko Haram insurgency to judge us, you are not being fair. They invite one man brought a man, an American that came here he played us an interview a couple of months ago, if I'm not mistaken, about 2 or 3 months. That the man was saying that, look, when it comes to air power and armed forces, the man was praising the capability of Nigeria. That America sold to us to Kanu because we are the only armed forces in this region that have the capability of manning them and using them effectively. Some Nigerians were angry because of what that man said. That is the truth. Are we where we want to be? No. Are we where we were 8 years ago? The man said, look, Boko Haram, you cannot use Boko Haram to judge the Nigerian forces. Where you see some 12, 11-year-old girls, they will just push and they will just go and detonate what do you call it? Improvise IEDs and kill people. Is that the kind of, when you are going to fall, will you take a 10-year-old? Ask people that are in Boronu that have seen these things. But are we where we were when they were taking the battle to Abuja, when Abuja was not even safe? When Kaduna was not safe, when Kanu was not safe, they are just in the fringes of Lake Chad now and remnants in Sambisa, and we keep wiping them out every day. Over 70 were killed just yesterday of those insurgents. Have we wiped it out? Who wiped out an insurgency in 3 years? The Tamil Tigers took more than 50 years. America was there when they were using guerrilla warfare in Afghanistan. How did it end? And every time we want to look at Nigeria, look, I'm not saying it is perfect. I'm saying it's a work in progress. And to answer your question directly, irrespective of the challenges and the whatever you want to see, where we were 8 years ago is not where we are today. If you want me to send you a list of the air assets we have acquired in these past 8 years, even you yourself will be shocked. And you don't display all those things because
I'm with you, woman. I'm with you. to interject to come in for my turn.
So to answer your question directly, yes, we have what it takes. We might not have been able to deploy them and use them maximally because when you are going, you do something they call Reiki. You measure the strength of your enemy to know the kind of manpower and equipment you are going to deploy. Even before we started, you see what it took before we were able to deploy to Kanu to the northwest. You see what it took? Because some of these things are guided by some international laws. I am not saying we are there yet, but we're not where we were coming from. And if you want those facts, I will give you. Ask me about our oil is still being stolen. Before now, our waterways is one of the most notorious for sea piracy and sea robbery in the world before. And which made insurance to Nigeria to be very high. It's no longer like that now. And according to IMO, International Maritime Organization, our waterway is one of the safest in the world today. You can Google that. Google the latest Nigerian air assets in the past 8 years, our sea assets in the past 8 years. The training military officers have been getting, both Nigeria Army, Nigeria Air Force, and Nigeria Navy. So back to your question, are we better than where we are 8 years ago, military-wise? Absolutely, and you can check that. You have Google, you have access to the internet.
Bishop, this your yardstick of measuring.
Let me respond. Rational mind.
Okay, please go on.
Rational mind, please.
Go on.
See, Nigeria can have more military machine than United States. I don't care. What I care for is how effectively those machines have been put into use to secure the country. How well have they put them in use? If they have all these things, that is the question. So if they cannot put all the machinery and the equipment, military equipment, and all the ship and everything we are talking about, not be put into use to secure the country, to make the country, a safe place where all Nigerians can feel secure, then then it's all they have acquired is just for nothing.
Okay. Can I interject one thing?
No, let me talk now.
No, let him land. Yeah.
So, what concern us with? Do you think Americans care about the weapons that American nation acquire every day? What Americans care for is for the authority to secure the country and make the country safe for American people. Your nation is not safe for Nigerian people at the moment. And you are preaching to me, they both want to Kanu, they bought this, they bought the best, or their rank among the best, or they are better 8 years ago. 8 years. Do you know, is Plateau State safe? Do you know there is, what do you call it? Do you know there's a curfew in many local governments in Plateau State? Do you know Zamfara is not safe yet? Do you know Boko Haram is launching?
Adamawa State.
Adamawa State is what we heard in the news. Zamfara State is getting worse. It's getting out of hand again. And then some other state. Where are the weapons?
I heard you.
Why can't the weapons be put into use to subdue this?
I heard you. Can I respond?
And everything.
I heard you. I hear you. Can I respond?
Let me finish now. Why are you so much in a hurry? You don't want somebody to.
Please stay focused on Boko Haram.
So what I'm telling you, what I'm saying is that there is no point in having weapons that cannot be put into use to achieve result. A desired result is to secure the country. So what are we talking about? What is all this brag? We are this, we are that. What is all this brag? And as a matter of fact, on how many fronts will Nigeria fight war? You're fighting war against insurgency, against banditry, and you want to go and fight war again in Niger. Is that the way to fight war? And you don't even have the money to prosecute the war. Let me put it like that.
Hold on. Before you respond to that, because I heard Vince say that as well. We do have the money. Even the international, it says the EIU, however, said Nigeria's. Sorry, can you stay muted for a moment? The EIU, however, said that Nigeria's foreign reserves are still relatively liquid, which means they have the capacity to import and export for at least another year. So we're not at we certainly have enough to take care of some rascally Tuaregs, you know, and this is what is coming the way of those rascals in the Niger Republic, you know, fighter jets.
So you have the fighter jet, you can't take absolute control of the security of your country, and you are what is your fighter jet for? Why do you see?
Look at that! Look at that bomber! Look at that bomber!
1952 bomber. This Okay, Bishop, you can respond. Bishop.
All those 2 mountain people from Nigeria, we're going to nuke them. Yes.
Okay, Ajani Koko, you can continue to see from your perspective. My perspective is what I'm seeing. Now, let's listen to this very carefully. Is Nigeria secured fully when there are no deaths, when there is no single death? The last time we were talking here, I quoted some figure by UNODC on homicide and killings. As of today, as a result of gun violence in this year alone, 24,981 Americans have been killed. America is not at war. 24,981 Americans have been killed. As of today.
Most unsafe country for children.
No, just go there at all. Let us concentrate on Nigeria. I'm waiting for my turn, one man, please, sir.
Can you just hold on? Let me finish my.
Don't go to America.
Hold on. We use America example to berate Nigeria. Now, when we want to strike a balance, some people will say don't go there. No, let me say it. You can respond. Let me finish.
Carry on, but bring it quickly because you can hear Tony is getting impatient. So yeah.
Well, let's exercise patience. So they have been 24. America has 18,000 plus police department, about 18,600 something police department, not policemen, police department. Different kinds of police, from college police to city police to county police to 18,600 and something. That's something police departments, fully funded. Fully funded, but yet in this year alone, there has been 24,981 killing with gun, not by accident or any other thing. Killing with gun. I don't want to quote it wrongly. I saw the number of children between 9 and 18 that have been kidnapped this year alone in America. It is in the essence of 70,000. I'm trying to look for the source. Oh, but America is the most secure place in this world. Oh, Nigeria is the shithole. We have our challenges. We are fighting an unconventional war. Even America is losing soldiers in some of their military operations and bases. Now, we are trying to get better. The question you asked, and I want to emphasize, where we were 8 years ago, there are different challenges for different times. This was one of the mistakes we made when they told us, including America, about the inflow of arms from Libya. Please, when they warned us that we need to mop up the arms, the small arms that were coming down, they told us then. There was a government in place then. Unfortunately, we did not take advice, and we had a lot of small arms that into Nigeria. Are there insecurity? Are there challenges? When some people go and connive and to want to go and rob somebody, or a house help to go and kill his master because he wants to steal money, or a boy carry his girlfriend to go and do ritual. We blame the president, the government for it. When brother and brother do business and it goes sour and they kill themselves in whatever way, yeah, they are part of the insecurity. They are part of the homicide.
All right,
we want to
bring
love
it
it
home.
and
Yeah,
talk. Yeah, I'm bringing it home. So we have our challenges. We are making our progress. We are making our progress, irrespective of how bad the situation is or the situations are. We are making progress, and we are not where we were 8 years ago. As simple as that. Some of us, we have lost loved ones in this battle, and when we berate our armed forces and the effort of people like this, honestly speaking, I don't have any word to say more.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Tony, and then Ogbeni wrap up that space, and then after that, I want to go to the Tinubu Special Investigator. So let's hear from Tony, then Ogbeni wrap up the Niger Republic space. We want to go and nuke them, is what Tinubu is saying.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, in the actual sense, Nigeria is in a total disarray. So from 8 years back, it's negative. So to my brother, I beg to tell you this, that if Nigeria was to be how you are portraying it to be, you would have stopped sleeping in your truck, because every day you are driving the truck and then nobody's harming you there in America. Why don't you come back home? You are sleeping in the truck, So then I go to the Niger place. 1 million army can be defeated by just 500 Niger army, because let me say 100 hungry armies. Nigerian armies are hungry people. Go and look at their barracks. Compared to back in the day when we were under the military government, when the barracks were looking very nice. So anybody that is
we're looking at their barracks now. We are looking at their barracks now.
Yeah, probably that is the north.
I just showed some of the simulation.
And then let's we forget that we are going to be dealing with an extension state of the northern Nigeria, because you cannot fight a war with those people. Now already. These are northerners, the same culture, religion, and tradition. How do you want to tackle those people? Better concentrate on. We are at war at home. People are suffering. People are suffering. You remember that I rooted for Tinubu, but right now I'm, I'm confused, because people are. How can you just take over? If a government comes into government in any country, people should be having kind of like a free, what did government have in stock for us? But this one around, just like the way they were portrayed Tinubu, that is a tax man, that when he comes in, he will start to tax the whole people to quench. And exactly what is happening. What the hell is going on? From 180 something naira per liter to 700 naira. Is that what we are?
So Niger Republic, yeah.
The Niger Republic, like as I say, like Nigeria army, 1 million Nigeria army are hungry lions, and then but those Niger Republic army, they are well disciplined, and then it's one culture, one people. They will unite to protect their country.
That's the Nigerian Air Force you are looking at on your screen. Do they look like hungry lions?
That's on Google.
Do they look like hungry lions to you?
That's on YouTube now. Like our bishop is saying, that is on YouTube, but it doesn't translate to reality.
YouTube, what are you?
So like Ajani said,
all right, thank you, Tony.
Let me answer Tony one second. No, let me answer him. No, let me answer. He said something to me that no, but that's not fair now. That's not fair. No, that's not fair now. That's not fair now. He does not need to.
Please, now help me now, Bishop. Yeah, round up, Tony. We have from Ogbeni, then we move on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I like to listen to Ogbeni.
Help me now. I said I want to move on. Just help me out.
So Nigeria, one man. Nigeria army is nowhere to be found, because people are being roasted alive in South Africa, in Tunisia. The Nigeria army is not making any threat. You know what I'm saying? And then how can they respect you? And then that to the point that Niger Republic will be afraid of having a Nigerian army, in their backyard. In the case of Gambia is a lost game to us. That guy is better. Look at them.
All right, thank you. We were not talking about Gambia, but let's hear from Ogbeni.
We need army. So we need military government. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Let's hear from Ogbeni, and then I want to move on from that space. Yeah. Ogbeni Kole. Look at that, it's disappeared. All right, I do want to move on from that space, and I want to move in this direction, and I'm hopeful that Jide is there to open up this space. Jide, so now this Tinubu, this now special investigator that Tinubu has invited to probe the CBN toe to toe and all auxiliary agencies that generate money for Nigeria. Is this something you are following? Because of all of the things that Tinubu has done so far, I think this is what excites me the most. Tinubu orders probe of CBN, names special investigator. Jim Obaze, his name is, and it comes with a very, very strong CV.
Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to say this man knows how to look for trouble. Because bringing in a special investigator, now they are not saying it's going beyond audit now. It's investigation, meaning that they must have some clues as to probably some illicit or corrupt transactions that went down in the central bank. So they want to investigate down to know probably all the players, how it went down, where the funds are, and things like that. And I only see this compounding the problem that Ogbeni Emefiele has already. Because that man, I don't see him leaving that place anytime soon. If this investigation starts, it means that Emefiele would still be in the DSS custody for a while. But the only funny thing about this is that he brought in something like a private investigator to investigate, meaning that he has direct control over this person. And from what he said, he said the person should investigate and report to him. I think is it weekly or so, that they should report to him whatever findings on a weekly basis. So this man is not playing at all. He wants to know where all the funds are going, where all this what's it called, exchange rate corruption, where all the funds are going. And probably we might start seeing him pursuing those people that actually have the funds with them and getting back the money. That is just my take on it. I feel it's just it will only nail Emefiele more. It will nail him to the cross the more, and I don't think he's going to get free from where he is anytime soon. So that's just my take on this. And
all right.
we might even see some other people in that same establishment. I mean, all the financial institutions in Nigeria that has to do with the government that also played key role in this whole corrupt practice, and they would also be on their toes. Some of them might even be planning to run away right now, because I know the CBN still has an acting governor, and he will still be seen as a subordinate of Emefiele. So pending the time Tinubu announces his own substantial CBN governor, it means even the guy too might not be off the hook. So that's my take on it.
All right, brilliant. Now let me bring rational mind into it. So rational mind. Everybody knows you are not a Tinubu fan, but surely this direction of travel is one you approve of. A root and branch probe of CBN. Is this something that at least you will applaud him for? Rational mind.
Yeah, I will applaud him for that. If everything is with the right motive, when I mean the right motive, right intentions. I wanted to see or understand the level of the corruption, the monumental corruption that has brought that country to its knees. We knew that the total collapse of the Nigerian economy under Bubu has to do with CBN has a major role play, because these guys were just printing money, devaluing the naira, and that is what led to dollar being bought at almost 900, even more than 900 to a dollar, and pounds is over 1,000 plus, and euro as well. So there's something inherently wrong. Not just the insecurity alone. We know that's another factor, but the monumental mismanagement of the Nigerian monetary policy by Emefiele, which I know it's not just him alone acting on his own. He has accomplices, people who also colluded with him, especially in the Buhari, and not even Buhari himself, because I know there's nothing we would do without Buhari's behind Buhari, without Buhari knowing. So if Buhari does say he doesn't know, well, I don't know how he's going to prove that. So invariably, if Emefiele goes down, a lot of people around Buhari.
You know that Emefiele predates Buhari, so he stands alone. And by the way, I'm not sure that all this narrative that without Buhari knowing, I'm not sure that Buhari knew a lot about what goes on around him. He only knows what they tell him, don't they? Doesn't he really? He's a military man. That's what he is.
Maybe that's what it is, but there's no. He is the leader, so he cannot feign ignorance. What's the level of his participation or his collusion into this?
But rational man, you think if Emefiele wants to steal money, he will go and tell Buhari?
No, hold on. I'm not saying.
If the president, if the president knows, or maybe the agency knows, how have people been able to steal successfully? You understand? People do it now. That's why there's concealment. Eventually, they get found out. But people do that in the dark. They do it under the shadow of the night, so that people will not know. That's why they are successful. Nobody steals in the open.
Hold on. You can be saying all of this. So when people keep, I mean, are you telling me that Buhari does not read the newspaper? He does not read newspaper and hear the lamentation of the?
No, we are not talking of the lamentation. You see what Tinubu is going to probe now is not the lamentation.
No, we'll get to that. I'm talking about Buhari. I thought you were asking me about Buhari.
That lamentation, they cannot take it to court and convict.
Hold on. We're talking about Buhari. I don't even know what you're asking me now. Maybe you're asking, or maybe you're just speaking.
It's Emefiele now that you are talking about. And you are saying that if they pick him, if he goes down, Buhari goes down with him.
Yeah.
And Woman is trying to maintain the very, and I maintain the same position, Woman, in the sense that if they probe him now, they are probably going to probe him for maybe terrorist financing if he eventually does that. Abuse of office, maybe he's stealing money or he's abusing the process and everything. You say, well, Buhari might not know all that too now. Buhari might not know. That's how people steal successfully now.
Yeah, well, you can say he doesn't know, but the magnitude or the scale of his knowledge and his involvement in it will be determined. And I hope this special counsel or investigator will just is with the right motive. Like, okay, you go probe everybody. Anybody that is hit in this, we're going to rope them. But then if it's just one-sided, that is just only Emefiele, because Emefiele almost cost him his candidacy in the last election and all of that, and it's more like a payback time now for all those people who walked against my candidacy at the last election. If that's what it is, then I don't think.
Let me represent it to you, rational mind, so you have context. It says President Bola Tinubu has appointed a special investigator, Jim Osayande, to probe the Central Bank of Nigeria and related activities. This was contained in a letter signed by the president and addressed to Obazie, the chief executive officer of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, in accordance with the fundamental objectives set forth in Section 15, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. This administration is today continuing the fight against corruption by appointing you as a special investigator to investigate the CBN, so that's one, and related entities. This appointment shall be with immediate effect, and you will report directly to my office. Tinubu letter reads, the full terms of your engagement as special investigator shall be to communicate to you the full terms of your engagement as a special investigator shall be communicated to you in due course, but requires that you immediately take steps to ensure the strengthening and probity of key government business entities, GBEs, and further block leakages in CBN and related GBEs, and provide a comprehensive report on public wealth currently in hands of corrupt individuals and establishments, whether private or public. So what I'm taking from that is a root and branch. So the central bank is the golden fleece, but under it are also other GBEs, government business entities. So government business entities would include the federal inland revenue, the NNPP, the customs, all of that. So a root and branch. Essentially, go and get back all the money that Buhari administration looted. You are to investigate the CBN and related entities using a suitably experienced, competent, and capable team, and work with relevant security and anti-corruption agencies to deliver on these assignments. I shall expect a weekly briefing on progress being made. Tinubu also sent Obate a copy of his order suspending Emefiele as the apex. So that's the mandate. It's a root and branch of everything stolen by Buhari and his acolytes.
All right.
So the rational mind can expand more on this. To expand on that mandate, you discover that in this thing, I can see the reason why the EFCC chairman was suspended. They need somebody who is meaningful in that place. And I can see the finger of Ribadu and Wale doing this. That's just look into that context. I can see the finger of Ribadu and Wale Edu in this. All those government agencies, that's where the money leaks. NDIC, AMCON, all those agencies where they are related to CBN, where they make money, NNPC, there are some agencies, National Sugar Council or whatever. All those, if you know how much money comes out of those kind of places, you'll be shocked. Billions, hundreds of billions. I see Ribadu and Wale Edu finger in this. Rational mind, sorry.
Yeah, so it's easy for us to see all of these things, Tinubu this, Tinubu that, and all of this. I see a man who is just trying to sell himself to Nigerians. That listen, even though I have all these flaws and have all these baggages, I can still deliver. I can still do this. Just give me a chance and all of that. And yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. But then, I said it once, one man.
So is this not what you would expect him to do?
Yeah, of course, anybody would do that, even though it's Obi or whoever. They had that.
No, Obi told us he would not probe previous administrations. No, he told us that.
Well, he said that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, he said they can walk away with all the loot.
No, he said that, but then if you take it by what he said, we can say maybe that's exactly like you're saying. But I understand that he would not want to do that. He will definitely have to, but like he said he won't close shop and start running after. I mean, like his focus all about just the people who have looted, like Buhari did at the first few years of his presidency. He was chasing after Jonathan and his people, and he neglected governance. And look at how it cost us recession, the first recession, and all of that. So that's what I think he meant.
How did that cause us recession? So it was one that caused the recession that happened in North America too.
Nigeria recession. Nigeria economy went into recession.
That was the global result of.
No, it wasn't global. No, don't give me not that. I'm talking about in 2015, 2016. When was it 2016 or maybe 2016 or 2017? Nigeria went into recession. Our economy.
It was because the oil price went to $28, brother.
So there was
this guy neglected. How many months did it take him to put up his ministerial list?
That was the difference. We were telling you what happened in the international space.
No, there was no international.
It cannot be ascribed Even the World Bank was surprised that we got out of it earlier. So
No,
why
we
you
got
are
out of it
making
earlier.
yes or Ogidi Monsonye? Go and find check the record.
Sure, well, let me not say sure.
You are misinforming people now.
It's not. It's not. I wasn't informing people.
The recession was because of the drop
The oil
in
price.
fuel price,
You will target
yes,
anything now. You
which
target
was also because of the
Buhari.
black market that was running in Syria. It is still the same proxy war between Russia and America.
And then Saudi
My
and Saudi
brother.
Arabia and the rest of them were making money. The Gulf states were all making money.
Madboro is rational mind so.
Killing people. Somebody failed to
money in
put in place
2015.
for
Are
6
we
months.
out of recession now?
No, we are getting him. We are serving him back in his own.
Our naira fell. The first few months this guy got in there, the thing just went skyrocketed. And you're telling me we don't enter a recession? How many countries that had that kind of inflation that we had? People just come here and just
understand what we are saying. We said there was
people
recession, but we are telling you that it was because of the happenings in the international space.
It's a host of. I'm not saying oil price. That's you see. This is what we do a lot here.
No, because but before we brought it up, you didn't even acknowledge that. You said Buhari drove them.
Okay, fine. There was recession. I mean, there was economic a little bit of economic. But my point is this.
Before you didn't take that, right?
God.
Before you didn't take it, I want to acknowledge that. Before you didn't agree. You didn't agree that there was a recession and that now you agree, Abi?
I'm hinging that recession mostly on his lackluster performance from
so you see the importance of pushback now. We are telling you that rational mind. There are so many factors that led into it.
There could be.
One thing cannot lead into recession, and the major driver of it was the oil price.
The crude oil price.
I came into Canada in 2015, 2016. I live in a city called Calgary. That's the part of the Canada that is dominantly producing the oil. This city was booming. As at the time I came, most of us that came into this country as professionals were working in warehouses because of the recession.
Friend, all right, me or more. I don't know what to tell you more than what I've said.
I'm telling you the truth. But then, the truth.
If you look at the dailies, the newspaper dailies of that time, people were like saying that.
Rational mind.
Would you please let me land this point, please? You will talk, please. Let me land because if you want to interject me, I just can't get a word in. Now, what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the newspaper of that time, there were reports of one of the reasons, if not the reason, let me not say that's the only reason, why there was recession was his inability to put together a team that would work with him, especially his ministers and all of that.
Editorials written by uninformed people.
They were all I get you. Yeah, right.
Editorials written by people that read English language and
if it's not one thing, it will be. Do you know how many years it took them blaming Jonathan for the okay? If you
rational mind.
Hold on.
Rational mind. Let me say this.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say here is this: that if it were to be economic well, because what we were hearing back then, if you ask the lack of Oponadeshino and the other guy, what's his name, Gabasheu, all of them, they were just all talking about, and Jonathan has squandered the whole money. We came in, we met virtually empty treasury, and so we have to start from scratch. But they were not hinging it on what you were telling me about just the economic.
Yeah, they were saying that assuming Jonathan, all that money is there, that they would have been able to cushion the effect of the sector. Yeah. Where rational mind, you forget this. You know why I'm worried is that these are not futuristic, these are historical things, events that happened. So
sorry, can I comment on this? Can I comment on this?
Rational mind, can I say something?
Rational mind.
Wait. Let Ekene come in before you. Ekene.
Yeah, you see, we keep on giving excuse for our failed leaders, and that is why our country continues to go down every day by day. There is no excuse for failure, and that is life. You fail. You continue to bring these statistics and all that, and use it to exonerate somebody that you know that doesn't have the capacity to lead a nation, and he failed woefully. No excuse for failure. We should stop doing that for the benefit of this country.
Can I talk now, please?
Can you explain the meaning of recession the way you understand it?
Can I talk now, please?
Hold on now. You didn't even let him land this, but let Ekene land. Now Ekene has been waiting for Ekene land.
This country has continued to go under inflation for the past how many years? Our naira has continued to
not
crack.
Inflation, recession.
All of them are the same. Our dollar has not. Our dollar. You can count where we are in 2015 in terms of our exchange. Just take it. How the thing has higher. Just tell me any country that can bear it.
Ekene,
We are close to 900 today.
Ekene, I respect you and I respect your business sense. Let me. When you talk of business, I respect you so much. But you know we can't know everything together. You know so much business I don't know. But this one we are talking about, me, I know. So listen to us. We are trying to say something about what happened in the past. We are not talking about what happened now. We said the problem of that past, there were factors that were responsible for it. If you listen to us,
Also, I apologize, Patrick, but what Ekene is saying is right. You know, for all of this modelings and all of these statistics and all of this fancy language that all you eggheads use, you know, ultimately, how has it impacted on the life of the people? It's the ultimate test of it. And what Ekene is saying to you is that for all of these fancy words, the people are the suffering has been the end product of it, and that's ultimately the test.
That is it. You must find a way to better the life of you. Listen, listen, Mr. Patrick. Before you continue, let me tell you this. As of today in Adamawa State, people are routing warehouses, shops, openly, searching for what to eat. Go and check the news. In Adamawa, they have to put 24-hour coffees today in Adamawa State. People are going, as in any warehouse they see, they break it. Looking just for what to eat, and you cannot call it, the government cannot even identify them as a thief. These guys tell you they are hungry. And we keep on making excuses.
I agree with you. You see,
what is this?
Ekene, I agree with what you have said.
But when Ajade Gogo talk now, they will say Ajale Gogo is an alarmist.
No,
he doesn't see anything
I don't even know.
He doesn't do anything.
One man, please. Can I
came back from Nigeria, I was telling them what I saw. They say, "Oh, that is what he is. He always brings."
Jide, let the window open, then you come in. When the window opens, you come in.
Sorry, Ekene, sorry about that. You see, I appreciate what you are saying now. You see, what we are just talking about was an event that took place in the past. It's just like saying, oh, there was an election in 2023 February. Oh, there was no election. You know, this, we are not looking at what is happening now. We're looking at what happened in the past, and we're looking at what caused it. There's a proverb in Yoruba land. They say when a small boy falls down, he looks forward to where he's going. When an old man falls down, he looks back and tries to look at, oh, what really made me fall down? So that he will move it from there. So what I'm saying is this, we are saying what caused the problem of that time. Buhari,
let me tell you,
might be one of them.
Let me tell you, the incompetence of Buhari led us many years back. That even Tinubu, I don't know how he will get out of this. I'm telling you for a fact. This is my country. This is where I stay. The incompetence of Buhari.
In 2015 now, do you know
there is nothing like, is it only Nigeria that is going
exactly?
What are you telling me? Even I was in the news when is it or London or this is about to have some economic crisis. Today they are able to manage it, and by changing their leaders, knowing that these ones are not capable. If you are not capable, you come down.
Inflation in the UK or not? One man. What's the inflation rate?
What are you telling me? This is the we keep on praising our leaders even when they are failing. We bring out researches, we bring out statistics. We are trying to tell them see, our leaders don't have brain. Oil is not the only thing we have in this country. Oil is not the only thing we have in this country. There are many things that they will do to move this country forward apart from oil. Even this oil is not the most thing that we're supposed to depend on. Let them think. These guys don't have brain, and you have to believe it.
No, I won't believe that.
They don't have brain, and they don't even want the people that have the brain to come into the power to even help them. Everything is politics. What is all about this politics? We're talking about moving the country forward. Everything is not politics. See, what happened in Adamawa today really touched my heart. These guys were going openly, looting shops, looting warehouses, and the way you catch them, it is not thief.
Digressing now. If it's Tony now, you will say no. Speak to the.
No, when we are talking, see, I'm not against Tinubu. I'm not against Tinubu. I'm not against Tinubu probing the Emefiele.
Problem in 2015. You are talking of
I
what
don't see. Now. I don't want to hear anything that causes it. The only thing I know that causes it. Looking at Buhari and his policies and everything that's passed from 2015 up to now, I can tell you the only thing that causes it is incompetence. There is no statistics about it.
I disagree. No, there was a recession in 2015. You can say it's Buhari, but you cannot take the truth out of it now. When they say the capital of Lagos is
hold on again, let Patrick respond to you.
It is the truth now. You see, we can't just keep. We can be emotional, but the truth does not respond to that. The truth is that in 2015, Nigerian states were borrowing to pay salary, and the price of oil now dropped. I think it was Saudi also who flooded the market. I don't even know. Can't remember. So the prices dropped and it affected everybody. Calgary is still yet, Calgary in Canada, they are yet to recover from it now. And after that, COVID struck. So there were sequence like that, sequence of crisis that happened. When I came here, consumer price index or associated price of consumer goods is different. There's one vegetable oil we used to buy 20 liters here. I think it was for $20-something. That time my wife would buy the 20 liter. My wife would buy extra. If any of my friends are sending cars home, she will put like 3 in their car and say, help me give my grandma, help me give my mom, help me give neighbor. Do you know that even at our level, anytime I go to the market, she'll say, no, she's not buying. She's looking for the 4 liter. The only time we bought one recently was when I went for grocery and I bought it. I brought it. Yeah, you bought this thing. Why did you buy it now? It's too expensive. I said, this one is just buying small. And what am I trying to say? The consumer prices are going up. One man, please tell us. I'm sure you used to push trolley in London, right? No, be only me, they push trolley. As I push the trolley and madam is speaking.
Okay, Patrick, let me tell you what I know.
Let one man respond to that one. How do you?
No, I want to say something before one man respond. I want to say something.
Hold on. Now, what Patrick is saying is a global, and I'm sure he repeats in Nigeria as well. I
will still give him. I want to still give him an example of African nation.
Things have gone up, at least over 60 to about 70% here. Even basics as food. If you take a loaf of bread, which is usually the standard, you could get it for about 70 something p. Just barely 18 months ago. It's now about £1.50 thereabout. So. And you can use that as the metric for a broad spectrum.
How many percent increase?
Well, from 75p to £1.50. So you do the math.
Yeah. That's 100% now.
Okay, yeah. But let me. Okay, you're talking about 100%, but I'm telling you, a loaf of bread in Nigeria, where you are talking of them, is about 453p.
What is responsible for that? You have to tell us what is responsible for the situation in Britain there, where you have like a year ago a loaf of bread for 70 cents or 70 pence.
Okay, Daniel, can you tell us your own case? What was the loaf
of bread? Even at that 150. Yeah.
What is it that is responsible for that?
It's a global recession, I suspect.
It is not hold
on. No. It's a consequence of coming out of the European Union, a consequence of global recession, a consequence of mismanagement of the economy. Ukrainian. There was a time we had a lady called Liz Truss for a few months, and she put in this Ghanaian in charge of the economy, who didn't really know his left from his. So it's a multifaceted thing. That's just a lot of it coming out of the EU and a lot of the global financial strain.
Okay, let me say this.
Hold on now. Let me ask a question.
What about your own end?
Let me ask one man more question. So before that increase from 70 pence to 150, How many times do you have increase on the loaf of bread before that time?
It's a gradual increment, isn't it? Do you know? You know
how
there
long,
are two.
when you had it for 75 cents, before that, how many years was it on 75 cents or below 75 cents?
I couldn't really. I know your question. Let me answer it. Yeah. I couldn't really tell you, but there's always been increments in the. You know, everything increases, but the increment was just nominal, so you didn't notice it. But over the last 12 to 18 months to 24 months, the increments have been just so sharp that every time you go to the shops, let me give you an example of what's going on in this country. There are two types of products that you can get. You can get the prime products, which is your Heinz, your this, that, and the other. And then you can get your shop own brand, which is just the same thing, but the branding is the different. But people don't like to put shop own brands into their trolleys. People are now buying more shop own brands, which is the base level entry point, which is to tell you that there's a real squeeze on food.
But the situation of Nigeria is quite different. We've been noticing the increase on food for several years before last year that this incident.
Several years when?
Global.
Since when?
Let me land, man.
Several years is not defined now.
Do you know how many times that we have increase in the price of bread in Nigeria? Every time.
Several years is not defined now.
So what we are saying here, we shouldn't be using global situation to say, because we had it in America, we had to justify.
Even if they use it itself.
Nigeria. The Nigerian situation is a normal situation, is human created situation by mismanagement of irresponsible leaders.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Hold on, Ajale. Yeah, sorry, Jide, you're coming now. Actually, coming now. I held you back for too long. Yeah, go on, Jide.
Okay, I want to disagree with what Baba Jale Koko just said. See, any government coming in today, just like Tinubu came in today, we all know before Tinubu came in that Nigeria main base of economy is the sale of oil. It's not going to diversify the economy by just, flipping the switch. Obviously, it's going to come in. It will take time to diversify the economy. Now, we are talking about what happened in 2015. Buhari came in. The budget of Nigeria was around $60-something per barrel. That's what they made their budget on. And oil price fell to $28. I want us to look at it critically. You are earning 600,000 naira before. Then it just slashed down to 280,000 naira. And you must fulfill all the responsibility you fulfill with 600 and whatever naira before. That was what led to the major crisis when Buhari came in. No matter I want to defend it, no matter I want to sugarcoat it, that was the major crisis. And that was why they were shouting that if they were referring to Jonathan's era, because as at that time, the budget of Nigeria was below around that $60 per barrel, and the oil price was $100 and something per barrel in the oil market, meaning that we were saving like 40 something. I remember very well, we're saving like 40 something dollars per barrel that we sell. But the savings of 40 something dollars that should have been kept somewhere for a day, like when it will go down to $28, was not kept. It was squandered. Now a new government came and they were shouting. I'm not defending them, but that was what happened. So if we want to talk about, is it only oil that is in Nigeria? Is it only oil that is in Nigeria? My brother, we cannot diversify our economy by the flip of the switch. It takes time to diversify the economy. We are talking about food. How much of the food we eat in Nigeria is even grown in Nigeria? Benin Republic brings food. As far as Ghana, they bring in
Most of the
tomatoes and
food we
pepper.
eat in Nigeria are grown in Nigeria.
I don't even know what he said.
Not
We
most.
do import tomatoes and the yams and the.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Ekene, I'm telling you what I know. I am in Nigeria. I am in Nigeria. I'm telling you that tomato,
everything, all the pepper,
yes.
we've grown it in Nigeria. So what is
vegetables, everything? What else?
Baba Janle Koko, I know what I'm saying. The moment, okay, for instance, the moment the Northerners go on, if they go on holiday, maybe their salad break or whatever, you can buy just two balls of tomato for 100 naira in the West. Anybody that lives in Nigeria will tell you that is what is happening. So what we are growing cannot still feed us. If it can feed us, we'll have surplus. Rice. It was when Buhari came in that we are now talking of Nigeria is producing rice in Nigeria. We import everything. So we should not compare ourselves to UK. When we are talking of good things, we want to compare ourselves. When we are talking of bad things, we say we should not give excuse for our country. It is not fair. The truth of the matter is, going by what we are discussing before, when Buhari came in, oil price went down to $28 per barrel. And that was the major crisis that he encountered. After that, COVID, after that, NSAS, and which disrupted almost everything during that first period.
Can
So
I respond to you?
I'm not
Can I
sorry.
Can I respond to you?
I'm coming. Let me land.
Hold on.
Let me land.
Ajale Koko, let him land.
Let me land. I am not excusing Buhari's lack of intelligence in terms of ruling the nation, because one of the major reasons I see why Emefiele can do everything, I told somebody you cannot totally fault Buhari, because Buhari does not even have any financial knowledge. It is what they bring to him and say, Baba, okay, if you do this, it will be okay. He will sign it. And that's why Emefiele could do most of the things he has done. So, but I am not excusing that Buhari is not
Buhari now. Doesn't he have advisors, or what are you talking about, for God's sake?
No, let me come in.
So he doesn't have
let me
advisors.
comment.
Doesn't have other opinions that can.
Let me respond to him.
All right, let Ekene come in, and then after Ekene Kulata. So Ekene, just give us a condensed response.
But you know, I'm not done.
Let me say this. When you are comparing all these things, it's just like we Nigerians don't know what is happening outside the country. What we have in Nigeria today is almost about 300 to 400% increase. We are talking about 100% increase and all that. See, let me tell you, the only time China have increase in their goods was during Russia-Ukraine war, and it didn't take up to 6 to 7 months. They even have lesser price now. As I'm talking to you today, they are having lesser prices. So what are you telling me? When you are not competent, you are not competent.
Can you give me one commodity in Nigeria that has jumped up by 400%? I am in Nigeria. Okay.
Petrol.
One commodity.
Petrol.
Not only petrol, even the bread. Bread, how many percent increase? Bread you eat every day, how many percent increase?
How much is a family-sized bread now in Nigeria?
75 bread is 1,200. Compare it with
1,000. It is 1,000 naira, 1,200, depending on the brand you want to buy. And it
yes,
was
I will go for the one of 1,200. Compare it with
hold on,
and it was formerly sold for 700 naira. From 700 naira to 1,000. Yes, from 700 naira to 1,000. And I can tell you in Nigeria, you will still get a bread of 100 naira, bread of 200 naira.
Before 700, how much was it?
It was 700 static. I've been buying it for 700 for the past 4-5 years. 700 naira. I buy 2 loaves for my family to eat. Now I buy it 2,000 naira. from 1,004
many
to
Nigerians? How many
2,000.
Nigerians can buy it for that price? How many?
That is not our
No.
argument.
Hold on.
Our
Okay,
argument
so
is
that doesn't matter to you, right?
400%.
Hold
No.
on.
Okay.
Our argument is 400%
So
increment.
you can buy at that price because you have the financial power to buy it. But of many Nigerians that cannot even eat bread anymore because of the
Ajale Gogo will buy it for them. Ajale Gogo will buy it for them with his money from America.
I want him to compare rice. I want him to compare rice price. Let him compare rice price.
No, don't compare rice.
Let him compare rice price also. He has compared bread.
Guys, settle down. It's just bread is a basic base level entry. That's usually
But rice also is a staple, woman, isn't it?
Okay. Babanjale Koko, 100 naira bread, she were Nigeria. 200 naira bread, she were Nigeria. What I'm trying to say is this: we should not, when we bring narratives on this channel, we should understand that it is
100
not
naira bread. Yeah,
Oyomode. I'm telling you. I am telling you. Àgbàlagbà ò lè jẹ́ kó yó. Àgbàlagbà ò lè jẹ́ kó yó. But so, but Babajale Koko, nǹkan tí mò ń sọ lélẹ̀, even with the fuel price increment, Agege from Songo was 400 naira. Even with the fuel price increment, Agege from Songo is still 500 naira. So it is 100 naira increment. So when people come and tell us that it is 400%, and that's why I'm challenging them.
Okay. Hold on.
All right. Can I interject now?
Hold on. From because I interviewed some people when I was there, from Ogba to Agedengbi, it used to be 100 naira, but now it's 200 naira, and you see that short distance. So for you to say from what do you call it, from
Obalende to
Babajale Koko, generally, generally, if you sample the price of transportation, it has just been 100 naira increment. And what you've just stated now is an 100 naira increment.
It's 100 naira for that short distance.
It is 100 naira increment.
Jide, just answer this, and then then Kulata can come in. Just off the back of this fuel subsidy removal, on average across the board, what is the percentile increment in terms of the weight that the people are having to carry? What's the increment as a consequence of this across the board as an average of this fuel subsidy thing?
One man, please.
It will be difficult to quantify. It will be difficult to.
Jide, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 man. Before you ask that question from him, you want to know from him if he drives his vehicle or he go by public transport. If he doesn't go by public transport, he cannot answer that question well.
He will still know the price.
No, he won't know. He won't know. He won't know.
He will have employees.
He won't know.
Babajanle Koko.
Hold on. Hold on. Jide, you hold on too. I wasn't asking him about the price of transportation. I'm saying across the board. So transportation, food, everything, just average it and then give us a percentage in terms of the impact of the subsidy. So not specifically specific.
No, you can't average it. It's going to be vary, man. What do you mean by average it?
Let him just answer the question and then we hear from Kulata.
I want to put my question to him because he's also a Nigerian tweet. So I want to put before he answer everything because we are comparing. So I want him to compare. Dollar increase from 200 to 900 and how many percent increase? I want you to compare rice increase from that time to that time. How many percent increase before we conclude all these things?
I do. In fact, let me. Calm down.
Yeah, go on, Jide.
Calm down. Okay.
Yeah.
So now on transport across board, I can tell you very well, across board, it has been an increase of 100 naira across board. If you are going from let's say Tollgate to Oshodi, it formerly was 700 naira. Now it is 800 naira. It is 100 naira across board for transport, majorly. Now, Nigerians too, there are people that always like extorting. We need to factor that into. You might meet a bike man and he just give you the high price. That can happen. But for food, you cannot really quantify. Our food is not weighed in grams and it's not a static. It's just what Mamoloja Basha Papo to ba Lesoriba Lamara. But I can say, let's say on perishables, the increment is not too noticeable. It should be around maybe 20%, and it's not in terms of cost. It's in terms of quantity. You understand? You still go to the market, you still get pepper of 100 naira. They have not made pepper of 100 naira 200 naira. It is just that the amount you will now buy in terms of quantity.
So if you could get four tomatoes for 100 naira before, you get 3 now.
No. Now it is around 7 tomatoes for 100 naira where I stay.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying on average.
Yes,
they reduce the quantity.
So
yeah.
It is quantity that they reduced so that they can make more. They did not increase the price in terms of price. So it is still the same thing like it was before. You understand? If you are going to buy 3 Titus fish, which was like 700 naira before, now they will now look at the size. Those ones, they weigh them in kg, and now they will reduce the size and you still buy it for that same amount. So that is the way it has affected. The major things that it will affect really is rice, elubo. Those ones are things that are seasonal. Gari was 700, and where I used to buy it was 700 naira for a paint bucket. That small paint bucket, 700 naira. Now it is 1,000 naira, and it is because of the raining season. Because we cannot really do much of
Gary is 350 where I used to be before. Where it used to be before paint bucket. 350. Now it's 1,200.
Are you all bachelors? How come you know the price of these things?
I buy from the market. I go to the market. I buy for my family.
You must be an accountant, or you cannot even send your wife to the market because you want to. Are you one of those
One man. Really, the strategy that people are using now to get by in this situation is people now go to the farm markets. That is what is happening in Nigeria. If you can buy, like today I bought 6 tubers of yam for 5,500 naira. That same 5,500 naira, if I go to that farm market, I will buy 12 tubers of yam for 5,500. The same size. And I mean the size that 5 people, as in I'm a family, my family is 5, and we can eat 1 tuber at once. So this is what people are doing. People are now going. You said?
That means the middlemen are responsible for the price.
It is the middlemen. It's just like if you are into farming, I've done farming before. I did farming of plantain. By the time you get to the market and you want to sell, for instance, you go to my 12, they will tell you they are not going to take it. You need to sell to the middlemen. The middlemen will buy from you. At the price they deem fit buy from you. It is they that will now sell at the normal market price. They are now the one making more profit. So it's not really like this thing is that tough the way it is. Yeah, but the major thing is that cash is a bit not in circulation because a lot of people are holding on to their cash and they are taking more calculative thoughts before they do spendings now. and people are reducing their
You say
entertainment
it is not
spending.
that
One man, I
tough.
need
and
full
everything.
interjection before
Okay, one man.
You
I
say
want
it's
to
not
go
that tough
sleep. They
as they
catch
are
me.
talking about. You say
I
it's
need
not
full
that tough.
interjection before Kulata will come in because he's staying in Nigeria with me. So
You
I will
said
give
it's
him full
not that
interjection.
tough,
Yes.
Jide. Maybe you are making reference to yourself. You can't talk
I'm
for
not
every
saying
other
it's
person.
not that tough. I'm
No,
saying
that's
that
what you
the
say.
way
You say this is not that
the way
tough as they are
Ekene
talking
painted
about.
it, Baba Janle Koko, the way Ekene painted it is that 400% increment, meaning that if the pepper I'm buying for 100 naira before, I will not be buying it for 400 naira. That is what it means, and that's what I'm trying to state. That it's not that way. It's not the way it works in Nigeria.
I will explain to you after. That is why I want to come in.
No. Let Kulata come in just so we can get a different perspective. Kulata, come in.
Okay. The reason I wanted to come in is we're talking about inflation, and nobody is really talking about we just got out of a pandemic. And people don't realize that the last time we were in a pandemic, we had a global depression, depression of 1920s, after the pandemic of 1918. So during COVID, there was a shift in the pattern of demand because everybody was locked in. There was no demand for services because nobody wanted to go and expose themselves in the dentist clinic or in school or somewhere. Everybody shifted to buying tissue paper, buying soap, buying all those things. So that ramped up the demand of all those basic products and drove up the prices. That was the beginning of inflation. And that skyrocketed price. We were all here in 2020 when we were buying toilet roll off the shelf. The shelves were empty. Supply chain couldn't react. They couldn't produce fast enough.
Kulata, what do you think was the essence of that toilet roll thing? I really was surprised. I'm looking at the correlation.
It was demand now. It was massive demand.
Toilet roll.
There was toilet roll out, meat out, everything out, any durable good. Services, nobody was, because you weren't going anywhere to consume service. So that drove up the price. The next thing was monetary government fiscal and monetary policy, a reaction to the pandemic, because people were not going out to work. Government had to pump out a lot of money, and in America they were giving checks for so long. And remember that we were still dealing with this lopsided pattern of behavior. So that kind of just compounds it, because the monetary policy, too many money chasing after fewer goods. The goods that everybody was chasing after, they became more expensive because everybody was chasing after them. And then government was now pumping money. And then we now had the supply chain crisis, whereby areas of global supply like China got impacted. So that means there were further fewer goods chasing after the money, and government had to keep on pumping money. And before you could get all that adjustment, inflation has broken everywhere. So it's a global thing. It's a global thing. And the way Buhari reacted to that was ways and means. They kept on printing money. America too did their own magic with its own central bank. Same thing with UK. So it's a global phenomenon, because we're even lucky that we did not enter a depression post COVID, because like I said, this is a once in a lifetime pandemic. How many people were alive in 1918 when the last one happened and experienced the depression of the 20s? And the depression lasted a while, but the world is much more smarter now. So when we look at the inflation, people are saying Nigeria grows everything it eats. That's nonsense. Most of our grains are imported. A lot of our grains are imported. Wheat, most of it comes from Ukraine.
Nobody ever said that.
Excuse me, I was listening. I was listening when they were saying tomato, this, that. We import a boatload of tomato via canned tomato, tin tomato, puree, all sorts of different tomatoes they imported. Same thing with yam. We even import yam from Ghana. So the only thing we probably don't import is cassava, because everything, we're the biggest producers of cassava and we consume everything we produce.
In-
So we're
in-
not.
in- but they
We're,
import yam from Ghana. So my
they
question
import
is,
yam from
fine.
Ghana, Janle Coco. If you don't know, now you know.
They import
I'm
yam
letting
and
you know.
What's the
They import
percentage?
yam. They
What's
import
the
yam from
percentage
Ghana.
of people?
At
What's the
some point,
percentage?
let me tell you how bad it is.
Hold
At some
on.
point
What's the
during Jonathan's
percentage?
government, they were
What's the
importing
percentage
canned.
of
They were
that
importing
yam
canned
that we
Nigerian stew from
import from
India.
Ghana?
At some point during Jonathan, I remember what Jobitex used to do. They used to now import it from India. So if you don't know our food supply chain, the food supply chain in Nigeria, you better know. We rely.
Hold on, but
We
you're
rely.
saying
Excuse me. Excuse me. You're not going to seize my thought process, rational mind. So keep quiet.
I'm not going to seize it.
We rely on a lot of
Hold on,
importation.
rational mind.
Right, he has to keep quiet. He has no choice. We rely on a lot of importation for our food. So it's not just, I mean, all this frozen chicken, turkey, where do you think it comes from? Do you think they grow that in someone's farm or this? It's all imported. So the global, I mean, grain, I mean, also with grains, wheat, okay, we produce sorghum, so we don't have to import sorghum. But majorly wheat, it impacts price of bread. Bread will skyrocket because Russia till today is still blocking wheat. So we have food inflation in addition to the COVID inflation, and that just piles and piles the thing up. Now we should be thanking God. In Turkey, at some point last year, inflation was like 80%. In Turkey, it's still high now. It's maybe 50 or 60%. In Argentina, of course, like 90 something percent. But those ones, they've had hyperinflation for a while. Ours is still less than 30%. We're like 22 or something. And the most recent one, the Tinubu one, is by floating the naira and also the fuel prices, of course, because that will jack up price of transportation and a lot of things will go along with it. But let's not act like, oh no, we're in some unique position because things got expensive. Things got expensive throughout the country. There was a time in America, maybe a few months ago, that they were selling the crate of egg for close to $7 or $8. I don't know what happened to egg supply at that point in time. Meat, the price of meat, because I go and buy meat because I grill and I do all this stuff. It's like if you go and buy oxtail, you know how much they sell oxtail now per pound? It's crazy. Oxtail that you buy $16 or something now, you're buying it like $32. So globally, it's a mess. But now supply chains are adjusting back. Government is pulling back on the excess money that they're paying people to, I mean, because of COVID, they're pulling that away. So people are now going back to work. And so supply is rebalancing.
One man have the right of reply. I'm not comfortable here.
So when we talk about inflation, you cannot separate us from the global economy. I mean, it's folly if you try and do that. And now when it comes to economic performance for Buhari, why are we acting like we're ignorant of the 2015 oil shock? It impacted all OPEC countries. The first 1 or 2 years, isn't that what killed the Houston economy? That shale, this is what happened. Saudi was fighting a war with with the US shale industry because the shale, it's, if you're selling oil, I think above $60 a barrel or something. I can't remember the exact $60 or $45. The numbers escapes me. You'll be profitable. So Saudi drove supply, pumped out a lot of crude to drive the price of crude oil down so that the shale. Wait, let me finish.
I want to punch you question.
No, you're not going to stop my thought
I want to punch you one question. I'm not taking your time. I'm
not now. Postpone it.
I just want to punch a question to you.
Postpone
it's just
it.
A question.
I'm not going to listen.
You're not being fair now. You're not being fair. It's just a question so that you reply now.
I am unfair right now. I mean, from what's it called? What's the name of this drilling? Is it fractional drilling? I can't remember the term. But at the point in time, the shale industry was booming in Oklahoma, booming in Colorado, booming in Texas, and all. So Saudi forced that industry into bankruptcy. they dropped the price of oil to like 40 something, 30 something dollars per barrel. So of course, we depend on oil exports. So Buhari inherited that because we were just coming from an excess of $100 from Jonathan. And our budget, I remember our budget benchmark is based on that $100. Maybe our budget benchmark was 70 something. Then they now started selling oil at 30 something. So it's not voodoo. I mean, you're not a voodoo scientist. Your income immediately goes down. And of course, then now came the Niger Delta Avengers that were bombing. Do you guys forget? I mean, do you guys forget so fast? And Niger Delta, they were bombing throughout 2015, 2016 to a large extent of 2017. So our production suffered under Buhari. Of course, Buhari too is incompetent. He was trying to go and fight those boys, mano a mano. They drove the Nigerian economy to its knees. And the oil price was low. So that was when Buhari now started borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And now, after all that, we should have recovered. The best time he had time to kind of like make money was this Russian war, which they totally flopped it. They blew it off. But there was a crisis in 2015 all the way to the decent part of 2018. And between 2018 and 2020, that was the breather. Then came COVID. So Buhari essentially only had like 3 years where he could do some sort of economic growth due to, I mean, that is based on factors that were not external, something beyond his control. Because something like COVID, you can call it out, you can almost say that's a force majeure. Because what could you do about COVID, really? And oil price, that was market, that was Saudi competing against the shale industry. So let's try and get things into perspective. Though he had opportunity to make things work, like I said, during the Russia crisis, and in my opinion, between 2018 and 2020, they could have done some things. But it wasn't exactly dealt a kind hand compared to the like of GEJ or Yaradua. So that's my take.
Can I respond? Yeah, Kulata. You talk about all the excuses and everything that happened in our oil, but you forget that during the time of Ukraine and the Russia war, other oil producing nations were cashing out, but Nigeria couldn't do that. It's
and I blame that correctly.
We couldn't factor.
Didn't I blame him for that?
No. Let me say this.
I blame him for that. I said he could have made money during that time. I said that.
Let me say this, Kulata. When you are not competent, you are not competent. When you're
There's
not
nothing competency can do to oil selling at $30 per barrel.
You only continue to. Let me finish. You only continue to lay emphasis on where you failed and what made you to fail. Then where you are supposed to succeed, you didn't lay emphasis why you didn't succeed there. And that is the problem of the nation. And we continue to go that round. See, all this in terms of economy.
Tell me how you will have made money during COVID. How will the country have made money during COVID?
I made a lot of money personally during COVID.
The country. I said the country, not you.
Why wouldn't they make more? What are you telling me?
What do we sell? What do we export?
That means because of when we have
export to the world?
Let me finish. When we have failed to plan for the years, no reserve, nothing.
All right, so let's talk about that plan. You start your government.
They gave you your time. Let me finish. Then you reply. Let me finish. Then you reply because I don't want to lose my time.
I want you to solve a problem. That's why I want to question you like this. I don't want you to.
That's what I'm trying to do. You didn't allow me to give you a question when you are talking. No. So let me finish. When I finish, then you can now come back. You see, as a nation that want to succeed, if we continue on these excuses, we will not go anywhere. That is my point. Excuse is not part of success. Go to other nations, see how they do, how they build their nation with confidence and all that. Even when they have problem, they still put confidence that things will get better and they within so time. And when they get to that period, they will surmount that problem. But in our nation, this is the only country that I see that things continue to get worse. We are giving excuse for that the situation, the reason why that situation is getting worse, and we are still giving excuse, This is the only country, and we the citizens are not helping the matter. And when it comes to that, we know how to speak English, we know how to put essays, we know how to put writings, but in terms of practicals, we don't know how to do it.
Okay, let's get back to practical now.
No, let me finish. In time, let me finish now. Let me say what I want to say.
You're sermonizing at this point.
Somebody came here and said he want to put a comparison of how things are going, the price of goods and all that in our nation before Buhari came in. He forgot to put major comparison that our dollar will continue to devalue it unnecessarily. Up to
what do we use to
400%.
maintain the value of the dollar?
Let me finish. No,
Okay.
I have
you
an
can't be
African
ignorant
country.
of some basic facts.
I have an African country close to me, Mozambique. I have somebody there. I have information there. During the time all these things we are going and all this recession we are going, Mozambique have their own problem. Their own currency still went up the way our naira went up. But as I'm talking to you today, Mozambique has come to that price they used to be. Their price was about 60 when that recession started. Their own started to jump. Their own started to fall. Their own started to fall.
What is Mozambique economy based on?
I don't want to care. This is a country that is working. I don't like all this analysis. I don't like it. I'm telling you, they have come to what they used to be in terms of their exchange. And you are trying to give me analysis of what is this and all that.
Answer me the basic question. What is see, look, we cannot just not be talking like that.
Nigeria has smarter. My problem is this. My point is this. Nigeria has smarter people than those countries. Nigeria have more educated people than those countries. But still, we are not getting things right. We continue to give excuse upon all our educations and all that. Then when are we going to get it right?
All right. Are you
no matter the analysis you want to, no matter the analysis you want to put in there, I tell you that.
Are you not ready to answer questions?
Analysis paralysis.
Are you not ready to answer questions? So you are Buhari. Oil, you budgeted oil. I can't remember the price. Let's say you budgeted oil like $70-80 per barrel.
It was 65,
as soon as you entered, it dropped to $30. Jonathan has zero savings for you. That was the hand you were dealt with. Shortly after, less than 3 months after, Niger Delta Avengers, they started bombing pipeline. So you had double whammy. Oil was like $30, and they cut down your supply because they bombed the bejesus out of those pipelines. Okay, so where will you get money from at that point?
See, let me tell you this.
Just answer my question. No, I don't sermonize. Just answer my question.
Answer which question? Oil this and oil that. I don't want to answer it. That is the fact.
You can't be living in denial.
If oil is the only thing,
you cannot be living in denial.
If oil is the only thing that will give us revenue, let me finish. Let me finish. If oil
is not the only thing that gives us revenue, that's what gives us foreign exchange revenue.
Okay, if that is the only thing that we expect to give us revenue in this country, I want to tell you, Kulata, this country will continue to go down. We have a lot of things that is going to give us revenue. We are not even touched. We are not even looking at those directions. Let me finish. You are talking about production. You are talking about production and all that. How many industries have this nation come out fully to say we want to boost this production in this sector? We want to boost this production in this sector. It's all about corruption and all that. How many times? How many of our productive sites? This our government has come up to say this is the production that we need to put in place.
Honestly, I just want you to put yourself in the shoes of Nigerian president as of this timeline, because these are historical facts I'm talking about, not all this fancy stuff.
You can put it. The only thing I know is that our government don't think. They don't think. Their focus is only to export oil, and they pack the millions. If you don't understand it that way, then you can start to give analysis.
We cannot.
The only thing they do is to mop up oil, steal the one they want to steal, use the one they want to use to service their debt, and then share the ones they want to share, then pocket the ones they want to pocket. If you don't see it that way, you can start to give analysis on whatever you want to. Then you continue to support them with those analysis.
Hold on, Ekene. Kukulata, Ekene is right. the window to and there's so much to diversify that economy into, to expand it exponentially, which is what Ekene is saying. That
so, but can you? Okay, one man. Let me shift the question to you. 2015, oil $30. Niger Delta Avengers blowing pipelines. How do you diversify? In what timeline?
Well, you can still refocus.
I just tell no grammar. Just tell me. Give me specifics. Let's play it out. What would you have done?
Well, you could have leveraged other mineral resources. Sorry, who's that? Is that coming from you? You could have leveraged other mineral or other. There's an abundance of resources that you can leverage, that you can resource money off.
Example:
gold, for instance.
How many tons? How many tons do we have? And
more tonnage than Ghana.
Wait. How many tons do we have? And how long will it take you to start adding value to the gold? Because it's ore that you're going to be able to sell, not refined gold.
Yes, but you can use the established gold resources that you have.
We don't have the time. That's what I'm saying. The only thing you will sell is just raw.
You can cash it in immediately.
No, you cannot, because it needs to be refined. So the only thing you are selling is ore. I can go to Ebonyi now and go take ore for what's that thing called?
No, you can sell the rights to it. You can sell the rights to it.
The rights has already been sold. That was around the time they sold the rights. So you guys are not facing the reality. You are wishful thinking.
Please, let me say this. Let me answer this question. You see, this is let me finish. This is the problem of our nation. You say that if we diversify to all this and all that, we don't have the time and all that. Is there any time for investment? This is the problem of our nation. Our leaders just want to do things that you praise them for at the immediate. They forget the things that will generate income in the future. If Buhari has taken his time to have done all this diversification, all these things, trying to pull out all these things and begin to, maybe he might not have the accolade. You understand? But at least I know that before he leaves office, people will begin to see the impact. Then now when the new government comes now, he will still continue in that line of investment and all that. But we neglect it.
Okay,
the only thing we look at, let me finish. The only thing we look at is when we export oil, then we share the money. Then they will use it, the remaining one. And just look at what happened with the Dangote refinery now. What is Buhari rushing to collect accolade that it is in my regime that Dangote built the refinery? Then you go and commission an uncompleted project. And we come here and we begin to clap for them. Even when we know that this man is a deceiver. You go to Ethiopia, you borrow an aircraft, something you know that you can do but because you have failed as a leader, you went and borrowed it. Come and they commission it for you to have answer the name that I commissioned an airline before I left office. We are in another country that this type of thing happen, and we come and begin to speak English for them, lay excuses for them, and all that.
Can I come here?
So let me tell you, if
let other voices say, round it up and let other voices say.
So if our nation, what we need in this country, we the citizens, let us begin to tell ourselves the truth. If we know that these our leaders are not doing things right, let's come out and say it. Let's not defend anything. You know what is good for you as a nation. I know what is good for me as a country. Listen to me today. You are talking about production. No producer will go to our bank today to borrow money. Just listen to that. You cannot go to any bank today because of interest rate to borrow money and say you want to do production in Nigeria today. You cannot even pay. You cannot pay the interest.
The sermonizing is okay. I mean, it's the same
No, there's
message.
nothing like summarizing.
I'm waiting for someone to walk through
All
solve
right,
the problem.
I think you made the point. But let Jide come in. But before you come in, Jide, I think Babatunde Martins is making a salient point here, which speaks to the space that you were talking about, Kulata. It says that the timeline in discussion is what drove Prince Salman to lock up his uncles in order to recover funds related to corruption to boost the Saudi economy. So you remember when he gathered everybody and he put them in the Hilton
in the hotel jail
in Dubai and so in Saudi Arabia, and told them to cough up the money or he would shoot them. And that was in that timeline when the oil price crashed, which I think is what you were trying to get across, Kulata.
Yes, that timeline is important because I remember everything vividly. And of course, Buhari made some mistakes. Like the currency pegging he did. They wasted a lot of foreign exchange defending our currency unnecessarily because it was stubborn. I thought maybe, okay, if you artificially pumped up the currency that way, then you will allow them to import favorable equipment, like equipment that we will use to kind of like maybe improve farming, use it to buy farming equipment, use it to buy all this small scale assembly line stuff. Of course, that is what I thought they would do with that preferable exchange rate. But of course, we all know what happened. They were using that exchange rate for round tripping. So yeah, it's not like Buhari did not have his mistakes, but there was not enough time for any sort of transformative thing unless maybe they started selling Nigeria, and which they considered they wanted to sell our assets. But when they brought it up, everybody started shouting that no, don't sell our assets, don't sell our assets, because they could have sold some of our assets or sold some things, maybe because foreign investors weren't going to come into the country because of that unfavorable exchange rates that will let you leave you hanging. So everybody all investors ran away. Right away from Nigeria at that point in time, and we were not willing to maybe sell tangible assets that could have brought them here in spite of the unfavorable exchange rate. So that timeline is very, very important because everybody can talk, government is this, is that, but let me put you in a position to actually fix business problems. And you give me options and I will do devil's advocate. We'll troubleshoot it. And you see that circumstances were very different and difficult at that point in time. And we just had bad luck because if those Nigeria Delta Avengers were in Bombay, maybe things could have been a little bit better, a little bit. Then COVID came. Because at the time COVID came, we're already rebalancing a little bit. Then COVID just kind of like demand for oil went down. Nobody was driving. Nobody was going anywhere.
You say this every time. You just keep repeating yourself.
Nobody was going anywhere. So what will you do? Then they started printing money.
Hold on.
One man, can I now come?
Hold on. I think one man is not here. So
let the other guy talk. We don't want to hear rational mind.
He already told me to talk.
Hold on. I'm the moderator. Just for your information.
You're not moderator. Nobody died and made you moderator. Let
rational mind. Use your power. Kick Kulata out.
Okay. I can see him from here.
One man has already promised me to go ahead after
this. You will. Hold on. Like I said, I'm not kidding anybody. In private discussion we're having here, myself and him, he made me a moderator. Maybe he will come and formally do that. So I'm not trying to cut you off, Kulata. But you see,
you can't cut me off. It's just okay for me to keep quiet.
I'm in charge. Not even one man.
Now. I don't know. But let me also say this, Kulata. You've been saying this, that you've been making excuses for these people. That was what Ekene just made to you.
They're historical facts.
We're not saying these are not historical events that happen. I won't say facts because when you use
so why are you calling events excuses?
Kulata, just don't worry. Just agree and let's move on.
Can I say something now?
Okay,
can I say
something?
But one man, for God's sake, why are we getting into this nonsense Buhari administration? This thing?
No.
It's because I made a comment.
Have we not gone past that?
Yeah,
let's discuss the issue on Tinubu. kí ló kàn sáà pẹ̀lú Buhari ti bá titi ẹ̀ lọ ó ti ba bí nǹkan jẹ́. Let's discuss on the issue that surround the Tinubu's administration. That is what matters to us now. Why are we fighting over Buhari?
So I just want to tell you how it all began, because I made a comment, because I had the floor and I was making a comment to that effect that when woman asked me about this new appointment in the special counsel or the special
investigator.
So, and then I was saying that
your obsession with Tinubu.
No, now
no,
one way or the other.
Yeah,
yeah, don't go in that direction. Go with where you were going.
So when he asked me that question, that was when I brought about Bubu's failure and then how he compounded the whole thing, how he should be investigated, because under him a lot of gross incompetency, and he must definitely know about some of the shady things that what's his name, Emefiele did, which if this investigation comes out to show that Bubu and all his on those circles of evils or evil guys that are those guys surrounding him, if they can fish all of them out that were involved in that round tripping and all kinds of shenanigans and corruption in the CBN, that Emefiele hated them, then I'm sure that Bubu will not do it. Even his own family members, and some of his in-laws, like that guy that's in what's his name? That's guy from Borno State or from Yobe State that had oil field and all of that. And even his own kids too.
In Dimi.
Yeah, so they'll all be roped in this whole mess. So I just hope that Tinubu, that was what brought I'm just trying to make you understand, that was what brought about somebody questioning me then that I think was Patrick. I started, and then we went off track, and then we're talking about Buhari or this one. So yeah. So Woman, you want to take over? Go on, please.
No. Actually, let me use the window to hand over to you. But to acknowledge the super chat, RB opened that space up. Kulata, before making the decision to join us on the screen, was super chatting. There's Ayo, of course, you expect to hear Ayo, and he rattles off as he often does. So that's Ayo. Jafar got his wallet out today only to speak to the American thing. This is World Peace correcting something that somebody said after he left. AB joins that space. Prince Daddy, who comes into that space regularly, he came in twice. So thank you, one and all. Keep them coming. So let me use the window then to hand over to Rational Mind to guide the rest of the thing through. So Rational Mind, to you. You don't have an opening music, unfortunately.
Another dictator in the house.
And is he a dictator? Are you a tyrant? Because I'm looking for a window. Okay.
Just like
okay.
I will not tell Rational Mind.
All
right. Since they have said you are a dictator, then you have to come in on that Thomas's music.
Don't bring me like that. You're so. Why would you usher me in like that with Thomas's? Anyway, yeah. So guys, I think Oladide, you said you wanted to come in, please, and then maybe
Yes. What I wanted to say is, if we look at what it takes to diversify an economy, we would all agree that it's not something you can do by just flipping or tapping your fingers. Now, when Buhari was trying to diversify the economy in terms of agriculture and ensure that, okay, Nigeria produces the rice that it consumes, we all know what went down in Nigeria. We know it was not a month thing. It wasn't 2 months. It wasn't a year before people were even encouraged to go into planting of rice, farming of rice. Now Nigeria produces 8 million metric tons of rice or so, and it's still not enough. See, at that point, that's why I want to appreciate the way Kolata placed the whole discussion, if we put ourselves in that condition that man was then, and you are asked to take certain decisions. Now, the easiest route is to go and borrow money so that the people will not feel it. That's the easiest route. So they borrow money to pay for subsidy, borrow money to defend the dollar, and the naira against the dollar, borrow money to pay salaries, borrow money to do everything just because what we were selling wasn't selling. And that's why we find ourselves in this mess. So see, if we want to continue to point the blame at one government, we should understand that government is a circle. If we go back and we say, Jonathan should have done this, somebody will say, why are we blaming? It is true. If Jonathan had saved money, the problem wouldn't have been too much for the next government. If the next government, which is Bubu, had taken smart decisions, put the right people in place, and done the right thing, the problem will not become Tinubu's problem. And that is where I find the problem with Nigerians. We like to pick the man in power as the major problem.
But Jide, I want to disagree with you
I'm
for
coming,
one
sir.
statement you just made now. You said if Jonathan had saved money, Buhari wouldn't have had that problem. I want to disagree with you. Jonathan made a lot of money. He squandered it. So if Jonathan had even saved money, Buhari too would have squandered that money.
Baba Janle Koko, it is the same chain that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Obasanjo saved money.
Yes. Jonathan came and squandered it.
The next person came.
It was the governors that twisted him.
Exactly. The next person came and squandered it. We are talking about House of Assembly now appropriating money to themselves, doing anything to themselves. We will go back to that 99. Obasanjo, because of his third-term agenda, gave the House of Assembly autonomy. Now, the autonomy is biting us back, and it has been signed into law. We cannot go back and take it from them. In fact, they will not relinquish it, because now it's like you are telling them to give back where they benefit from. This is the circle of problem we've been having. Tinubu is there now. He will face Buhari's problem. He will face the one Jonathan created. He will face the one Obasanjo and Yar'Adua created, and he will face his own. And if he mismanages as well, does the wrong thing, the next person is going to come and carry it. So sometimes when we start saying it is not somebody's problem, it is this person's problem, we need to understand that it is a cycle, it is a chain. And I used to say something, a man that has been continually fed poison on a regular dosage for several years, you cannot give him one tablet and say you want to cure it in one day. And besides, the day it will kill him, it will act as if it's a film. And that's where Nigeria is now. Nigeria is in a situation of a mess. Now, Buhari has done wrong, but he did right in some area, trying to diversify. Now he diversified, he started this gas line issue. Tinubu has come in now. This ECOWAS battle, whatever battle, Niger battle, is standing in the way of something that can diversify our economy. If this thing is not there and we can sell gas to all these countries, yes, there will be more money to loot, obviously, but there will also be more money for the people to feel and to have, and that will circulate. But the problem with our country is that it is not easy to diversify these things. And those diversification that we've had is either the next government comes in and doesn't continue, or the next government comes in and embezzled everything that the past government did and start borrowing in zone, putting more bondage for the next one. So I think for us to stop this cycle, we need consistency in terms of continuity in ideology of governance in Nigeria. And that's why when people say some things and people say, somebody is a dictator, is a godfather, I tell people that were under the rule of Gaddafi till today know that Gaddafi was a good man in Libya, even though everybody tagged him bad in the Western world. If we had Gaddafi as a president of Nigeria for the past how many years, we don't know what Nigeria will have become. So if we have somebody, there is a godfather, I don't mind. Let him be a godfather. Let him put, and he has the right direction, put that strategy on ground. Then the next person that will continue when he is going, let him install it. So install the person and let that person continue in that direction. Nigeria will not be backwards the way we are now. Jonathan took us backwards from what Obasanjo has done. Obasanjo got debt relief, piled up the reserve and everything. Jonathan came, squandered it, took us backwards. Buhari came, took us backwards again, borrow money. Tinubu is coming now. Probably is going to take us backwards or take us forward. We don't even know. So the truth of the matter is, until we have that at least 4, 5, 6 continuous non-breakage of the same kind of ideology, the same kind of people, as in that they have the same mindset and they are working for the common goal of the people. A time will come, it will be easy for us to vote in this country. It will be very easy. And the opposition will even find it difficult to get
time be? When would that time be?
And that is what we are saying. That is what we are saying. That is what we should work towards.
Every time
No,
we
continue.
talk about
Kolata Egbomi. And
no,
sorry.
this is me talking. Kolata, I think, is still there. But
Okay. Rational mind.
Yeah.
Lagos is still backward compared to mega cities in the world. But in the whole of Nigeria, aside Abuja, Lagos is still the best in terms of achievement. And why? Because the government that comes in continues where the last governor stops. They continue like that. They hand over the baton to themselves. Let's look at Ogun State, for example. Amosun did something very good. The man that came now is not even doing anything. It's just they call him Eleye of Ogun State, Depe of Ogun State. That's what they call him. Now, we need that continuity. Wow. But if Tinubu is a Jagaba, is whatever, if he can install the right person, I am not against it, because that is what we lack in this country. That is what we lack. We go forward 1 year, the next 8 years, we are 10 years backwards. And that is what I wanted to point out, that we should stop saying it is one person. It is all of them, nobody. And that's why I say Obasanjo cannot come and talk about Tinubu in my presence. Obasanjo is as worst as Tinubu. There is none of them that is better than the other. There is none of them. And that's why I said I didn't vote in this.
You agree that even Tinubu himself is not
No. Rational mind. The first day I came to this panel, I said I did not vote for any of them because I looked at them. Obi is a thief. Atiku is a thief. Tinubu is a thief. Proven or not proven. Because you cannot belong to that system that produces you and say you are not corrupt. You cannot be a PDP member for several years and tell me you did not put your hand in any corruption. In Nigeria, where they use state money to fund party campaigns and party rallies and party election. So we need to understand that this is where I'm coming from. I'm only saying that but let us pray that we get that 2-3 regimes constant later on. Nigeria will be better for it. That is just my point.
So thank you so much, Jide. I think today is my first time of seeing you, meeting you. I don't know, maybe we've met before, but the voice sounds unfamiliar to me. But even though it sounded like some other people I've met, but the name Olajide I can't remember. Oriade, I mean, I think we used to have one Oriade. Anyway, so yeah. Adewale, you want to jump in? You want any of the does any of the topic today interest you? Is it one of Emefiele? Or
I can. Let me even start.
Olajide, please. We just have to go around. That's why I had to quickly interject you so that people can talk. Because I only have a window of 1 hour here because I'll be bouncing very soon. So
see, that is what we're talking about. All these generous. They always say this is the 1 hour, and 1 hour will snowball to 2 hours.
Yeah, you see, you know. Go on.
Anyway, I can listen to that guy.
because I found him very, very fascinating. He really knows his onions, and sometimes I'm not saying he always get it right, but I like the way he analyze the issue. He's always straight to the point and objective, and I like that. However, speaking of appointment of special prosecutor or investigator, whatever you want to coin it, it's like putting the horse before the cat. Why? I mean, in a democratic setting, why arresting Emefiele, charging him to court on a frivolous charges where you know that you wanted to, investigate him deeply? What we were told was that there was a mess in the CBN, but as at that time, you're supposed to have, appointed whoever you wanted to appoint. But now it seems that, yes, you want to uncover things. We know that CBN stinks, but currently the guy is in custody because of, possession of weapon, which I found very ridiculous in the first place when he was charged. However, nothing is going to come out of the out of the investigation. I know that for a fact, because no matter how you draw the will draw the bush, and everyone will start dragging each other. I think we can continue to, talk about the past, but it won't do us any good. The current administration need to learn from his predecessors. What I mean by that is that he knew where these people failed, and thank God that he's restructuring his cabinet and also those ministries and that is trying to restructure them so that they can function, effectively. However, what I'm thinking is that he should learn from them. He should learn from the past, uh, where we needed to save money. We see every year in year out. We see how governors, arrogate power to themselves to the point that they now control, more powerful than the federal government. They arm twisted Jonathan to the point that every penny saved, was diverted to the state, and they use it to do whatever they wanted to do at the state level. That shouldn't be. We should have the culture of savings. I'm not saying we shouldn't borrow, but when we borrow reasonably for something that is reasonable, and we know that the money will go and for that execution of whatever project that it is. But as of now, what we have, honestly, for a nation to have survived COVID-19, I mean, COVID-19 started 19, 20, 21, even up to 2022. Some country couldn't bounce back, even as big as American economy is still not bounce back. We have inflation, and and it's still prevalent, But you see, for Nigeria to have bounced back, a lot of people don't put all those indices into play when it comes to.
Did you just say Nigeria bounced back? What are you talking about?
No, I mean, it's still surviving. It hasn't failed completely.
Surviving how? How's it surviving?
Well,
the magnitude of the magnitude of hold on.
The federal government was paddling the economy before, subsidizing. But look at it. You remain the shock absorber. Look at where the vehicle is heading.
So where's the vehicle heading, please? Sorry.
I mean, it's heading into a ditch. I mean, if government is not trying to, did what they did by ensuring that floating the exchange rate, and at the same time removing subsidy, because
Adewale, please, sorry. There's one other topic we have here. I just wanted to take that along with what you want to say now. Okay. One of the topic was one man read to us was there's this one UK financial group like that. They were saying that the CBN does not have what it takes to implement this kind of policy that Tinubu has embarked on this harmonization of this unification of this what's it called, this forex, that the CBN does not have the skill or whatever, maybe the policy direction or how to manage that policy, that it should be best for Tinubu to revert back to how it used to be. So now, can you just
rational mind? They didn't say it would be best for him to revert back. They said they suspect he will revert back.
Okay, they suspect. Okay, maybe that's
They
the
didn't
word.
say it would be best.
Okay, they suspect that
They didn't say it would be best.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, go on, please. Sorry. Thanks for that correction. What you say?
Yeah.
What say you, Adewale?
I think it's talking about European Union. Something I listened, but I wasn't quite capture the body that make that statement. Anyway, it seems they know Nigeria economy more than they know that we know ourselves. To me, the act that established CBN, unfortunately, the Emefiele act, dragged this agency, into the mud. It is the political will, not CBN per se. I mean, we all saw how CBN governor was, towing the line of the presidency when it was given an order to print another money, right? So, is the political will behind the policies? Nigerian economy is like an adult child, unemployed, but you kept giving him money and he chose not to leave your house. For how long are you going to continue to, spend money on an adult child? One way or the other, you will compel that child to go out and look for a job. And we can't continue to throw money into the basket when we know that that money is going to the, into the few pockets. The money that is going to be earmarked or realized, that was supposed to be meant for subsidy, it can be diverted. We're talking about agriculture. So why would European body tells Nigeria that we lack competency to follow up with the policy, number one, of floating the exchange rate?
But apparently they do. Don't you see what is going on?
Yeah, but you see, you rather give it to you straight than continue to pad it, continue to subsidize it. When we have multiple exchange rate, if you go into the black market, you go into the bank, at the end of the bank will not even give you anything. So what do people do? People now rely more on the black market. See, it's the ability to follow up on the policies that matters. If a policy is failing and government is able to retrace a step back and look at where they are failing, they will do better. But when you leave it in the hands of agency that, just like Buhari always do, there's no check back, there's no feedback, there's nothing to check and balances or anything, then you assume everything is fine when you remain in your cocoon. But when you get a feedback, you know what is happening. Does people have access to forest? People have, and and nothing like what was happening in the CBN, where according to the rumor that the CBN governor was enabling some few people to have access to dollar at a certain rate and all that. There's nothing of such. I don't see how it's going to fail.
Adewale, can I throw a question to you, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you think that that the floating of this naira and dollar, do you think that is the major cause of our naira devaluation and inflation? Do you think that is the major source?
Naira is not devalued. It's just the purchasing power of our currency that is weak. It's not devalued.
Okay. Do you think that that floating of the naira is a major problem? Or
because you have to see, you can't continue to live on a lie. You can't. It's either you have it or you don't have it. And when you don't have it, let people know you don't have it. But when you decided to do, apply some measure that favors some certain people, certain economic sectors, and other people are able to have access to, it creates dichotomy. See,
but the rate of the naira to the dollar, is it favorable?
What are we exporting? Ekene, I believe you are into importation. And even if you are not into importation, most of what power goods you'll be selling are not Nigeria made. If Nigeria places embargo on importation today, you'll be out of business.
If Nigeria places embargo on importation, then they have to create an enabling environment for production.
But you see,
and nobody will die about it. Highest it will take some time for people to adapt. You cannot place on embargo when you have not created an environment for production. Okay. Just like I said,
When you're talking about production today, when you talk about production in our country today, nobody in his right sense will go to the bank today to borrow money for production. There is no enabling environment for that, and we have to understand it. Okay. So we are not. The government is not doing enough for what will bring benefit. You see, they are not doing enough for what will bring benefit to that economy.
Hold on now. The amount that you are buying dollars before at $400 rate was subsidized by federal government. Tell me, why should government continue to subsidize that?
Nobody. When you are talking about 400, also you are talking about Dangote. People like us, we don't buy that amount. We buy at black market.
What about? Hold on.
We buy at the rate of 750 before Buhari left.
What about students?
I don't know about the student, but I'm telling you the amount we buy dollar before Buhari left.
Okay.
The amount we buy, because when you talk about the most of the goods that are imported in Nigeria, they buy dollar at the rate of 750 or so before Buhari left. So now they're buying it at the rate of close to 900 naira. Do you understand? So to stabilize that dollar or bring it to what it used to be, we know everybody can agree here that it's all about production, export. And what is the government doing to increase that capacity? Those areas that needs to, it's not all about floating the naira. Yeah, floating the naira, I admitted it in the first place. Removing the first subsidy, I admitted it in the first place, and I still admit it because I know it's good for our economy. But when you are doing those things, you have to start to look up to other angles that at least in no distance time, Nigeria will start to say, yes, this government has taken the right decision. But when you just take a decision, say float the naira, remove the fresh subsidy, then you are not still looking at the aspect of that production. What you have to do for the farmers, what you have to do for our companies and all that. The factories that are closed, what am I going to do so that those factories will come back alive again in the country?
Okay,
if you're not looking up to that direction, then floating the naira and removing the subsidy is of no use.
Really?
Because what will happen is that we buy fuel, we continue to buy fuel. What will happen is that now the fuel started at 5 something. Today is 6 something. Maybe before the year ends, it will be about 900.
See, here in America, when you have to buy fuel, which we call gas here, the price you will meet price for in this gas station is not the same you will meet it in another way. You know why it is so? Because it's depend on the market prices. The amount you buy your own price, your own fuel, is different from the amount this person is buying his own fuel. All right, it's called market forces, and that is what we're trying to. The government is trying to subject the Nigerian economy into, whereby the prices would depend on the forces, the demand for certain, goods and services. Now, when you now started padding because you want to create this force stabilization, it's just a matter of time before it collapses. It can't be earning 50,000 and trying to live like 60,000. It's not possible. So it's either you are upfront from the beginning. Okay, this is where you need to make adjustment. This is where you need to do. I'm talking about the micro level now. Now that is government. What is government? What you are arguing against is that these policies shouldn't be all of a sudden, immediately, like this. Should be gradual, where everything would now. Sometimes you have to take a drastic.
No, even if it is all of a sudden, my point is this. Even if it is all of a sudden, nobody see the reason why Tinubu is having it easy with this policy now is because every Nigerian understand it. It has been well put that subsidy is a scam. Every Nigerian understand it, and the patience Nigerians are having with him is to see what did he now have in place. Maybe after 2 years or 3 years, we need to see something which have not been started to hold him accountable, because the only government I'm still holding accountable today is Buhari government.
but we are still looking up to him. What is he putting in place? Maybe in the next 3 or 4 years, Nigeria will start to benefit from this removal of subsidy in terms of education, in terms of agriculture, in terms of human capital development, and all that.
So
if those things, if we don't see it, yeah. If we don't see it,
what you are saying in essence is that you remove subsidy in one and you try to see how it's going to subsidize the other sector of the economy, right?
It's not about subsidizing, it's all about investing. When you get those things, you invest it heavily in the future of your country.
Wait, have you read his manifesto?
See, Mr. Dewale.
Hold on. The policeman you are criticizing has not even presented a budget.
I am not criticizing him. I am saying my expectation. I am saying my expectation after removing the fuel subsidy. Nobody is criticizing him for now. Anybody that is criticizing him for now doesn't have good conscience. Do you understand what I mean? So, but my point is, in general, the type of government we are operating.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Because what are my expectation is what I'm telling you. Because we keep on emphasizing that he has removed the fuel subsidy. He have voted in Naira.
See, hold on. The time for criticism is not yet now. When we will start criticizing, see, the removal of subsidy, number one, he was left no choice than to toe that line because his predecessor did not include that in the budget. Though he could use executive power to bring it back, but he knew it's more or less delaying his own punishment. So he rather face it squarely and look inward and where to make adjustment and which policies needed to be applied. Now, what we are saying now is more or less like when you are being given pocket money every day. All of a sudden, that pocket money ceased, and here you are stranded. You have no money. Your parents left you. Oh, I'm making an example.
Okay.
And you are now saying, how could my parent have left me for dead like this? Now I have no money on me. I'm broke, and I'm stranded. Now that is exactly what is happening to Nigeria. But you see, in the next fiscal year, when he's going to be making presentation, I know before now and then, he will be making some executive orders one way or the other, trying to see where to come in, to cushion the effect, maybe in economy, in agriculture, in education, and all that. And for now, probably try to simmer down on the tax imposition, perhaps trying to codify it maybe next year. But you see, given financial palliative, or as a matter of fact, his first initiative and trying to give money to people, a lot of people criticize it because it was meaningless. It was a plan that wasn't really have. It would have been effective if we have an avenue that money could have been channeled to the poorest of the poorest. But the money that will be given to the poor people probably will be spent within weeks or days. Okay. Now we criticize that, and it went back. Now, where do Nigerians feel this impact of this withdrawal of subsidy most? Is the price. They buy gas from the pump, right? Because that affects every other sector. Transportation, even agriculture, foods, and all that. Now, he also understands, I'm not holding brief for him, but I'm looking at it this way. This is a man that the money that the loans that was secured from the World Bank, then coupled with what the Senate approved, I think 500 billion or something like that, handling them together, where would it the best way, to get it across to people or to stimulate the economy in such a way that people won't feel the impact of the removal of subsidy, first subsidy. Now, this is what they're doing. For him to be able to follow whatever plan he's trying to use, you also have to have a cabinet. You also have to have people that will be able to follow up for him. Okay. Now, all this thing happened within a span of 2 months. I mean, he will be dumb enough to propose and to execute without having adequate, manpower to help him to monitor and to get a feedback. But you see, Nigerians have been used to this. I could remember very well when the price of fuel was rising as a result of the work that broke down in what is it called, Russia and Ukraine, right? And then the price of fuel was going on, and people were crying about Biden not doing much. But to cushion that effect, Biden had to tap into the reserve to to alleviate that. Now, not the price that we buy gas last year, the same price we are buying it now. It has increased almost like a 70 cent or 80 cent, depends on where you live. I happen to live close to where refinery is, so the prices of fuel is a little bit more lesser than when people lives in another cities like Dallas or other neighboring city. What I'm saying in essence is this: is that what we have in Nigeria is a very a unique society where we don't have data, we don't have um, what can I say? We don't have, adequacy is not in place.
Lack of transparency.
To ensure transparency. And what they are trying to do is to look, I'd rather be slow working this plan, than to me to rush into it and this money will end up in the hand of few and I will be looking like a failure. And I think that is what the European body is also looking at by saying our agency, lack the capacity to be able to, see through of this plan. But for an administration that knows that it can't afford to mess up, it can't afford to fumble, because this will be the first, of its kind in this administration. And if it messes up, that is going to go a long way. So to me, I think they are trying to buy time. I can understand. He himself, acknowledge that Nigerians are going through it. But at the same time, it's something that sometimes you have to go through this pain to be able to ensure that the appropriate, this thing gets to the right people. But to me, it's about cynicism from the part of the European body, because they see us, they've known us to be shorted in our plan, to be inadequate in our plans. But for a serious administration, I think they also they value information, vital information and data, and I think that's what they are trying to rely on to make sure that this plan fall through. Yes, Ekene, to you and I, we may not understand this thing, in a perspective that they understand it, but I think the window of criticism will open in the next, let's say, in the next 6 to 8 months, when we already have enough time, for us to be able to, judge their plan and see how it went. And if it didn't go right, then we can now start criticizing. Yes, people are going through it now, but I'd rather, get, patient about it than just rush into it, and the money will go into the hands, just like the former finance minister and the minister of humanitarian, whatever, says that, certain number of Nigerians were given money. You remember the last time, and nobody came out to say that money was given to them. So you wouldn't want such scenario playing out, because he will, make a mockery of his administration. So, his economy plan is more like in the open. When it's predictable, the predictability of it is what makes it attractive. Where if I'm bringing money into the country, I'm not bringing any money and because our economy is toxic. You and I agree, with that, because our environment is very toxic. You bring in money today, the next day you're unable to take your money out, or the next day your currency is devalued, you're unable to take your money out, everything go into loss. So, but when you have stability, predictability, it helps you, to put your plan in place, for plan, or what does they call it, so that you'll be able to know what are the contingencies you are going to mitigate, what are the things you need to face in the future. Fortunately, with political instability, it is not an issue, but it's just that when you have policies, economic policies that are, are not follow up. Luckily, we've had from one APC to another, so it's easier for Tinubu to continue in line with where his predecessor stopped, or perhaps to enhance some of the measures or policy being put in place. But what we can admire and acknowledge in what this current administration has done is that they've been transparent, and that transparency is what we needed when it comes to economic, plan. They've, according to them, they've not even tapped yet. They have not even opened the floodgate of the plan, economic plan that they have. It's just like a snippet because they are trying to apply it, when it is appropriate time. Taxes is still coming. Yeah, to the point, I watched little video clips about the presentation of this tax guy, the tax on Twitter, and the guy was talking about the application of the tax formula, in which whereby the NIM will become your tax number, whereby there's nothing you would do in Nigeria that would not require you using that number, and they will use that number to assess. You can't say you have certain amount of money in your bank account. You have to explain how you get that money. So they will use CAC to audit or companies account. However, individual account will be audited by using NIM. So I think they are starting, but it's not going to be sudden, just like the fuel subsidy, because the first subsidy left them no choice than to apply it. And Tinubu was, he was being too honest by being, saying it in the first day that he became president. So to me, it's gradual. It's gradual to the point that you will be able to trace where money is going to. I think it's going to get to a point in this administration, in the future administration, whereby paddling budget is not going to work because they will use every data available, to look at what is being presented and how is it going to affect people's life. So to me, it's just a matter of time. I'm not saying money is still not going to go into the wrong hand. Don't get me wrong. People are in government to make money. In this climate that we belongs to, they are there not for service but to make money. But I think the only legacy or the best legacy Tinubu can leave behind is to have an institution built in such a way that it can be independently worked without or with little influences from the executive or any other arms of the government. So again, and I understand that Nigerians are already, they have no patience when it comes to, because this constant rhetoric from government about being patient and all that. I mean, they've been lied to before. So if I were them, I wouldn't take them serious as well.
Okay.
But I think the future, is what they could, is where they could look up to and see that,
all right, Adewale, thanks.
Administrations do that.
Thanks so much. So let's move to some other people here. Thanks for that submission. I just hope we've not lost a lot of us here. Yeah, Patoski, I think let me see if Ogbeni is there. Ogbeni Kole, is Ogbeni there? Ogbeni, our lawyer, is not here. All right, so I know Bartholomew too is here. Kumi too, we've not heard really from Kumi. Patoski, can you allow me to allow Kumi talk? Kumi, can you unmute? You want to say something about some of the topics we have today? Kumi. Is Bart there? Bartholomew, are you there? It's like I have to put out these people so other people can come in. I don't know. So yeah, Patoski, if you want to say something about this special investigator, what's your take on it? I don't know. Patoski, are you there? Hello, Patoski.
I here.
Yeah. So what do you have to say about this special investigator, or I don't know how they investigator? Yeah.
Yeah, just like you said, if the intention is to witch hunt, let's be objective, then it will amount to nothing. You understand? If the intention is to witch hunt, no matter what, even if Emefiele stole. But if the motive for investigating him is to winch on, then it will not be beneficial to Nigeria. You understand? But if the intention is let's try and make a scapegoat of one person, all this corruption we are talking about, corrupt, we are not, they have not really made a scapegoat of one person. You don't need to go about everybody looking for all the corrupt people in Nigeria. If not, you won't do anything. Just like Peter Obi said, you can't close the shop and start chasing thieves, especially if the thief is more than one person. If you have several thieves, you can imagine they came to rob your shop. You have 10 thieves and they walk different directions. By the time you start chasing this one, chase that one, then your shop will be empty. But what you just need is one person. By the time you are done with that person, another person will be afraid of stealing because that person does not know whether that he will be the next one person.
It can't be only one person now. That
No,
can't be only one
you
person.
see, the challenge is that if you start going after many people, you eventually not get a prosecution. What you are trying to do is not you are not only trying to recover the money, you are trying to make an example so that you prevent future recurrence. So
This
if you
thing
look
is
at
a waste of everyone's time, though.
no, that's
They
what I'm
just want
saying.
to do as if they're
Just
doing
go
something while they're
after
doing
one
nothing.
person. If it's one person, you understand, and make a scapegoat. Then go after the agency and shake the agency. If you find an agency corrupt, shake it off. If it's possible, dismantle it and collapse it.
Do you think they're going to do that, though?
Yeah, we cannot say whether they will not do that.
They won't do it. They won't do it. What they're doing is just a distraction, so people won't be
No,
focused on what they're doing.
I'm
To
not a
pretend.
speculative person. I'm not. I give benefit of doubt. I am not somebody that has
In
a mind.
Nigeria.
I don't have a bad mindset about Nigeria. I don't have. I have a mindset of possibilities. You understand about Nigeria.
But
That is.
not with these people, though. These people, I mean, the same
I
thing we've
do.
been seeing.
I do with these people. The difference between this man and Buhari is that I think Buhari made that mistake. If you want to investigate and arrest corrupt people, go ahead and do it. Don't make a music out of it.
But you see his minister team, that one just tell you everything you need to know. His ministers.
What is wrong with his minister team?
Nothing wrong with Dave Fumaya and El-Rufai and Wike.
What's wrong with them?
That's three one some of the most corrupt people in Nigeria.
No, then you'll be watching them. So why do you think El-Rufai is corrupt?
You didn't see what he did in Southern Kaduna?
By doing what? He stole all the money there.
And it's not about money, it's about people's lives, because people's lives is first.
No, it's corrupt.
If he can't secure the lives
Let's
of the people, you lose now.
Let's of course start little by little. Say corruption. So let's look at the corruption side first. Don't just put so many arguments together. You talked about corruption and talked
Southern
about
Kaduna.
What's the corruption there that happened in Kaduna, Southern Kaduna?
The security they were supposed to be getting and the attention they were supposed to be getting was completely eviscerated. And they're all blaming him, it's not just
embezzled all the money.
Not money. I'm not even talking about money. I'm talking about the lives of people in Southern Kaduna.
In this case, we are saying two different things. You said he failed in the area of security. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, let's start with that.
So what are we talking about here? Hold on. Sorry, Patoski, I'm sorry. Oga Cyrus.
Yes.
Are you a new guy here?
I've been here a couple of times, not every time.
Okay, because I think I'm hearing this voice for the first time. So yeah, so what are we talking? Are we talking about who failed in security?
For me, my point is that with this current crop of politicians we have now in power, we should not be expecting they're going to move mountains, because they didn't when they were in their former positions, they didn't do that. So why are we just expecting that because they're new in that position, they're going to do something new? I don't expect anything from these people. Nothing good.
What I'm expecting, I'm not talking about what I expect. I'm talking about the investigation and what they are trying to do. You understand? And I'm saying that you don't need to go about chasing all the corrupt people in Nigeria because you won't succeed. So all you need to do is get one person, make a very good case. Because that's one of the things that destroys anti-corruption campaign. You go around it, you don't make a good case, and then you lose. Make a very good case, and then get the person. And at
But
the end of the day,
do you feel that they are going to release Emefiele after all this thing?
if he was not found guilty, they will release him.
They're going to find a way to. They're going to release him now.
If he's eventually not found guilty, they can't continue to keep him. People will speak.
But he's guilty though. He is guilty.
No, I'm not.
He's
not
not
to
the
say
only.
that.
He's not the only one, but I feel he's guilty.
I'm not to say that too because he has not been found as such, and I'm not even in a position to proclaim somebody guilty. You understand? I'm not in that position.
Mr. Patoski, see, everybody knows that Emefiele is corrupt. I know that Emefiele is corrupt. So, but when you want to investigate, you do it properly. Just like what he has just started employing some investigation. This is what he would have done since. You understand? So, Emefiele issue is just a small thing in our Nigerian problem. I don't see it as anything.
What I feel he should be doing is
Emefiele is not a small thing. Emefiele is the governor. Was the governor of Central Bank.
it's a small
It's
thing.
not. It's a small thing to our national issue now.
That's not.
We need to be focused as a country. He might be. Let him give him to the. There are agencies that have to handle that situation.
But it's still going to be only him.
The president is not supposed to be involved. The president has identified. Let the give them chance. Let them do their work. Whatever they find out, let them prosecute him.
The agency.
But the problem with fighting corruption in our country is that the president will be investigating. The DSS will be investigating. The lawyers will be investigating. All of them.
This whole thing is political.
Ekene, let me
Just
give you an
politics.
example. You see, you are investigating agencies that you have identified as being corrupt.
NNPC.
You identify some agency and you are now saying you should give it to some agencies to do it. No.
But me and you know that this is not the work of executive.
Let me finish now. Wait now. You see, these agencies are government agencies. Some of the people working in these agencies, they are civil servants who have been in some of these other agencies. Do you know that civil servants also move within the agencies? I know a guy that used to be Ministry of Labor that is now in, I think, in NNPC. They move within agencies, if you don't know. So it's like you are working for one big company and then you are moving to another big department. So it's like moving from one government department to another. Now you want to investigate a government department. And I say you should give it to some agencies that you don't even trust because now EFCC is still under investigation.
See, let me say this.
Wait now.
Yeah, I understand what you are saying.
Wait. You see, the reason why they set up EFCC was because anti-fraud unit of federal government police is not working. So, if you have problem with agencies and you need somebody, you need to investigate the agency. You are not saying give it to some other agency. No, the president wants to make sure that he's the one that does it. So, and there's nothing wrong with that if he wants to.
Okay, there is everything wrong with that.
Instead of sitting down to be Minister of Petroleum somewhere, let him sit down and make sure he sits on this investigation and get it done.
There is everything wrong with that, Mr. Patoski. Let me say this. What is wrong with that is that is the problem.
What concern you with the thing? You know still money now.
Okay, let me say this. You see, in our country, things are not working the way it's supposed to work. All this is Patoski there.
I think it dropped. Go on. I can see him here, but it's like he needs to connect his device. You need to try on unmute Patoski. Okay, he's back.
You have our executive that is supposed to carry on our day-to-day activities for the common man to make sure that the life and properties are protected. All these agencies, EFCC, DSS, they are created for a purpose. And when you begin to weigh in, when the executive begin to weigh in the activities of the DSS, in the activities of the EFCC, in the activities of even the court. That is the reason why you see that drama you saw in the court that day. That even the agencies of DSS is fighting with the agencies of the other agents that is there,
National disgrace.
causing a national disgrace. Because there is an influence of the executive. So if the executive has said, just do your work, give me a report, they will just carry out their investigation, do proper investigation. If the man is found guilty, jail him or whatsoever. Then they go out there and pick out. They can go and pick another person. The work of executive is just to focus on governance. But the problem we have in our nation today, the president is interested in the work of the DSS. He's interested in the work of the judges. He's interested even in the work of the legislature.
Is that not part of
The legislators cannot even appoint their leaders without the influence of the executive.
This is just a polishing.
So when we know our problem,
we have bigger
let us say it. Let us say it the way it is. Heaven will not fall. When we begin to do things right, this country will begin to move forward. See, I believe the reason why many of you people are outside the country is because most of those countries, they have rule of law. And you cannot tell me that those rule of law does not contribute to the growth of those nations. Rule of law contributes a lot in the development of a nation. And you are enjoying it there. You are enjoying rule of law there. If the government says this is what it is, in fact, if you have a case, Patoski, if you have a case in the country you are today, you already know the outcome. You know you are going to win this case or not. You know the rule of law. You know that the agency that is going to conduct that investigation will come out this way. You know whether you fail the law or not. It's better you admit it or you say so. Just let us not paint it. Our executive are taking too much in our country. They're doing so much damage. Starting from the national level to the state level. They're destroying our institution. There is no rule of law. They don't want the rule of law to work. They want their own rule, their own law to work.
How can they be in this country after everything that happened in the past 8 years? They only saw one person to arrest, one top person to arrest. Only one.
Just
it's
it.
Politics now.
But if you have allowed the agency to do their work, what they will do is you have arrested Emefiele. Emefiele, they are doing an investigation. Buhari is involved. Carry Buhari. Buhari is not above the law. Take him. Joe Biden, Trump was arrested. He's still under investigation.
Carry the smaller ones first before they focus on the big one. All the small.
But the problem is that the executive wouldn't allow because they have their priorities. They know the people they want to investigate.
Let me cut you. You see, Buhari used to be a hands-on person, hands-off person. He gives out a job, it allows everybody to run. And when he was doing that, we were all criticizing him. We say he's an absentee president. He was an absentee president. Now this one, say, I want to see to it. We are saying he's not allowing people to work. So what do we want?
It's not about absent, Patoski.
No, this man.
This doesn't make you. If you allow the executive to do their work without the DSS, the FCC to do their work without the influence. You know what I mean when the executive is influencing the.
Let me give you a good example. When the FCC misbehave, who do they shout? They say Tinubu government. Look at what they are doing. If this
do you know?
It's my turn to talk now. Wait now. If this one talk, if this one do, they say it's Tinubu's government. If they also say, they say, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
They say it's Tinubu government. If this one, they say it's Tinubu government, because they say, I say, why? Rational will tell me, is he not the commander-in-chief? Is he not the head? So if that man is the commander-in-chief, tomorrow he can decide to wear police uniform. Do you know that? As commander-in-chief, he can decide to wear army uniform. He can decide to wear DSS uniform, custom uniform. So if today the man is saying, I'm wearing the only uniform he cannot wear is the Chief Justice uniform or the Senate President uniform. So if tomorrow he decides to say, I'm wearing DSS uniform, or I'm investigating, and I want to be at the center of it, he has not gone out. He has not gone out of his constitutional responsibility. That's the truth. As the president, he can decide to. As the president, he can decide to go to Sambisa Forest tomorrow with the army and fight in the front. He will not be going outside his duty. If tomorrow he decides to say, my office is going to be at the CID Force Headquarters, I want to sit on the fraud investigation department of the police tomorrow, he's not gone out of his duty. So I don't know what you are talking about.
The work of the executive. See, let me tell you what I'm talking about. Buhari appointed. Tinubu has now put his appointment in order now. You have the advisor for security and all that. I don't expect him that when these guys are doing things, the only thing they give to him is report. And when he's there to see if these guys are performing. What is his work? You didn't perform, I sack you.
No, that's not the only work he has. Just to appoint and reappoint and see whether they perform or not. No.
He has the capacity, but you see, the issue is this. The issue is that when you have an incompetence DSS chief or EFCC chief, because that incompetency is favoring your government, you allow him to continue, because you know that your agency, the DSS, have the capacity to investigate some certain things. Because your influence is there, DSS cannot investigate your government, the EFCC cannot investigate your government and all that. You allow it. Then that incapacity begin to spread across every part of the country. You know, this is what is happening in our nation. There is no doubt about that.
No, well, that's not relevant to what we are
So,
talking
but
about.
when a leader comes up and say, see, even me, if I do anything wrong, the DSS have the capacity to do their work, carry out their investigation on me. You see this country begin to move forward. But you know, it doesn't happen in our nation.
You are going off the point.
There is nothing off point there. My point is this.
Emefiele
in particular, there is an influence. If there is no influence, Emefiele would have been properly investigated, more arrest, and all that. But it's just like Emefiele is the only guy that can cash. What happens to Malami? What happens to Buhari?
Hold on. You see, if you leave this job to DSS or to some agency, you have said it that there are some big names. So if those big names and the agencies are not doing it, so do you think if the president sits on it, he will not be able to do it? He knows that the agency will be afraid of the people that are involved because they are big names. But if the investigator is directly under the presidency and the president is involved, then will he be afraid of anybody? Because he knows that he's going to meet the president by weekend and he's going to give a report. So he will have access to president. And if Buhari is really involved and they have to pick him, then he can take that decision. The president can take that decision.
See, Buhari knows that he's involved, and that is why he's told you before he wants to leave. Nobody, Buhari said it categorically. See, Buhari said it categorically.
An argument at all. Sorry to say, I must get at you now. You are just emotionally wrapped.
No. I'm emotional because this country now, the way I'm seeing it.
Wrapped, you whip sentiment, the country is destroyed. You continue to whip sentiment, and we are looking at something objective now. We are saying, look at this investigation. Is he right? Is he going to investigate this? Because you are not speaking to them and saying, oh, they are corrupt. What is he doing with investigation? What? You are just whipping sentiment. Go and listen.
I'm not saying that the investigation is not right, Mr. Patoski. I'm not saying that the investigation is not right. The investigation is right.
Doing it,
But if it ends, my point is this. My point is this. If it ends under only on Emefiele, or it's only Emefiele that needs to be investigated, then there is no investigation.
You've just seen the
It's
standing
just
order.
an influence.
It's not only going to investigate CBN, it's going to investigate all business revenue generating agency of government. Were you not here when woman was reading it? But because you are so wrapped in emotion, your argument is just everywhere. And because you talk about suffering, corruption, everybody will follow you and say, yes, it's true. He's finished saying the truth. You are not speaking the fact. You are not speaking to the fact. You are only saying
no. The fact is this. The fact. What I'm saying, Patosi. This
speak and give you.
This corruption is contributing.
I'll be leaving in about 15 minutes time. Yeah. So.
Okay.
We'll be wrapping up now. I already let one man know, but he said I should just wrap up. So let me give guys. I think we'll be hearing a lot of you guys. So let's hear Bartholomew that have not spoken. I think our Oga Cyrus has spoken a little bit. So yeah, Bat, you want to come in? What do you say? What's your take on that? On the topic about?
Yes.
Which one interests you? Anyone that interests you?
Listen, but I will not be speaking too much. I'll just give you guys time to finish. So you see, I think one man that was saying that Nigerian cantonment, whatever police or army, we go and finish in Niger Republic. I think he should be coming down to Nigeria from London to go and finish them. You know, everything about one man is a politics. You think it's easy to say you're gonna finish your fellow man in his own country. Now he want to leave Nigeria that is burning fire to go and face Niger Republic that is not his own problem. Niger Republic, first of all, they don't even like you as a Nigerian. Don't forget that you and them doesn't speak the same language. Their second language is French. Their first language is Zabrama, and they are the one doing a exchange rate in Lagos. If you don't know, they surround you in that your state in Lagos. Now that one is apart. So I'm hearing about Ekene and the one guy talking about the guy was saying that Ekene is having emotion, whatever it is, you know, and Ekene is jumping up from what he was saying that he's not having emotion or whatever it is. My brother, let me tell you something. Either if you like, believe it or not, Nigeria is not gonna work, and it will never work. So you can be here and speak your English that is not your language. Speak French that not your language. Nigeria is a scam. Period. To fix Nigeria doesn't take anything. It doesn't require anything. You can come here. We can come here every day and read the Genesis to Revelation. If you are not willing to do what you're supposed to do, Nigeria will not work. Period. And I'm not here. It's not only me suffering. Outside Yoruba, Igbo are suffering. Edo, Egala, all of us are suffering. So we can come here and talk about 2015, 2017. You say petrol 10 naira, say petrol 20 naira. All those ones na yawa talk. Now common sense. You can fix. If you cannot fix your home, you can never go and fix another person's home. If you're a failure, you are a failure. Simple. We are not here to talk about emotion. And our mothers are crying in Nigeria, coming here telling us that we are talking about emotion. Now you and who talk about emotion. Nigeria is no good. It's not good. You don't even get light for Nigeria. 24 light you don't get. You won't go fight Niger Republic. We get light. We're not even ashamed of ourselves. All yourself you no get. All you way they produce self you no get. Sam, so your school self no day. All our people they live in Nigeria. They go to school for Ghana. Every time our teachers will go strike for 6 months, 3 months. It's not. You know the shame. We know the shame for Nigeria. It's not laughable. And every day we come here, can write a whole quotation from Vanguard, from Arise TV. Nigeria is good. Nigeria is good. Nigeria go better. Go better. Every time una go to borrow money, like people we no get common brain. All of the school where they go. I hear last time say
Coletta, I have a 20 degree. What is his name again? Those ones, they're supposed to go to Nigeria, and we are suffering.
I beg, try to moderate that.
No. I'm just tired of this very. Yeah, I will stay by the side now, please. I'm just tired of these bamboos and monkeys jumping everywhere in Nigeria. I mean, thank you guys.
All right, thank you. So guys, I think we should start wrapping up now. Everybody should have their parting word, like what I used to do. I don't know if it still does. It's been a while. I ended the show. Yeah. So we'll be starting from Ekene. What's your parting word? Just in a few seconds. I mean, not in a few minutes, so that we can just wrap up. I need to go in about 11 minutes from now. So yeah. So what's your what's the way? Hold on. What's the way forward for us in just few minutes? Sorry.
See, rational mind, we have not started telling ourselves the truth in this country. It's not all about emotion. It's just like they think that it's affecting me or it's all about me. I can sit comfortably and do my business, do what I want to do. Does it mean that I cannot buy a bag of rice? No, doesn't mean. But we are talking about Nigeria entirely. I felt so ashamed of my country. If I see anything happen in my country and I became so emotional, nobody should blame me for that. Yes, I'm emotional. Seeing people going on the street, opening warehouses, looting warehouses, and the government couldn't even hold it. You ask them, they tell you they are hungry. Hungry wants to kill them, so they need to come out. They need to loot, or they need to open those warehouses to know if they will find what they will eat. This is the situation of our country today in Adamawa State. We are not looking into those directions. We're only giving excuses for our government, and we should stop it. Whether we support anybody or not. Even if my candidate wins today, I will be the greatest fool to come here and say that everything he does is right. It's not possible. He's a human being. He cannot do it. The only why we criticize is to get them on track. For them to know that what they are doing this direction, just like the time Tinubu rolled out those 8,000 naira palliative. If the Nigeria hadn't arisen, this is the direction that Tinubu went. I mean Buhari, and wasted all our resources in giving out what are they calling it? Market traders money, school feeding, and all that. At the end of the day, which people we are fed? We are those market money. What is the benefit? It drove us backward. So this one wants to continue. Nigeria, knowing what they have passed through under Buhari, begin to criticize him. This is not what to do. This is not what to do. Before they now came up and say, let us have a rethink. And we see it. And we will still come and give them excuses and bring out the English and the maths to give them excuses. That's not how to build a nation. We're talking about our rule of law going down every day by day. The rule of law is not working in this country. You are staying where you are because you know that somebody cannot come there and hurt you. Because you know if anybody does that, there is a rule and a law that will guide you. But in our country today, you will kill somebody and still go free. You will do a lot of things, even though when you know that what you are doing is not good. But you know because you have influence, you know somebody. You will go free. And you still went ahead and commit that crime. It's our nation. Let us be patriotic. It's not about what happened today is not in the southeast. It's in the north. But I'm angry about it. I don't like it. Because it's just ended here. It just happened there today. Tomorrow it might come to the south. It might happen in the south. So the better our government begin to put their house in order, just check about our Nigerian passport. What is the value today across the nation? Nationwide, even African countries. The value of our passport. Even to go for a business trip from Nigeria to Hong Kong or anywhere, or China anywhere. Check the value of the passport just for a business trip. And we still defend it because most of us has crossover.
So can you just
we are comfortable.
1 more minute so that you wrap up, please? I think we still have.
So I don't have much to say. The only thing is that let us begin to tell ourselves the truth in this country. Igbo, outside Yoruba, anybody, come out and speak the truth. Don't defend any government. They are there to do the right thing for the people. If the government is not affecting you positively, they are doing nothing. That is my point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kenya. Thanks so much. That's your submission, and we appreciate that. And I hope our leaders are listening and see where they need to work on. So yeah, Kulata, are you there? I don't know. I know Kulata is not there. This one he has been silent like this. I don't know. Kulata, do you have a parting word for the whole topic we discussed today? Kulata, Walata. Anyway, yeah, I think Kulata maybe must have dozed off and forgot that he's still here with us. Bartholomew, I know you're still there. You want to have your parting word in short, a few sentences?
Yeah, my brother, original man. I'm sorry for my voice here anyway. But my brother, good. Our people say only a blind man, a blind person, you will tell him that there's no oil in the soup. You can never tell him that there's no salt, because salt tastes by the tongue. So anyway, I'm so sorry to say this. I'm not an emotional person, but I can only tell you the truth. I will only say it the way it is. If you can verse from here to tomorrow, that one are your own concern. You see, Nigerian, we have no right to give our people excuse in Nigeria. Common Cotonou here, we no get oil. When even they smuggle oil from Nigeria to Cotonou, they are living well. They get good. They get good hospital. They get good road. They get 24 hours light. Their school they function. And what did Cotonou have? Only seaport and the cotton. That's it. Seaport and cotton. If you can never manage the little one, you can never manage the big one. And how do you expect Tinubu to prove Emefiele? Is it not the time of Emefiele regime? Tinubu carry bullion van. Is it not the same people? He just want to carry him, go put for prison. They give him food just for we to say, oh, he lock him up. Not the same people. How can thief we go and prove thief? Because Tinubu no say highest way he go there na 8 years. If he touch Emefiele, another person go see touch him. Now them. This one where they say they catch him with he have a gun for his house. All this one and all this ones and naturally where they talk. They cannot prove the man. All of them, them. They carry Nigerian money. They share. They're gonna tell us say they go give people 8,000 naira to manage. What a shame. What a iniquity country. Shameless people. And the people they come for this platform, they say 8,000 naira go reach, at least it go reach one family to cook. I just listen to these people. I say, is it the same planet I'm living? Is it this very planet I'm living, they are living? What a shame. We don't have no shame again. We don't have no conscience. Human sympathy. 8,000 naira. Can this in 8,000 naira cook a pot of soup in Nigeria? My family is in Nigeria. They're in a village in Anambra State. Not even Lagos. That things are more high. So what are we talking? The country is not good. It's not good. Let us accept that is the country has gone. It has gone. Every time we come here, we talk about oil. Every time we come here, we talk about oil. There is many countries that don't even have 1 cup of oil, and they're living. Look at Togo. Did they have oil? No. Are we the one feeding them? No. But they're living. Look at Cotonou. Did they have oil? No. And they're living. Every time we come here, we quote. There was a time we sell oil $20 per barrel.
Yeah, but just round up in a few seconds, please. So
anyway, my brother.
Yeah, we can sit down here.
Rosanama, where is Mike, your friend? And I see yesterday, Mike.
No,
Mike.
Yeah.
Anyways, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for showing up. I appreciate your presence. Yeah.
Baba Jalako,
I hope he's still here with us. He has been so quiet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night. Thank you.
All right. Good night. Yeah. So, Adewale, I don't know. Let me go to Kumi so that I can find out those who are not here with us. Is Kumi still there? Kumi is not there. All right. Patoski, you want to go first, or you want Adewale to go first? Pato, Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick must have must have dozed off too. Adewale, are you there? Mr. Ade. Is anybody there still there? You can hear me. Anybody still there hearing me? I mean, I'm just talking to myself here.
Now my voice chased them out.
I don't know. Everybody just sleep off. Ajalikoko.
Fine.
Okay, Ajalikoko, can you give us?
I hear you.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So can you give us a pattern?
You don't knock on for head well.
Yeah.
You don't knock on for head.
Baby no say that say we give it to them with woto.
Now so now.
They tell me say Nigeria go better. Now today why they hear English? All this there English. When people say we get the language of English. We don't hear entire from them.
No mind them, maybe they deceive themselves. We they talk and say the thing when we see where they happen for that country, it's not good for any human being for this planet.
Our mother they cry, our children they cry, and they go come here. They go come here. Come they read the evening Bible for me every day.
Now so. Well, we go see. Maybe we see the thing. What I know, we say it cannot continue. If the situation continue like this for the next 6 months, something.
Ebola say maybe tomorrow or next, me and you we go join hands together. Maybe we bully one man well. After one man, we go wait for which are this one what did they call a bishop? No. Now one by one, bishop. That one where they call somebody blatter lie. I don't know where they come from. Where blatter. In English, not the first blatter lie.
No, the thing where they happen with them is they won't be too they won't get patience. Say make them see if things go better, but they're not no say it go better now. It go better.
Go better for where? Tinubu, the bullion van where carry the money never finish. You go that bullion van. You go fill up money back before you go fill up money before you go leave the seat.
They're in control of everything now. So, but all of us they wish that country well. But the thing where we they talk, we say the path where they take now is not good for that country.
No,
it look like it's solving problem. It's pushing it out as if it's solving problem, but you cannot create more problem for the people and tell us that yes, you are solving problem. You can't solve problem with problem now.
I'm sorry, Baba. How can they say Nigerian cantonmental whatever army go for a whole Niger Republic country, somebody's country, go wipe them out?
And you know our people they talk. Now talk there's Sabina.
Just it sounds so easy, and we go carry them. We go carry them here. We go carry them come for platform where the whole world they hear.
That one I talk now. Now talk to you know, one man they talk that one so that person go talk more so that
so that we go hear more talk, so that controversy go there, everybody go talk, everybody go shout.
And they listen make I hear waiting they say the president of the Niger Republic do. Nobody talk him. All we hear say they get what did he do before the coup?
Well, I mean, the military junta gave reason for them to topple him now. They said he mismanaged the economy of the country. They said what is going on in the Sahel is a threat to their country, and their country will be wiped out in a matter of time if they don't take action. They said they won't have no country anymore. That what is going on in the Sahel, the insecurity in the Sahel, is a threat to the security of their country, and this man is not taking any action. It's like their country is at the verge of being, it's on the brink of collapse, and they have to save their country. I mean, look, military will give any kind of reason they like for them to for the incursion into governance of the country. But the point is that for West African country, I mean ECOWAS, to carry arms to say they want to go and flush that those military people out of power it means that Nigeria is the country that will carry out that action, because I don't know any ECOWAS state that have that capability to carry its troops and arms and go and flush those guys out. It's Nigeria.
Yeah.
Nigeria is the closest neighbor to this country. We have historical relationship. There are so many Nigerians whose grandparents are from Niger. One of them is our immediate past president, Buhari.
I'm sorry to say this. I think what's it called? Is it Orile? Yanakpaja, Ilekbo, that's inside. There's some place where they change money there. If you run inside, all those people where they change that money, they're all Niger Republic people.
So what are we talking about?
Because I speak Niger very well.
Okay. So
maybe you find one house away from Kanu where go rent the office for them. If they 19 for one office, 18 they're from Niger Republic.
Wow. And we see ourselves as Nigerians.
But you speak Sabarano.
Wallahi, I need cheese. Wallahi, I need cheese. 7 minutes and wala.
Matagana.
Wallahi, matufu.
Okay. All right.
Matukwara. Wallahi, matuwende wala.
Samai.
Okay, I'm gonna samai wala. Wallahi, Nigeria sindebo. Wallahi, Nigeria sindebo ni wala.
We don't enter another continent with this. So
sorry, I'm sorry, Ajelo Koko. I just want Ajelo Koko.
That's Sabarano. That's how they great and all of that.
Yeah.
Even Baba, I'm sorry. Last this very past February, why they for Lagos for 2 weeks. Now they why they go change money. My brother said where they ride Okada, one Igbo guy where they ride Okada, where they carry me, they go there. I tell and say these people where they call outside, they know the outside, they're from Niger. The guy shout.
Wow. And we go to see them. We will be Nigeria. We go to see them say, "Oh, they are Nigerian."
No, because I was changing money, and I see them. They speak French. Me, I speak French well. I live in Cotonou. I speak Cotonou language just like Igbo.
Wow.
I speak Togo language. My wife is a Ghanaian. And every time we go come here, they say we better than Ghana, we better than Ghana. They say you better than somebody. Why? You don't even get light for your own country.
Don't mind them now. Mouth now Nigeria now. So Nigeria they make mouth, they deceive themselves.
What did they worry this our people? We don't even get to hospital. If you go to Cotonou, they still they use their hospitals still they use pattern of French. I'm telling
Like
you.
A French.
Yeah, all their medicine. Yes. Yeah. What did they get in a pharmacy? They don't even get chemist.
Wow.
Now
we get chemists where we they sell fake medicine.
Now our people they go there. Now our people they go there, open chemists for inside the room, inside the room where they live. Oh.
Wow. So they have pharmacy. Where do we?
Yeah, that's what they use. They go pharmacy. La pharmacy. They just go there.
La pharmacy then they use.
You even need a prescription. You need prescription. Yeah.
Yes.
Organized society. Is that not the same way it is here in America?
The
same thing now.
Like in France, that's how they operate.
The same standard, medical standard in France.
Yes, if you buy medicine for Cotonou, you go know the original medicine you buy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
quality stuff there when it comes to they take care of anything that has to do with human people. I mean, in fact, their water.
Their government, they still the fear of taking bribe. Though they take, but now we Nigeria teach them how to take bribe.
Yeah, not true. If you go, there's a gendarme and notice gendarmerie and the rest of them.
So, but Alobi, you are one of them. You are one of those people that went there to teach them.
Where are you getting his facts from? Why is he this? I don't know what to even say.
So what's the fact that you're talking about?
That Nigerian is the one teaching them how to.
No, well, just
my friend, I lived there. I lived there for many years. You did not live there, so don't talk about that place. You do not live there. Don't talk what you don't know.
Well, it's not entirely true. It's not entirely true. Come on, man. They are corrupt, but you see, I think I understand what Bat is saying.
But the level of their corruption is very low compared to
what is their population? What are we talking about?
It is not the population that matters.
Especially
tell me the African country that is not corrupt. Tell me.
You see, our people where they come market from Nigeria to Cotonou, it's just like Nigeria and Cotonou, they're just like brother and sister. Sometimes you don't even know when the time you cross.
No, if they want to come to Alaba, it's just few hours. They will just enter Alaba and buy markets. Just the way you go to the market to buy market. That's how they enter Alaba to buy market. They just enter Alaba. Just in more than 1 hour, they're back to Cotonou.
Mm-hmm. So many of our people, when they come Cotonou, come they buy.
Guys, 2 minutes time, I have to bounce. 2 minutes.
Where they buy market and other things. If the police stop them, they ask them their documents. Then go to carry server, they give police, tell us, say, take this one now, make you no worry. Take this one.
Well, you see, on that corruption thing, I won't say they are corrupt, but Nigerians also corrupted them some ways, like he said, but they are already there, they are very corrupt. There's poverty there, but the poverty within there don't be the poverty of like our own. I mean our own. When it comes to human services, like if you back in the 90s, up to when I was there, if their water, if you look at Traveler's Guide, European Traveler's Guide, you're coming from Europe, they will tell you that one of the few countries in Africa that you can just walk down any street and you can open their tap water and drink without no fear of maybe food poisoning are Beninois. They have very high quality kind of water.
Yeah.
The fluorine in their water.
Cotonou still get tap water. Any compound where you go. Yeah. Nigeria get tap water.
If you turn the tap like this, the way the water they push out like this, the fluorine. In fact, your teeth. I stay there for some time. Sometimes I hardly even washed it because the fluorine content in that water is enough to make you have strong teeth. That's why a lot of Beninois don't have teething problem. Their teeth is also, the water is very clean, very, very, very healthy. They have I don't know of now, because last time I was there some few months ago when I was there, it was a mess. I mean, Nigerians have been messed up that place. They started using Marwa now. They use Marwa for Cotonou now. I was like, hey, Marwa and Cotonou? Those space accounts, you know what they call space accounts, Bartholomew.
Tricycle.
That tries to call it pace account over there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So that pace account, it used to be a popular way of they transport themselves, but now it's
I
just
say now we
Cotonou
open their eye. Now we open their eyes now.
Nigerians have messed up that places.
They open their heart to bad things.
Exactly. It's a mess. When I went there last time, I was just crying. What happened to my Cotonou? The one I used to back in the 90s when I was there. It was
and
like very beautiful.
And the people, the individual where get money there where now they are just shares. Now the Yorubas where they there. I didn't get money where.
Yeah, well, guys, I think I need to start bouncing now. Yeah, I mean, I must thank you, everybody.
Before you bounce.
Yeah, Adewale, I've already called on you now. I mean, I have somebody that
called me.
I called you. Yeah,
maybe you went to the fridge that time.
Already the fridge in here.
I went to turn off my.
Okay, can you give us your parting at least for today?
Yes, my parting.
A few minutes, please.
Yes, I will not waste much time. Shokilo Belgi. Look, I'm much more prouder to be an African. When I watched, I must be watching the extraordinary meeting summit of the ECOWAS head of state when you called on me because I was having my headphone on and I was trying to watch it. And what I saw there was that I see an active head of government in the West African region that has decided to take their own destiny into their own hand and being proactive about it.
What are those white people doing? When you are saying, do you see a lot of white people? Hold on. What are those white people doing in the meeting that West African head of state are holding? What are those?
They invited several bodies. They invited United Nations. They invited Africa Union body. They also invited the West African French Economic and Monetary Union, which is the French side. They invited several other bodies to be part of that communique that was issued, so that they won't be going all alone. And somebody asked question earlier that.
Not totally West African.
It was a West African extraordinary summit.
It's been influenced by some foreign power. Well,
wait now. The other meeting too. Wait. You've had your moment. This is my moment to shine. Okay, this is my moment to shine. You are taking it away from me. If I don't use it, I'm down. If I use it, I'm down. Please let me be.
Okay. Go on.
You see, what I foresee happening is that no matter what, the West African has come of age, and what is going to happen now is action. There's no smell. There's no please. Somebody mentioned diplomacy. No, we are taking our own destiny into our own hand. It's not going to happen on this Western corridor, where some non-entity is going to wake up one day and say, well, we are going to have intervention. We are going to be imposing ourselves as a military. Who give them mandate? Yes, it is possible that President Boso will not come back to the presidency in Niger. Yes, it is possible. But the rule of law and democratic system will prevail. And that was what the West Africa head of state are actually fighting for. They are all in unison. Even the African Union also joined. In the past, where you have member bodies that will be descend and be on the side of the coup plotter. That is not happening this time around. Every single members have pledged to make sure and to play their own part. And this time around, our own president also is not bluffing. He makes it to understand that they will do everything possible to ensure that the rule of law and democracy is enshrined in that country. Now, the Niger representative that was there too, I don't know if it was part of the current military representative or the former president administration, but I think they're going to take that communique back to them, and hopefully within the 6 to 7 days ultimatum that was given, they do the needful. And to those who are backing them, they should also realize that this is West Africa. They are not going to come and dictate how the West Africa is going to govern themselves. I am much, much prouder the fact that they are, reasoning in unison to condemn the coup. People are rejoicing and say, well, it is their own. Look, it's just a matter of border. Whatever happened in Niger is going to affect Nigeria 100%. So we are not going to wait to let it degenerate to that level. And I'm very happy that the step the Tinubu's administration has taken to ensure that this doesn't start off time. The one in Burkina Faso, the one in Mali, not Mali, in Mali, yeah, in Mali and all that. It's just it depends on the level of. It happens before he became ECOWAS chairman, and others members, chose to not be reactive. Not proactive about it. But this time around, he has pledged that this is going to form the basis of his administration, foreign policies, and he's going to make sure that democracy, even if the current administration in Niger is terrible and needed to go, not in this way. The rule of law will prevail and people will have their say. I'm much more proud. Thank you, Oshinaman.
Thank you, Adewale. Thank you for just being so succinct with that. Adeleko, I'll let you just have a parting word, just brief, like 1 or 2 minutes, please, so that we can just cap it up that way. Adeleko, are you there? Because I know you've been wanting to say something. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Rational Mind, and thanks to every panelist today. I think today's session is a highly interactive one. We have learned a lot of things from each other today, and I think that since we are winding down, I would like us to know that our country, Nigeria, we all love Nigeria and we want Nigeria to get better. But while Tinubu is running the affair of the country now, we that are educated, some of us are in high places of how do I describe it? Some of us occupy high position in our various discipline of life. So, but we shouldn't sit by and not participate in saying something as we are seeing the way that our country is being managed. We should be able to speak up. It doesn't matter if you want to support the administration. Support the administration if you want to support the administration, but let us be very objective in what we are saying. The condition of living is not that good over there with people, downtrodden people, the people that are regarded as poor people. You can see the Senate president making mockery of them the other day, saying, let the poor breathe, and his colleagues were laughing at that. So I think we should take that responsibility as a patriotic Nigerian to come on this platform. If this platform can, as we know, is open to everybody to speak up their mind. Nobody people voices are not stifled here, so you can speak up your mind. Come and join us at any time that one man is on live as a new voice. Come and join and let us hear your voice as well. But it is important that at this time we must not fail. We must not support Tinubu to fail. we must speak up, challenge him, and let them be on the right track for the good of everybody in that country, particularly those, the coming generation. Yeah, because we hold them a lot. We should be able to do the right thing now so that they can come and meet a country they can be proud of. Nigeria is a blessed country. God really blessed our country with a lot of things, resources, and in natural, human, and talent, and what do you want to talk about? So, but we can't just sit and let bad leadership destroy that country. So, wherever you are and you are listening to us, please take the courage at this moment. Click on the like button, share and subscribe, and tomorrow come and join us so that we can continue to participate in doing whatever we can do, to push the people that the helm of affair to manage our resources and run our country in the best way that we can be proud of. So thank you all. See you tomorrow. Rational Mind, thank you for the little hours that you in control of the platform. You did a good job. So tomorrow, by the grace of God, we'll see again. Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jalikuku. We appreciate that parting words. Yeah, guys, you've all heard it. It's a platform you should be. If you are not on this platform, it means you cannot hold a conversation. You don't have the, let me quote in the words of one man, you don't have the intellectual capacity to engage in. Don't mind me, I'm not trying to make a nonsense of people. Well, I appreciate everyone. If you can, like Jalikuku said, you can turn up from time to time whenever you have the time. We have engaging discussions here where we talk about everything and anything. Yeah, this is where you need to be. Other platforms, I think, they do not compare to us when it comes to how we debate matters here, even though sometimes we might be rowdy, but it's to show how passionate some of us are about our beloved country, Nigeria. We'd like to see that country succeed, like Ajadeko and everybody said, but we all need all hands on deck. All hands must be on deck for us to move that country forward, and it starts with each and every one of us when we come here and make our own contribution. All right, guys, hopefully we'll all see in the next session, and I would like to say peace to everybody. Shalom.